Hello, everybody. Hello. Again, Bell, thank you for the first bits of the day. Fallen Angel, welcome. Dreamer, welcome. Pure Calamity, Sass. Ginger Snap says, woo, for 12K? Yeah, you know, I don't think I would have even noticed if it wasn't for you guys pointing it out, because usually we'll get, when the follower goal is met, we'll get like a little alert, but since a lot of people are following right now while I'm not live, thanks to the Twitch drops, like people are just following, you know, people they are familiar with that are hosting Twitch drops, we've gained, I don't know, a few more followers overnight, and we hit our 12,000 milestone, so upward and onward to the big 13K. Who knows, maybe after this Twitch drop campaign, we'll have another 1,000. We'll see, we'll see. The cult is expanding. Indeed it is, indeed it is. Katie Girl on YouTube, hello. Samantha, thank you for dropping in on YouTube as well. Detour says, follow on YouTube. Just started today, following here. Welcome to the Twitch fam, my friend. Yeah, you can watch the streams in either place. You know, we're going live on both Twitch and YouTube now by popular demand. For a really long time, I just streamed on Twitch, and that was kind of the thing, and then I would make my YouTube videos. But a lot of people that, you know, wanted me to stream on YouTube as well, I told them I would oblige, and I finally started doing that this year, and it's been a lot of fun. We made a lot of new friends over there as well. And, you know, with the Twitch drops, though, it's really great that we have a good presence on Twitch, because Twitch is, it has great integration for things like this. And, yeah, the drops campaign should be a lot of fun. Probably make some new friends, meet some new people, should be a good time. Nessa says, hey, chat, what up, JDM? Welcome, welcome. Ash says, drink the Kool-Aid. Yeah, it's good Kool-Aid. There's nothing in it. It's not questionable, you know? It's not like those other cults, you know? It's just a happy little fruit punch flavor. Catterday says, I've been watching on both YouTube and Twitch. Well, dang, look at you go. If you are watching on YouTube, do me a big favor and smash that like button for me. I always forget to ask. I'm not used to reminding people to like the stream, not since I used to stream on Facebook way back in the day. But yeah, if you're watching on YouTube, do me a big favor, hit that like button. And thank you, Belle, for dropping a like on the stream over there. Much appreciated. Beyblade said, thank you for featuring my snap on Facebook today. Of course, of course. So, as you guys know, today's the day we will be wrapping up the reviews for the Kingdom of Beauty. Give me 1 second here. Okay. So, on Tuesday, the final day of Dreamsnap Reviews, because of course, as you're well aware, by 9 a.m. tomorrow, you will no longer be able to submit for this challenge. So on Tuesdays, we're going to wrap up the rest of the people that haven't received their primary review, which is their first review, and then we move on to what we call secondary reviews. Now, secondary reviews are cross-comparing your primary review with the changes you've made, and sometimes, you know, we may both agree that the new one is the better direction for you, or maybe you prefer the old snap, you know? You never know unless you experiment and try and mess around with things, and that's what it's all about, you know? Growth and constructive criticism and just getting more and more confident and comfortable in Dreamsnaps. I'm getting used to my new headphones. Ashley sent me a brand new pair of HyperX Clouds. Shout out to Ashley. That was very nice of you. A very nice gift right before the Twitch drop campaign. And they sound so fresh. My voice sounds different to me, and it's weird. I'm getting used to it. It's weird right now. It's so crisp. My old headphones were 6 years old. Same brand. Same make and model. But yeah, very nice gift from Ashley. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, nice and shiny. The other ones were held together by duct tape, actually. I don't know if you were here when they broke. It was like a month ago. And after 6 years of brutal usage, it finally popped on the right-hand side here. And I was like, well, you know, I got my money's worth out of them for sure, because I had them for 6 years. And I wore them, like, you know, nearly every day. But yeah, they were being held together by duct tape and hope and dreams at that point. So these are held together by actual components, not hopes and dreams. So that's nice. But they sound crispy, and I'm trying to get used to it. You know, like I sound different to me. I don't know. I'm adjusting. Gabby Too Cute says, first time watching on Twitch. I usually watch on YouTube. Hey, Chad and Senpai. Hey, welcome, Gabby. Welcome. Good to have you on the purple side, my friend. Alex, hello. I see you over there on YouTube as well. Welcome in, my friend. Welcome in. Kay said, I'll probably move to Twitch for the drops, but come back to YouTube. Yeah, totally fine. Totally fine. And, you know, the fun thing is, if you make a Twitch account for the drops and you get the drops, you'll always have it when there's another round of drops that comes up. And on top of that, there will sometimes be, like, special things we have on Twitch. Maybe you'll want to participate in. So, you know, you can, if you have both platforms, you can kind of just do whatever works best for you, you know? So, I'm going to keep streaming on both, even though a lot of people on YouTube will probably make Twitch accounts to get the Twitch drops. With no spoilers, with the special stream tomorrow, do you think you will have time for tips on the new Snap? So, Vox, I never look at spoilers for the upcoming Snap. I like to be surprised by the snaps. You can always... Katie says, how do you get drops? They're not live yet. Watch the showcase tomorrow. They'll go live. But all the information you need to know is right there in chat. So if you type !drops in the chat, Katie Bum, you're going to get a little message from RoboPie, my chat bot, and he's going to explain to you how you can get those drops. You're welcome. You're welcome. What was I saying? I was answering something. Oh, yes. Yeah, tomorrow we're going to go live around noon. So we're going to go live around noon tomorrow. The showcase starts at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm going to go live at noon Eastern Time. So we'll have about 1 hour to discuss Dreamsnap results, to discuss the premium shop, and to lightly touch on the new Dreamsnap challenge. Now, of course, even with all of these things going on, I am still planning on releasing a tips and tricks guide for whatever tomorrow's challenge may be. We've done that 23 weeks in a row now. So, yeah, every week I drop a YouTube video that is all about the current challenge. So if you're looking for tips and tricks for whatever the challenge is going to be tomorrow, there will be a video out about that challenge on either Thursday or Friday. The reason I say it could be Friday is, you may have heard yesterday I announced we are doing a sponsored stream. Gameloft is sponsoring one of my streams on Thursday. So on Thursday, we'll be doing a little sponsored stream following the showcase. And I don't want to be late for that, so if I'm caught up on editing... But what I'm going to try to do is, since we're going live earlier tomorrow, during the stream, after we watch the showcase, I'll probably go ahead and build some example scenes. And after the stream, I'll probably start working on the video right away. So hopefully I can get it out in the morning of Thursday so you guys can get some tips and tricks for the Dreamsnap challenge. What time is the Thursday stream? My normal time. Really, for the sponsored stream, they just wanted me to pick a date more so than a time. And... you know, it needed to be like a minimum of 2 hours, but I always stream much longer than that anyway. So I just want to go live around my normal time. Since it's a sponsored stream, I don't want to throw everybody off by going live at like 5 or 6 or something. So going to try to go live around the normal time. That's the plan anyway. Gabby said, hi, I joined for drops too, but I love your countdown and intro. I've never seen it on YouTube, so that's awesome. Oh, thank you. Yeah, the countdown and intro is special to Twitch. So if you've only watched on YouTube, you've probably never seen our super epic intro for Twitch. Now, the reason I don't play the intro on YouTube is because YouTube permanently saves my streams as VODs, so people can come back and watch them. For Twitch, people mostly watch the live. Some people go back and watch the stream, and you can always skip the intro. But I don't go live on YouTube until the intro is done. And the reason we have an intro on Twitch is because Twitch runs ads a lot more than YouTube, and there's not really much you can do about it. You can turn them off for supporters, but that's it. So I run an intro, and also I think on YouTube a lot of the ads can be skipped after a few seconds. But since you get hit with an ad like within the first minute of the stream on Twitch starts with a 2-minute countdown, and then there is a 1 minute like cinematic movie that plays of like my 6 years of content creation and all the different games I've played. And the music was actually made and designed by a good friend of mine. My friend Anthony actually custom made that music, so you'll only hear it on this channel, which is pretty cool, pretty cool. Yeah, he likes making some cool tunes. Then we got a lot of follows rolling in. Raccoon Princess, hello. As Driel, Katie Bomb, Pandemonia, and Lisa, hello. Welcome, you guys. Welcome. Great to have you. Catterday says, that's cool. Yeah, it is. It's quite cool. It's quite cool. Alex says, yeah, I've been there. I made a Twitch account just to watch your stream and get the drops tomorrow. We're excited, says Frozen. Yeah, very exciting, very exciting. Willow said 3 different snaps, everyone at the same time was really... Wait, I'm confused. Not sure. Maybe you're responding to somebody else there. Is it worth it to buy the Midnight Carriage mount accessories or not? So when it comes to whether or not it's worth it to purchase something in the shop, I can't really answer that for you. Is it worth it for you is the question, and only you can answer that. So I can tell you if I think it has value, and I do think it has value. Of course, if you don't have Wish Blossom Ranch, you probably can't even buy it. I don't know how that works, because if you don't have Wish Blossom Ranch, you don't have horses, so, you know, I feel like it would be weird to buy without, you know, the DLC. But I think it's worth considering. I haven't picked it up yet. I'll probably pick it up today before the shop rotates out. But it is a unique bridle, and it does have a unique color palette. You know, the gold with the pink. We don't really have a bridle like this. And the harness is all right. You know, I mean, my favorite thing about the horses, it's not riding them. It's not taking care of them. It's not... you know, using them to garden. I do like to water crops with them because that's pretty efficient. But aside from that, I don't really use them, except for one thing. Dream Snaps. The horses are incredible for Dream Snaps. The fact that you can customize them, the fact that you can make little unicorns, you can make fairy horses. You can do some really cool things with horses in Dream Snaps, and that is by far my favorite thing about the horses. So anything coming to the premium shop that allows you to further customize horses, I think does have good value for me because I'm a very Dream Snap-centric player. Like, there's a lot of times where I'll use, you know, customized horses within my Dream Snaps. I think they're really fun to include for certain scenarios or scenes. But, you know, it's cheap. It's only 1,000 moonstones. It's not anything that I feel like you absolutely need to have. If you're trying to save your moonstones for now, I say save them. There's plenty of ways you can get your horses to look good. Like, if you need pink on your horse, you can always color their mane pink, so you don't have to have this. But yeah, whether it's worth it ultimately comes down to your, you know, your perception of worth. So, you know, if you feel like this will be something you'll be able to utilize for future Dream Snaps, or if you just think it's a cool way to present your horses, sure. But, you know, that answer is going to be different from person to person, I think. Raccoon Princess says, I didn't really do Dream Snaps before, but your tips convinced me, and I'm learning. Thank you. Oh, great to hear. Great to hear, Raccoon Princess. That's actually been more and more common. I think as time has gone by, more Dreamlight Valley players are embracing the world of Dream Snaps. And the main reason I would say that that's the case now is because a lot of players that picked up the game either after early access or at the end of early access, you know, now they're done with the main storyline. They're done with a lot of the DLCs. They're done with a lot of the, you know, friendship quests. And they're done with a lot of decorating. So what do you do week by week in this game when you've accomplished a lot of the core game mechanics? And that would be Dream Snaps. So the more you play Dreamlight Valley, the further you progress, the more likely it is you'll eventually dive deep into the world of Dream Snaps. And in my opinion, it's the best thing about the game. But that's just my opinion. You know, everybody likes different things. Some people don't like Dream Snaps at all. I really like it because the reason I love this game is for the creative aspect. The Disney stuff is cool, you know, but like I'm not a huge Disney buff. I like it. I enjoyed it. I grew up on Disney movies. So, you know, like, but even if this game had no Disney characters, I would probably still play it just for Dream Snaps because the game is beautiful. I love the photo mode. Is it perfect? No. Does it need further improvement? For sure. But they've I will say this, you know, Gameloft has, I think, done a very good job listening to player feedback, listening to the criticism, and consistently working to improve the camera features. We now have a well-functioning villager toggle, unless you're in Mythopia. And now, next, maybe we'll get a pet toggle, you know, like if we can move pets around and animate pets the same way we can animate villagers, that could be absolutely massive in the future. And who knows what else will come, you know, but Dreamsnaps is getting more and more fun with each passing update. We get more fun items to use. We get more fun villagers. We get more camera features. And in my opinion, Dreamsnaps has been really fun since the very beginning. So the fact that it's only gotten better is a huge W, in my opinion. So I really enjoy it. It's the main thing that keeps me coming back to the game week by week. Tia, hello, my friend. Trial Mountain Road says, "Ice am I in chat?" Hello, Tia. Hello. Good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome back in. Great to have you. Well, listen, I like the horses because I can ride them. Takes no energy, and you can gallop to get somewhere faster. I just fast travel, you know. Like, I'll just open my map and fast travel. It only, you know, that's my thing with the horses. That's why I don't really bother riding them around or using them. It doesn't really take any time to get anywhere in this game. So, and as far as energy goes, like in the late game, there might as well not even be energy because you'll always have food. Like, I always have food. So I never really have to grind for it. You know, I just throw some stuff in my auto cookers and I'm good to go. And, you know, once you fast travel, you already move pretty fast with the sprint. So, like, mounting the horse and then riding it to a destination and getting off the horse, like, you know, unless you're traveling across the entire map on foot, it doesn't really save you that much time. I think the horses are good for really big spaces like Wish Blossom Ranch if you're going to be traversing the area on foot. But, like, in places like the Valley, you know, I mean, I can just use the wells and I'm right where I need to be. Yeah, Wendelin, that's how I feel. I like the horses for watering the garden. That's my favorite thing to do with them. And if you get the magical buff on the horses, it can be pretty nice for digging as well. But yeah, aside from that, I don't really do too much with them. I love them for Dreamsnaps, though. Just asking for the next Dreamsnap, what day will you do the example ones? Ren, we will likely be making some example scenes tomorrow. And, like, you know, I'll be live before the showcase tomorrow. Showcase starts around 1 p.m. Eastern time. So we will likely go live around noon. And when we go live, we'll discuss snap results. We'll discuss the premium shop. We'll discuss the new challenge. And then we'll watch the showcase. And from there, once the showcase is done, you know, and we're all excited and hype about what's to come, we'll work on some example scenes with the remainder of the stream. And then the guide for whatever the challenge is tomorrow will be out on either Thursday or Friday, but hopefully Thursday. Amy's Looking Glass says, hello, Senpai. Created my Twitch account for tomorrow. I pretty much only use the horses for watering, too. Yeah, I know some people like riding them around, which I think is great. I just, you know, my thing with the horses, I just prefer them for, mostly just for the Dreamsnap utility. Which is why I think, you know, like, premium accessories for the horses can be pretty nice. All right, with that, let's go ahead and get into the snap reviews because we do have a lot to cover today. First and foremost, we need to revisit the theme and just read over it. You know, kind of just like you'll do anytime you're about to work on a snap. Since we're about to review snaps, of course, it's going to start raining right now. All right, so the Dreamsnap Challenge this week. Kingdom of Beauty. Create a kingdom filled with grace and charm. Seaside, forest, mountain, or beyond. Dress for a regal moment alongside Cinderella, Jasmine, or your favorite royal villager. So the challenge is telling us what kind of kingdom to create. You know, Kingdom of Beauty, of course, is in the title, so making sure you have a very beautiful kingdom is going to be very important. Those are going to be the primary things people see when they vote is the title of the challenge. But the description here is also very important. So creating a kingdom filled with grace and charm. We covered these keywords in my guide about this challenge. And then it gives some examples. You can do seaside, forest, mountain, or beyond. And the final sentence reveals how we're encouraged to present the avatar and what kind of villagers we are being told to use here. So dress for a regal moment alongside Cinderella, Jasmine, or your favorite royal villager. So this is a week where it's going to be very important to use villagers, in particular, regal ones. Now, with that said, you know, even if this challenge didn't tell us to use villagers, with this new villager toggle, I highly recommend using villagers at any point that you can where it works well with the theme. Like if we got another nature theme or woodsy theme, I would use a villager like Pocahontas. If we got a theme about riches and gold, I would use a villager like Scrooge. So even when a challenge doesn't encourage you to use villagers, I still think you should, especially with this new toggle, because it now empowers us to use different emotions on the villagers. It really empowers you to do some storytelling with your Dreamsnap, which has been something that's been historically very popular among voters. So worth keeping in mind. And now with the new villager toggle, it takes very little effort to include 1 or 2 villagers. So a lot easier than it used to be, where you had to like trap them and then wait for them to animate. And, you know, it was just kind of a big headache. But now it's a lot better. Sweet Tea Gamers says, hello everyone, super excited for tomorrow. Me too, my friend, me too, very excited. Tomorrow is going to be a fun day. We got, you know, a lot to look forward to. You guys should definitely watch the showcase. We will be watching it here for sure. Alrighty. Now, if you've never been here for these Dreamsnap review streams, I'm going to give you a quick breakdown of how all this works right after I change my time of day. Oh, I already did that. Okay, good. And it's raining. Okay, well, we're just going to do this real quick. We're going to... Oh, Belle just came right back to the front, didn't she? I don't know why I did that first, because as soon as I move Belle, it's actually going to change my pose. I just want you to get out of the front of my scene, please. Okay. There we go. All right. So, if you've never been here for my Dreamsnap reviews, I'm going to give you a quick rundown on how all of this works. Now, the most important thing for me to open with here when it comes to the way we review and critique Dreamsnaps here within the community is that it's not based on my own personal preference. It's not based on what I like to see. It's based on what we see doing well within the 4K range. If you've been following me for a while, you're probably well aware that one of the main things I fixate on within this game would be Dreamsnaps. I've participated in every Dreamsnap challenge we've had so far, not missed a single week since it all began, and when it comes to results, I've always kind of had my finger on the pulse as far as what's been doing well. The meta has shifted over the years. You know, we've seen things like people pushing the camera forward, becoming a big part of the meta. Once we got the slide toggles for the camera, you know, things like saturation became more important. So as time goes by, the meta shifts as the game improves, or as people discover unique things to do, like pushing the camera forward. So whenever a challenge comes to an end and I share my results on Facebook or other platforms, I encourage people to share their results as well. And we get hundreds of comments of, you know, different snaps and the ranks they achieved. We see the same thing in our Discord server and several other servers. And I've always made it a, you know, very big objective of mine to go through and to really look at what's doing well. And you see the same things week by week. Things like balance are very important when it comes to Dreamsnaps. Having equal amounts of weight on the side. Now, in certain circumstances, like if you had an ocean scene and this side was open water with like a ship and this side was like buildings, you know, that's a little bit different. There's exceptions to all of these things. Lighting is very important within Dreamsnaps. You'll see most of the snaps in the 4K range, a vast majority of them actually, have very strong lighting. And the same thing can apply to even nighttime snaps. So lighting is not exclusive to the sun, but, you know, if you were to use the moon setting, for example, you'll see things like highlight and saturation, character lighting, that are going to make snaps like this a lot stronger as well. So lighting is something we focus on very heavily when it comes to these Dreamsnap reviews, because it's... You can see just how important it is within the 4K range. Aside from theme, I would say lighting is one of the most important aspects of Dreamsnaps. So it's something we discuss quite often. So balance, lighting, and then things like composition. So these are things that will apply to pretty much any Dreamsnap review. And again, it's based off of what we see doing well within the 4K range. Aside from that, we also focus on theme. Now, the advice that ties into theme varies week to week. But what we do when it comes to advising other players on theme is we focus on the keywords and the actual definitions of those words found within the challenge. Now, some people may interpret themes differently, and that's okay. But, you know, as far as getting 4K, one of the things that's made a lot of my snaps very safe and very consistent is I try to interpret the theme as literal as possible and try to design my Dreamsnap in a way to where the theme can be guessed even if you were unaware of what the theme was. By combining things like theme with lighting, balance, composition, villager usage, companion usage, avatar customization, when you put all these things together, you get a very strong case for a 4K Moonstone reward. Now, just because you know those things doesn't mean you're necessarily guaranteed 4K. There's a lot of good competition out there. Dreamsnaps are getting more competitive. Gameloft has reduced the bracket size for 4K. Used to be the top 7.5%, now it's only the top 4%. So that's thousands less people getting 4K. On top of that, as we've already discussed today, there are more and more people turning to Dreamsnaps as they progress further into the game. And as more people turn to Dreamsnaps, that brings more talent into Dreamsnaps. So with the 4K bracket shrinking and the talent pool increasing, Dreamsnaps are only going to get more competitive from here. Which is why we focus on, you know, helping people grow and improve. Not necessarily improve in terms of what they're capable of, but improve in terms of what the voters like. What is going to give you a good shot at winning those 1v1 scenarios. Jen, thank you for the bits, my friend. Jingle Bells with a big 469. Very nice of you. Now, when we start doing these Dreamsnap reviews, unfortunately, I am not able to keep up with chat as much. Mainly because, you know, I want to make sure every snap sent my way gets the time and attention it deserves. And we get so many snaps now every week. Each week it's more. You know, every week we have new people joining for the reviews. And, you know, in particular on complicated or confusing challenges, it really skyrockets and you get I get a lot more snaps to review. But with so many snaps to come through each week, once we start reviewing, I will not have my eyes on chat quite as much, but if you need to get my attention, there are ways to do that. You can reach out to a mod if there's something really important you need to share. Ariel, please give me some personal space if you wouldn't mind. Let's get you over here. Thank you. And yeah, that changed me again, so we're just going to do this. There we go. Okay. All right, and Jen, thank you for the bits, my friend. Gwendolyn says, I've done mine. I just don't know if I like it or if I want to make changes. Well, not to worry, my friend. You know, even if you're not submitting for a review, just watching these review streams, you're going to see a lot of interesting builds, a lot of interesting approaches to the challenge, and some of the advice we apply to some of these stream snaps can likely apply to yours as well. So as we cover things like composition or lighting, you know, you can look over your snap and ask yourself if there's anything in those ranges that can be improved upon. And even if you're not submitting for a review, you can get good value out of the review streams. All right. Tia, thank you, my friend. Tia with the super chat here as well. Much appreciated, Tia. Much appreciated. Let me add that into the goal. We are at 669. I'm going to throw the 299 on there as well. 968 on the board. Let's go, let's go. Thank you, guys. What goal are we on today? I just forgot. I think it was 191. Is it 190 or 191? I think it's 191. We have managed to hit the past 190 goals in a row, I believe. That's consecutive goals on the stream, which is pretty insane if you think about it. 191. Okay, I thought so. I thought so. And thank you, Tia. Thank you. Alex is 191. Okay, good. So I was right. I was right. Yeah, I think we hit 190 yesterday. So we are, yeah, I think 2 weeks away from 200, which is wild. Our previous record before this streak, I don't think we've ever had a streak this long on Twitch. Our previous record was 113 consecutive goals. And now we're almost 100 goals above that, which is like just wild. Absolutely wild. So would I have to sub here on, or sub on YouTube to get my Dreamsnap reviewed on stream, says Queen Guru? Either one. Either one. So you could, you know, if you want to subscribe on Twitch, you can do that, or you can become a YouTube channel member. Both get that same benefit. We used to do reviews for everybody, followers and supporters, but the reviews have gotten so busy that even just doing supporters, it's hard for me to get everybody's done. There's a lot of days where I have to stream a lot later. So when we were doing reviews for followers and supporters, it got so busy that I was not capable of reviewing all the snaps that were coming in. So if I have to pick and choose, I had to go in that direction of now if we ever have time remaining, like if I can get through all the snap reviews and we have like an hour left in the stream, I will happily take, I will always happily take, follower reviews as well. But with how busy the review streams have become, it's pretty rare. Actually, I don't think we've had a case where we were done on time, unfortunately. My Little Lakes, hello, my friend, hello. My Little Lakes says, hi, my friend. Biggest congrats again. Of course. And thank you, Lakes. I appreciate it. Again, I actually, for Daniel Paradis, the gentleman that reached out, what's his job again? I think creator manager. He did give me his Discord, so I'm gonna send him a message because I feel like you definitely should have been included as well, because I know you're up on the ranks on Twitch for Dreamlight Valley creators as well. I'm surprised that because you see like Saro and Star and Sky and Brandy and Slev and others. So I was kind of sad that you weren't on that list. It is good to see Gameloft moving in the direction where they're being more inclusive of Dreamlight Valley creators. But yeah, I wish the drops were kind of just open to everybody, even still. But yeah, I think after this drops campaign, I saw a lot of people on Twitter, mentioning you, and I agree. That I feel like it would have been good for you to be included. So I'm hoping next time, because I'm sure we will definitely have more. I am a very sad girl, but I am so happy for my friends. You are so deserving. Well, thank you, Lakes. Thank you. I do appreciate that. And I understand, that's how I felt the last couple of campaigns, I was... When they did their first round of Twitch drops, I immediately reached out to them on Twitter, and I was like, hey, if you guys ever do drops again, I really want to participate. And whoever runs their Twitter responded, and they were like, oh yeah, just keep an eye on our socials to get more information. So I glued myself to their socials. I had all notifications on, and they never said anything about drops until they were announcing who had them. And I was like, well, why did that person tell me if I wanted to participate to keep my eyes on their social posts? Because they never had like a way for us to reach out. I'm glad they are now. I'm glad they're, reaching out to more creators, and I hope to see them open it up to even more creators in the future. I really do. So, I mean, a lot of games will just do drops for anybody streaming the game. So I'm not sure why Gameloft does it this way. It might be because it's a French company. It also might be because of the Disney IP. There's probably some legal frameworks in place, which is why they won't open it up across the board. But who knows, it's all red tape and bureaucracies and rules and copyrights and all that confusing legal mumbo jumbo. But I do wish everybody could get, even the smallest of creators, like there's a lot of people that, stream to a small group of like 10 or 20 people, and they stream this game, 6 days, 7 days a week. I wish they were all included. I was like, is it because I'm Canadian? Aren't they based out of Canada? Like, isn't that like I'm pretty sure they're like one of their big headquarters is in Canada, I think. I mean, that should you would think they would be even more likely to work with you there. I think, there's an office in Montreal, yes. Well, I don't know how much I can say in regards to it, but I do know when they reached out, the timeline was like pretty rushed. When I was featured in the Rift in Time showcase, and when I was they emailed me to feature me. I was actually really sad about this. They emailed me to feature me in the Wish Blossom Ranch showcase, and I missed the email. I was actually visiting with Jordan's family down in Florida, and I was out of town for about a week, and they emailed me at the beginning of that week, and when I got back, I had like a lot of spam messages. I just didn't go down far enough, and I didn't see their email. So they wanted to include me in the Wish Blossom Ranch showcase, and I didn't even see it. So I was really sad about that. But even for those showcases, those showcases are in November, and they reached out in like July, like late July. So with this particular round, they reached out like fairly recently, which was surprising. I almost thought it was a scam. I even called Daniel, because I didn't know if somebody was like trying to fish information out of me, because every time I've worked with Gameloft in the past, it was like, there were, hey, thank you, Bobs. Let's go, Bobs. Thank you. Bob's coming to the big 1,500. I felt like I was probably annoying Daniel, because I just started like really asking him a lot of questions, because they, needed some information. I can't get into all that, but I was like, hey, I don't know if you're who you say you are. Like, and I've had people try to fish information out of me multiple times in my 6-year content creator, time, via, emails, Facebook. People will impersonate somebody else, and they'll try to get access to, sensitive information. So I actually ended up calling him, and I was like, is this, and he was like, I can assure you it's all real. And we had to talk about it. And I even brought up the email command prompt. So if you are suspicious of an email, you can pull up the source code of the email, and you can trace if they're using a spoof, because it'll say spoof failed or spoof passed, because what people will do is his email ended in Gameloft, but I didn't know. And like I said, all of this doesn't matter. What I'm getting at here is it did feel a little rushed this time, so I don't think you were intentionally left out. That's what I'm getting at. I think that, in the past when they did drops, and in the past when they did showcases, they reached out to a lot of creators like months and months and months ahead of time. And with this one, I was suspicious of it even being real. And I actually spent a good portion of an entire workday like reading through the email code, calling, and like double checking, because I didn't want to give sensitive information without being able to confirm that this was legit. And one of the things I brought up when I was talking about that was, every other time Gameloft has ever reached out to me, it was months in advance. So the fact that we're weeks away makes me kind of skeptical that this is real. But the reason that's relevant here is because, I genuinely, thank you, Sunshine.
Can't wait until tomorrow.
Very excited as well. Very excited. But yeah, the main reason I am bringing this up is because I want you to know I truly don't think you were left out intentionally. And I don't think it was like them not wanting to include you. I think that this campaign might have been a little rushed. Might have been a little rushed here. I don't know if that's the case or not, but every time I worked with him in the past, it was like months in advance for this stuff. So given that this was like a week away, or, like a week and a half away, I feel like with the timeline, they might not have been able to reach out to everybody they wanted to reach out to. So I'm hoping that that's, something that is, in the future, I'm sure, because it does seem like they're getting better with the way they're doing drops. Because in the past, especially the last round, it was really bad, because they gave drops to only a very small handful of creators, and most of them weren't people that specialize in Dreamlight Valley. And then most of them went to TwitchCon the week of the drops. I actually felt really bad for Highly in Descent, and, I gave him a lot of love and praise, and I rated him a couple times, but he was one of the only creators that had drops on that was actually streaming the drops, and he was getting like really stressed out about it, because like people were demanding that because he was also trying to play a new Pokemon game that just came out. I think it was when ZNA came out. So he even told Gameloft, like, yeah, I'll stream for the drops, but also I specialize in Switch content, so when ZNA comes out, I'm going to be playing that. But then he had to like take a break from ZNA because so many people were like showing up to his channel and demanding the drops, and it just ended up being like a huge situation. So I think they've learned from that mistake, and I think they're addressing that, which is good to see. They're working to include more Dreamlight Valley creators, and it's my hope. Dang, Scylla as well. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Y'all got a nice little train coming in. Much appreciated. Bob's with the big 1500. Scylla with the big 1500. Sunshine with the big 500. Thank you so much, you guys. Whoa, we're already at 45? Oh my God, bro. But yeah, I think, you know, they're definitely getting better about including Dreamlight Valley creators, and I think you'll definitely be part of the drops in the future. I would be shocked if, you know, I'm already, you know, taken aback that you were included this time around. Oh my God, bro. Jen now with the 5 gifteds. Y'all are going wild right now. Jen, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Appreciate the big 5 gifted subs here as well. We got one going out to Rose, M, Angel of Dawn, Burntwood, and South Girl. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Scuttle. Thank you, Marie. Also, Marie, I featured your Dreamsnap on Facebook today. You and Beyblade got featured. Scuttle, thank you. Marie, thank you. Dreamlight Anya coming in. Hello, hello. But yeah, big love to you, little lakes. Like I said, I'm sure you'll be included.
Hey, let's try to finish that goal.
I know it's I know how much. I know exactly what you're feeling because I felt it the last several drops campaigns. Like I said, I am very happy to see them including more Dreamlight Valley creators, and I think this is the beginning of them moving in a very positive direction with the drops because they've never included this many people before, and I think they'll probably add more and more creators to this roster as time goes by. Like I said, it might be the red tape, the legal bureaucracy could have something to do with Disney IP, like maybe they're only allowed to onboard like specific people at specific times. I don't know. But hopefully, you know, you'll get what you deserve as well, because you definitely deserve to be part of the drops campaign. And I know I just wish people weren't left out, you know what I mean? But yeah, nothing but love to you, and thank you, my friend, thank you. Dang, Scylla with the gifted as well. Much appreciated, much appreciated. Jira said, congrats, my friend, being a drop partner for Dreamlight Valley. You were so deserving this, and I'm proud of you. Thank you, Jira, thank you. I was just talking about how, like, when I first, you know, was reached out to, I thought it was a scam. I didn't believe it. I didn't believe it. I spent like an entire day like double checking everything. Link says, I've been here for all 3 drops. I'm happy to support all my friends. Send me your way. Well, thank you, Links. Thank you. It is greatly appreciated, my friend. And Left Shark, thank you so much for the super chat there, brother. Dang, dude. Y'all got us on, what is happening right now, bro? You got us on a level 4 hype train here. We haven't even reviewed a single snap yet. Goal's almost done. Hype train's going up to level 4. I think I've unlocked every emote on Twitch, I think, for level 1, 2, and 3 hype trains. And Ashley made me my own Gritty Goose, which I gotta add to the stream. Because every time I get a level 5 hype train, I can't get the Gritty Goose. Marina, we got a brand new... it was gifted to Marina from Marie. Mad Hatter Marie, thank you for the gifted, my friend. Dakai, thank you for the 200. Fallen Angel, thank you for the 245. Much appreciated, you guys. Oh my God, bro. What is going on? It's a random Tuesday, you guys. What are we doing right now? Well, I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. I'm still trying to get used to these new headphones. Like, it sounds really crispy. Like, too crispy. I feel like I'm listening to somebody else talk. Is this what I always sound like? Dang, thank you. Emma, much appreciated. Weasley with the big 500 here. Ginger with the big 95.
Notice me.
Thank you, guys. Left Shark, 16 months. Honestly, it feels like you've been part of the community for years now, Left Shark. I know 16 months is quite a while. Oh, and we hit the goal. Let's go. Very nice. 191 consecutive goals here on the stream. That is incredible. Thank you so much, you guys. Another astounding new record here. Like we mentioned, our previous goal streak was 113. We had 113 goals in a row. And that goal came to an end. That was the previous record. But now we're setting a new record every day. 191. Also, almost a level 5 hype train here on Twitch. Bro. This is wild. Left Shark said, hey, everyone on the Twitch side. It's been a while, but I need to work on the red side, too. Yeah, well, I appreciate you holding it down over there as well. Melissa Ann on YouTube says, hello. Hey, my friend. Welcome, welcome. Great to have you. Great to have you. All right. Well, let's go ahead and dive into the reviews. Left Shark, thank you for the additional 100 there. So we have, I think, only... Oh, looks like this one might have been deleted. Yeah, from Babbitt here. Okay, this one's empty. So we only have 3 friends that did not get a review yesterday or submitted after the stream. And then we have a lot of secondary reviews. So these are the reviews I was talking about where people got their primary review, they received some advice, and they've made changes to their snap. They send us their old snap and their new snap, and then we compare both of them when we talk about what might be the better option to submit. And if we both agree, they can go with that option. But if they disagree with me, then it is their snap at the end of the day. Always their snap, their call.
The horse is here.
Is the horse? I don't have one out right now. We were talking about him earlier. All right, it looks like Bob's is up first today, so let's go ahead and get Bob's in here. Thank you, Anya. Dreamlight Anya coming in with 100 bits as well. Thank you, my friend. Much appreciated, much appreciated. Brand new friend to the stream, already dropping the bits. That is very kind of you. All right, so Bob's. Oh, beautiful work here, Bob's. Beautiful work. Very nice. Gorgeous display of the villagers. Now, I want to talk about what I really like here. I'll read what you said first. I learned this week that princesses are chatty, and you can't move them if they're in the middle of a convo. Yeah, it grays them out on the villager toggle, which is kind of frustrating. Anywho, they finally shut up and I was able to get them to pose. Had a lot of fun with this one. Okay, cool. Wishing Stardust with 100 bits as well. Left Shark with a 145. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Again, greatly appreciate the hype train. Very nice of you guys. All right, so. Oh, you guys are still pushing this thing. Thank you, Powerpuff. Thank you, Weasley. Thank you for the 300 as well. Sorry, we want the goose. Oh, don't worry about the gritty goose. We would... The gritty goose is... Okay. All right, we are now... Belle with the gifted sub, Samantha with gifted sub. We are now on a level 5 hype train. But here's the thing with the gritty goose, guys. We would have to complete the level 5 for a chance to get the gritty goose. I think that's a tall ask. We've already hit the goal for today. And the fact that we hit the level 4 hype train, there's all kinds of emotes I don't have for that one yet. So I can get any of these, like this emu loading. That's really fun. So I will get one of these level 4 ones I don't have yet. The gritty goose is on level 5. And Ashley already made me a gritty goose. So it takes a lot to complete the level 5 hype train, guys. Please don't worry about that. You know, you've already hit the goal for today. You guys have already gifted a lot of subs. You know, please don't feel like you got to push into a level 5 hype train. You really don't. You really don't. Okay, you're just going to do it anyway. Okay. All right. Well, whatever you want, guys. It's, you know, it's whatever you want. It's whatever you want. But again, you know, you really don't have... Okay. All right. We're just going to do it. Thank you, Weasley. Thank you. And thank you, Bobs, for the gifted. Thank you, Weasley. Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, JDM. Thank you, Samantha. Thank you, Belle. Much appreciated, guys. But again, really, you know, either way, I'm going to get a new emote. So, you know, and Ashley already made me a gritty goose. So, you know, you guys really don't have to, you don't have to keep going. You guys have done a lot. You're good. Dakai with the 2 gifteds as well. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Hope with the bits. Thank you. But yeah, beautiful work here, Bob. Beautiful work. Okay, all right. Amanda with the bits. All right, thank you. So what I really like about this is the way you've layered your villagers. I talked about this a lot yesterday. So as we know, when it comes to what we see in 4K very consistently, good lighting and vivid colors carry strong performance throughout most challenges, most standard challenges. Black Knight, thank you for the gifted. So I like Cinderella more as a background villager for this one, unless you're doing a Cinderella castle build. With this particular castle, with the green, the pink, the gold. You know, it's a very colorful build, so I think having colorful villagers at the forefront of your shot is going to perform a bit better in this circumstance. Whereas Cinderella, her dress is a bit more pale. Or like the Ariel in the ball gown, it's more of a pale pink, as opposed to Aurora's like deep pink here. So I love the fact that you've layered your villagers in, you know, like almost like layered by color. Like we have the vibrant purple, we have the vibrant gold, vibrant pink, and then we have some of the lighter colors in the back. But it really brings out the color palette of this scene. Now, one thing that could be really fun to add here, Bobs, if you're interested, the Mushu fireworks actually have a really good color palette for this castle. And the nice thing about these, they're totally free. They're not premium. But unlike regular fireworks, they actually have pink bursts, which matches really well with the walls. And they have these very saturated yellow bursts. So the regular fireworks, Weasley, thank you again, you guys. You know, y'all really don't have to keep going. I guess, all right, you're just going to keep doing it then. Okay. All right, I'm going to leave you guys to it. You guys do your thing. Thank you. Raccoon Princess, we got a brand new member of the supporter fam. Let's go. Thank you, Raccoon. Thank you. Welcome to the family, my friend. Welcome. So the Mushu fireworks, I think, are going to play very strongly here this week. Now, I know in yours, it looks like the traditional fireworks, maybe, which are more of like a pale yellow. These are fine, too. They do add some nice sparkles. Oh, my God, bro. Y'all actually did it. Y'all actually did it. That's a special alert that only plays on a level 5 hype train, which is the, you know, that's a big one. But really, y'all can stop now, you know. That's, you know, I do greatly, y'all did not have to do that. Y'all did not have to do that. I do appreciate it greatly, though. You know, very thankful for the love and support. You guys are the best. I would not be able to do any of this without you, so just know, you know, it means the world to me, because I love what I do, and I love being able to spend time with you guys, and I love Dreamsnaps, so thank you for making my career possible. It is very much appreciated. Weasley, thank you again. Now, whenever this hype train times out, we'll see what we get. We'll see what kind of emote we get. Angela Kate, okay. All right. You guys, really, you know, we could have stopped a while ago. We can stop now. We can stop now. A level 6 hype train is an even taller order than a level 5. So let's, you know, again, we've hit the goal for today. You can save it for tomorrow, you know, we got a big day tomorrow, you know, and just put it on tomorrow's goal, you know. Again, you guys, very, very kind. Alex, is that or the Twitch chatters really wanted the goose emote? A lot of them already have it. Belle already has it. Samantha already has it. I might get it today. We'll see. Last time we hit the level 5 hype train, I got an emote called Miss, and I really wanted the gritty goose, but I got an emote of somebody hitting a golf ball and missing the hole. And it was so poetic because it was like we missed the gritty goose, and I got an emote that literally said miss. Yeah, Dree just put it in chat. Yeah, that one, yeah. So I got the you missed emote. It was like a little slap in the face from Twitch. They're like, oh, you wanted the gritty goose? Well, you missed. But yeah, that was kind of funny. I do like the frog. Yeah, that one's fun. But yeah, thank you guys. Thank you. So yeah, I love the colors here. And again, the Mushu fireworks I think can be really nice for this build. And since it is such a vibrant build, rainbows could play very nicely here. It looks like you're using the Neverland rainbows. Now, I talked about this yesterday, but I do want to... Oh my god, bro. Raccoon Princess with the 5 gifteds. Thank you, my friend. What is happening today, bro? Oh my gosh. Okay. All right, you guys have officially just, like, y'all have taken this really far. I do appreciate it. Thank you. Another 5 gifted subs here. And with all the new followers we've gotten here lately, hopefully some of them will catch some of these subs. And if you do catch a gifted sub, keep in mind that means you can participate in the Dreamsnap reviews as well. You won't be able to upload this week. The deadline for all Dreamsnap reviews is 3 p.m. Tuesday, but if you catch a gifted sub today, you'll be able to participate next week and the week after that and the week after that. So, you know, whether you're on a Prime sub, a gifted sub, a recurring sub, or a YouTube membership, you are welcome to participate in the Snap reviews. And yeah, we got about a minute and a half, and I'll find out what emo we got. Very nice, very nice. So between the two, let me hide Belle. Between the two rainbows, the Neverland one is a bit more pale, and it has a limited color spectrum. It's like pink, yellow, teal. Whereas the Pot of Gold rainbow, as you can see, has a much broader color spectrum. It goes like a pink to a red, to an orange, to a yellow, to a green, to a blue, like a teal, and then to a dark blue. When you increase saturation, it gets even more prominent. And that's why I like the Pot of Gold rainbow a bit more than the Neverland one. Not to mention, it does stretch a bit higher into the sky. I'm not a big fan of the cloud, though, which is why I usually position the rainbows on the edge of my scene, just to get these arching color bands on the sides. Now, the benefit of the Neverland rainbow is it can be a great centerpiece. I probably should have included it, actually. I think it would be kind of cool to have both. But it can be a really good centerpiece for your shot, since it kind of arches from one side to the other. The other benefit, it is the only rainbow that can also go on water. So there are some nice benefits to this rainbow. But for your snap, Bobs, I would encourage you to try this one for what you're doing. Oh my god, bro. Weasley with the 5 gifteds. Thank you, my friend. Dude. Oh my god, bro. All right. Well, the hype train is officially over. Let's see what we got. I got a cow. I got a cow. That's actually kind of cool. We didn't get the Gritty Goose this time. Oh my god, did you get the miss one? That's so funny. So you got the miss this time. I got Winnie. I'm going to gigantify it. Yeah, I got a giant cow. Did you guys all get cows? That's actually kind of funny. Silver Tab. Marie got the cow. Belle. Dekai. Scylla. Yeah, it looks like most of you guys got the cow. Vox got You Missed. That's what we got last time. Scuttle got You Missed. What'd you get, Samantha? Late save? That's pretty cool. This is my favorite thing about the hype trains, the fact that they give you like little emotes you get to permanently keep. I think that's kind of cool. And it's a fun feature. I wanted that darn goose, says Ashley. Well, you already made me one. I'm going to add it to the channel. We got our own Gritty Goose. It's even better. You know, we don't need Twitch's Gritty Goose. We got our own. Anyway, back to Bob's snap here. The reason I think you should try the other rainbow, it might be kind of tricky to fit it with where you have this big topiary, but if you replace this topiary with something else, like a little bush, and then put the Pot of Gold rainbow behind it, you would actually get it to arch up into your skyline, and that's going to give some really nice color to the sky, and it's going to be a more noticeable rainbow. So not only does the rainbow have a broader color spectrum, but its colors are going to play better with the color palette you have in this scene, since your entire photo has a broad color spectrum, and it's going to help you cover some of this skyline we have on the left and right. The other thing I would lightly recommend here would be maybe rotating your aurora to get it more balanced with the shot. We have a very heavy aurora presence here, and like a medium aurora presence here, but not so much here or here. If you were to move it and rotate it, we could probably get it going across most of this. And then maybe if you have open on the left and a little open on the right, we can have the rainbow bands, you know, seal off the areas there. And also, if it doesn't cover the left and right corners, another fun thing you can do is use these blossom trees as upper foreground pieces. So instead of just the lower foreground, like here in the lower foreground, we have the wheelbarrows. But in the upper foreground, you'll see we have the blossom tree here and the blossom tree here. So we have these blossom trees in the upper corners. And with the enhanced saturation, these rainbow bands just look, you know, and one more thing about the rainbows that I didn't mention is the Pot of Gold rainbow actually has a unique sparkle animation. So the Neverland rainbow doesn't do this magical sparkle effect, which is really fun. So yeah, I would say if you want a rainbow that stretches a bit taller, the Pot of Gold one is, I think, the better one to use. But The Neverland Rainbow also has its benefits. They're both good. They're both good choices. But I think it would be worth trying the Pot of Gold one if you can. Overall, solid snap bobs. I think very likely for 4K. Very good color composition. Very good lighting. Beautiful villagers. Lots of royalty. Definitely feels like a Kingdom of Beauty. Final thoughts here would be adjusting the Aurora, I think, would be a great benefit to this snap. Trying the Pot of Gold rainbows, even if you have to restructure what you have here to fit them, I think would be worth considering. And then, instead of the traditional fireworks, I would encourage you to try the Mushu fireworks, as the color palette of those fireworks does pair very nicely with this castle set. They are a bit more annoying to use because, you know, it's kind of a quick capture. But now that we have the villager toggle and you can freeze the villagers how you want them, it does make them, it gives them a stronger use case. Even if you don't make any changes, Bobs, I think you got a great shot at 4K with this. Really beautiful snap, great villager positions. Feels like a Kingdom of Beauty. Fantastic job. Silver tab is next. 2 options. Difference is mostly timing the fireworks and fountain, and a 1-hour time shift. Okay. So we have option 1. Beautiful, beautiful. Love the flower petals here. Great beauty factor. Ties very nicely with the castle. Good fireworks. I see we got the Mushu fireworks here. Good villager presence. So I think these would both rank about the same. With this one, you've got a lot more firework consolidation around the center. Like, the sparkles are more robust here. But in this one, you have a better spread. Like, they actually go all the way to the top left corner and all the way to the top right corner. Whereas in the previous one, we do have a little gap in the corner here. And, you know, a little gap here. But yeah, they're both really good options. I think this one might be the better bet, even with the small gaps on the side, just because that extra consolidation around the castle makes it feel really magical, gives it a really good beauty factor. Though I do recommend, you know, if you can, including rainbows. Again, color palettes of the rainbows work really nicely with the castle here, and it works really good for the Kingdom of Beauty aspect of the theme. Lastly, for your path here, it does add a lot of white to the snap, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but when we see this castle without that white, like here we have the dark gray brick and the new path from the star path lined with glimmer, I think trying to minimize the presence of white in a snap like this, especially with these broad colors, will help it perform even better in the voting phase. Just because, as what we see a lot in the 4K range, are well-lit, vivid snaps. And this is already well-lit. It's already vivid. But I think you can make this red dress pop even more with either a darker background, or you could take the new path from the star path and place that behind you as like a runway on this path, or some kind of carpet walkway. But I think adding some kind of detail or minimizing the white in the path is probably one of the only recommendations I really have here, aside from maybe including rainbows. Overall, even without changes, Silver Tap, I feel like this is very likely for 4K. Again, a very beautiful snap. Dreamy Dewdrop is next. Wow, gorgeous work here. Beautiful colors. Almost submitted yesterday for primary review, but with how crazy the week has been, it wasn't up to my standards at all. I wanted to make sure I submitted work that I was very proud of, like every other week. With that being said, I'm pretty happy with how the snap turned out. After giving more than 45 minutes I had to spare to get it done. I would love to hear your thoughts and advice on anything I can do to better improve. Thank you so much. Hope your day is going amazing, friend. Oh, thank you, Dreamy. Thank you. That's very kind of you. And yeah, beautiful work. Beautiful work. Would expect no less. Looks fantastic. So, I love the greenery in the trees back here. The blossom tree stretching behind the castle. You know, this combination of greens and the pinks ties really nicely with the color palette. You have the pot of gold rainbows in the back here. You're hiding the clouds perfectly behind the castle. Again, love these rainbows. Very good fireworks in the back. I see you're using the traditional fireworks as opposed to the Mushu fireworks, which is fine. The Mushu ones are fun, but they can be tricky to orient since they kind of fire off in an arch. Villager presence is really good with Beast and Belle here. Eric and Ariel. Very good foreground elements both on the top and bottom of the snap. I like the pawns with the swan boats. Nice silhouettes of light coming out from the tunnelways here. And a great pose. I love this pose for a beauty snap, considering this is the Kingdom of Beauty. If you have this goose pose and you take it from the side like this, it's just such a beautiful shot of the avatar. And with this being the Kingdom of Beauty, I think it's a fantastic option for the pose this week. I like that you've added some details onto your pathway here. You've broken up a lot of this white with the magnolia petals, with the glowing lilies. So some great items to break apart some of this white here. What could be fun as well, there's a round mosaic that could be really good as a centerpiece where you're standing here. It would, I think, pair very nicely with the blue of your dress. I'll show you which one I mean. Like for my path, I'm using these, you know, these newer Star Path pieces. But with the dress you're using here, I think I must have passed it. Yeah, the Mosaic of Friendship. It's got some dark blue around the bands, but it's much darker than your dress. And it's got some fun colors, you know, built in. But I think this would be a good centerpiece right at the front. We wouldn't see the whole thing. It would kind of be, you know, like with where you are, I would kind of have it placed like this. Have you a little bit in front of it. Could be a good opening to your pathway. Add some really fun details to the base of the foreground here. But aside from that, I don't really have any recommendations for the snap. Absolutely beautiful scene. Great job with the aurora. The fireworks are nice. The rainbows look good. Very good pose. Great makeup on the avatar. I like the golden laurel here. The dress is beautiful. But I do think that mosaic would fit beautifully around the blues of this dress. Having like a dark blue mosaic circle kind of enclosing the avatar here, I think would pair very nicely with the color palette of the dress, the makeup, and the eyes you have here. So that's my only recommendation. I think that could be fun to include. But yeah, beautiful work. Very likely for 4K. Excellent job. Now with that, we're ready to move on to our secondary reviews. And as mentioned, these reviews are from people that have already received their primary review and now have made changes. And we'll be looking at their old snap and new snap. I love this part of the stream because it's cool to cross-compare the different options. So Scylla is up first. This was yesterday's. Advice was to maybe add more villagers. I did that. I also, even though you didn't suggest it, I decided to create a silhouette behind me and change to the B pose. Okay, so you've centered yourself. All right, all right. Well, let's take a look here. Okay, so a couple of things. I would be careful with how strong the silhouette is here. You have a lot of natural beauty in this castle behind you. The natural gold reflective properties coming off of the build are very strong. The colors of the roof, the colors of the brick. With this very strong silhouette here, it does mask out a lot of the color right in the center of the scene. Maybe opting for a softer silhouette would be a nice play. I have a silhouette set up in this example scene here. And we're silhouetting the base of the avatar all the way up to the top of the avatar here. But as you can see with the silhouette here, she's too close to face the camera. I gotta get her a little further away. Might be too far away now, I'm not sure. Yeah, now she's a little too far, but that's okay. So we get this glowing silhouette around the avatar, but notice how it's not bleeding out the castle in the background. I would just encourage caution here, because the centerpiece that you have in your initial submission, I think, was very strong, because you have those bold, prominent colors that tend to perform very well. And silhouettes also perform very well, but in this case, I don't know if it's really worth the trade-off of those beautiful colors you have in the back. Now, if you want to change to the B pose, I think you could still do that. If you wanted to make a softer silhouette, really, you would just have less lights. And like what I'm using for the soft silhouette on this one is a row of Vitalis lanterns to light from the legs up to the waist, right up into, the chest line here. And then from the head down, we're just using 3 of these star path lamps to give a very light silhouette around the avatar. But I wanted the silhouette to be light because, again, the castle has some very good natural beauty, but we wanted to provide a fun glow around the avatar here. So my advice would be just, if you want to go with the strong silhouette, by all means. It does look really good. It is really pretty, but there is some great natural beauty in this castle. My other recommendation would be for some of your more colorful villagers, like, let's say, Jasmine with this deep purple, or Belle with this deep gold. I would say featuring them closer towards the front could be worth considering. And lastly, with your outfit here, I don't think I talked about this yesterday, but you have the red dress with the gold dagger and the gold belt line here and the gold necklace. But we have silver or platinum earrings and the purple flower and purple bead for the hair. You have the dark red eyeshadow. I think a dark red flower with dark red beads and maybe dark brown or black hair to contrast the red would look really nice here, and I think it would pair very nicely with the eyeshadow. Again, you can use the purple if you want. You can keep the silver earrings, but I think the red rose, there's red rose and gold earrings that I think would look really good with this fit. And then I do think red flower and red bead for the hair, paired with like black hair to match the black inner eye, would balance out this look very, very well. Again, nothing wrong with the silver earrings or the purple flower, but, I do think you can always try the alternate options, and if you don't like them, you can stick with this, but I do think they'll really bring out the beauty of this dress. And yeah, I would encourage you to play at least 2 of the villagers a bit closer, maybe 1 right behind you on the left and 1 right behind you on the right. Could be good. I can show you what I mean here. Oh, great. They're having conversations. Okay. Well, we'll put Ariel right here. And we'll put Belle. She's got a very big dress, though, but we'll stick her right here. I'd probably move Belle a slightly bit more to the left here. But having a couple of villagers to your side, you're still going to be able to see the build well. You know, if it's a big ball gown like this, you might not be able to see into the base of the scene as well. But I do think featuring a couple of villagers towards the front, like you were yesterday when you used Rapunzel, you had Rapunzel pretty close to the front here. I would still kind of draw inspiration from that. Maybe one villager right behind you on the left, one villager right behind you on the right. And then the other ones, you know, you can have to the side or in the backdrop. Again, you can always give that a try, see how you feel about it. And if you don't like it, you can stick with this. Always your call. Other thing to consider would be, you know, rainbows could be really fun here. Fireflies tend to do well. But for Regal builds, fireworks are also very popular. Spin Silvers, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. I don't think I shouted you out for that. I think I might have missed it when it came in. But I do greatly appreciate the Prime sub, my friend. Very kind of you. I know you can only give those to one content creator every 30 days, so it's a huge honor. Thank you, thank you. Greatly appreciate the kindness. All right, Kimberly is next. Now, I'm not sure which one is the old and which one is the new, so give me 1 second here. You suggested not using the blossoming white trees I had in the back to avoid having too much white and swapping for more green. So I swapped them out for more sycamores. Also had the extra villagers show up when I teleported to the island this time, since I use it often. So I chucked them in as well, see how it looked. Okay. So this would be the original, yeah, with the white trees. So we already have a lot of white pathing under us here, and then we have the white trees. Though the color palette for this particular castle set is pink, gold, and green. So playing up the colors of this set is a great way to... Oh, Horty's having little cat dreams. He's twitching. Hey, buddy. You in a deep sleep? You chasing squirrels? Sorry, I got sidetracked. My cat's doing the cute little sleep twitches. He's also snoring. Hang on. Can you hear him? Hang on, listen. I don't know if you can hear him. He snores really loud. It's so funny. Okay. So yeah, removing that white, I think, is very helpful. Because like we said, we already have a lot of white down here at the base. And a lot of what you'll be up against, you know, there's a lot of snaps with, like, very good, you know, very, very vibrant colors. And this is what we see doing well throughout a majority of the 4K submissions. Vibrant colors, strong lighting. And, you know, here's a snap where they've minimized the amount of white that's going to be visible. Like, instead of white path, we get this dark gray brick. And we see that here as well. We have a little bit of the white path in the center, but they're making use of the natural greens of the grass for this, like, courtyard garden, which ties in well with the trees in the back. So yeah, minimizing the white, I think, is the right play here. Now, as far as the villagers go, everybody looks really good. I think you got a great shot of your whole crowd here. Good fireflies. I do think there's some fun stuff you can do with your path, too, here. Let me give you a couple of recommendations. Now, you have the Regal Fountain behind you. And we still have a lot of white down here at the base with this path, which is okay. You can use this path, but there are some, like, rug-type items we can put under you here to break apart some of this white and bring even more color into your scene. We've already talked about one of those items being this round mosaic tile here. So this could work really good at the base of your shot. Again, I would, you know, position it a little bit past the avatar. I would stand a little in front of it. Let me get it a little... Actually, I think we were at a good spot with it earlier. No, we gotta get it down a little bit. Kind of like that. That's going to give you like a little central platform at the base of your image, and it's going to break apart some of that white with some really fun colors and give you kind of a royal platform to stand on. The other thing, and I don't know if this will work because it might be too big for this, but I'm going to check anyway. I'm curious if we can surround this fountain. Not quite. Maybe if we bring it... Nah, I think it's too big for that. Well, maybe not. Yeah, it won't be even on the back, but that won't matter because we won't see the back. So this could be a really fun way to display your fountain. You could surround the fountain. This will break apart even more of that white path in your background. And you'll have these nice gold reflective ground pieces that'll combine well with the fountain itself. So very positive changes on your snap here, Kimberly. If you wanted to, you could add the round mosaic here at the base. And you could also add those path pieces just like we did, because we're not going to see behind this fountain anyway, but that's going to add like a little textured round frame around this fountain here. And it's just going to serve to break apart even more of this white at the base of your photo and bring even more fun colors into the fold. But yeah, looking really good. And if you wanted any trees to stretch up into the horizon more, there are some taller options. Just be careful. I would make sure I go with like the vibrant greens. Show you which one I have on my mind here. Nope. There we go. Yeah, the tall maple. There's a few different variants of this, but it is a bit taller than the sycamore. So if you wanted to have, you know, even more green stretching up above your sycamore trees, you could layer some of these in. It just depends on how much of that skyline you really want to fill out, but these could be fun additions too. Solid work, Kimberly, solid work. Hoping, okay, this was the original review. I want to see what my avatar and princess look like as well. Recommended fireworks. Play up the new castle walls, blossom trees with the sycamore. Also try to open up the courtyard more and try to do better layering. Okay. All right. So we have this option and we have this option. Well, it looks... Wait, which one is the original? I think it's this one here. But it looks like you've kind of pivoted into an entirely different direction, which wasn't really the recommendation here, because you had the Beast and Belle Castle highlighting Beast and Belle. So these are kind of like completely different snaps. What I was wanting to encourage you to do is to build on the concept you already had. So we talked about, you know, the layering of the items here because you have these beautiful walls that are going to pair very nicely. So if we used thinner items here, we would be able to see into those walls a bit better. You know, smaller bushes or smaller items so we can see the beauty of these walls on the sides. Like, you know, you can use the alternate magnolia tree, the one that's like a curvier, branchier version, so we can see a bit more of the detail of the wall in the back, and we can add fireworks to this. But the new ones, you've pivoted away entirely from Beast and Belle's castle and gone in the direction with this castle here instead. Now, if you are going to use these fountains, if you time it, you can get these beautiful blue arches of water kind of shooting up from the fountains, which can be really nice. And if you are going to do a shot of the avatar, I would probably bring her in a little bit closer. That way you can get her looking at the camera. So with that pose you're using, when you use the goose pose, if you get too close, like if I get really close, she won't face the camera, or she won't face the camera anymore. So now, you know, we're going to get like a side profile. And if you get too far away, it can kind of be the same thing, where we turn her to the side, and she's not, you know, she's not quite looking towards it. If we get at the right distance with this pose, her head should swivel towards the camera just like this. And then we get, you know, a really good look at the face and the eyes and everything else. I would say in your case, I still think your original is likely your best bet. I really did like the way you featured Beast and Belle here. I think if you had added the fireworks and changed the layering here a little bit, and added in the sycamores behind these blossom trees, then it would have been the direction I was recommending. Because, you know, you listed what the recommendations were, but we've kind of pivoted into a completely different territory here. As, you know, you've completely transformed the foreground, midground, and background. So I think the original is still probably the best bet here. I don't know if you still have this build or if you completely pivoted in another direction. But this is why I always encourage you guys to keep the original builds. Because sometimes when you're trying to incorporate new advice, you can end up changing a lot of things, and we just have an entirely different snap on our hands at that point. I think if you would have added the Mushu fireworks here, and then the bright green sycamores in the back, and, you know, swapped out some of these larger landscaping items for thinner ones so we can see the beauty of the walls in the back. This one was already very strong. We were just looking to make it more competitive, but these are very different. Now, these are strong as well. They're just, you know, they're just not the same snap anymore. So you got to be careful. You know, if you really like your first design, you know, the purpose of the review is to build on that design. Unless I recommend scrapping it and going in a different direction, and you agree with that, I would encourage you not to abandon your, you know, initial concept. Rather, you know, look for ways to make it more competitive. Now, these new concepts are not bad. You know, these are really good. I do think the way you position Beast and Belle in this first one is superior to this one, though. In this one, you have them both looking towards the camera. It really looks like kind of a circa moment. You know, Belle looks like she's dancing, you know, Beast with his arms open here. The presentation of the characters here is better than it is here, and it's better than it is here, and I think that makes this your strongest option. Now, if you did this exact same display with this snap, I think this could be on par with this. But if you did go with this one, I would rotate your aurora to get a bit more prominence. And again, I would try to angle some fireworks into the scene. So we have very light fireworks here, but I can show you how I have them layered in this build. It's tricky with the Mushu fireworks, but they do work very good here. So if we come around to the opening here, we've got two fireworks directly behind the wheelbarrows. And then we have two here on the side of the pond, two here on this side of the pond, and one here, and one here. That way we can kind of cover the full backdrop from left to right. It's tricky to get these Mushu fireworks in the proper position to do so. It can be a little bit of a headache. What is it, buddy? Do you hear Mom? Horty just perked up. I think he hears Jordan. Hello. I knew he had to have heard you, because he just got out of his slumber and sat up and was looking around. Oh. Yeah, I was going to show you the fireworks, and then I did not snap my photo, so I'm going to try again. We'll just have to wait for it to refresh here. So if you set your fireworks up properly with the Mushu fireworks, you can kind of cover your backdrop. Of course, you want to be careful not to go like too crazy with it. You don't need like fireworks so thick that you can't see the background or anything. But they can be very nice. And again, the color palette of these fireworks does pair very, very nicely with the color palette of this castle. So if we snap here, there we go. So this is kind of the direction I was recommending with the fireworks. If you get them, you just want to point one to the left, one to the far right, one midway here, one midway here, and then maybe 2 going directly into the background. So about 6 to 8 fireworks should do the trick, but you'll have to be pretty strategic with how you layer them to get that effect. So I think if you were to get those fireworks going across the build here, that could be very nice. But I would stick with your Beast and Belle concept. I think that's going to be really fun. If you do want to showcase your avatar as a princess, I would bring her closer into the shot. I would also encourage maybe the new star pathway to break apart some of the white here, or use the mosaic round piece at the base. Or you could just go with your original, because right now, out of the 3, this is your best option. Again, you could make this your best option if you rotate the Aurora, play with the fireworks, maybe add a rainbow or 2, little pot of gold rainbow on the left and right, and then but the most important thing about this one is you want this. This is what you want. The reason this is your strongest snap right now is because of just how well you've highlighted Beast and Belle. Voters love a dream snap that tells a story. A dream snap where it feels like a candid moment. A snapshot in time, if you will. A movie scene. And this has that feel. So that's why this one's still the strongest. Now, if you're able to capture this kind of display with this scene and apply those changes we discussed, this one could become your strongest. But as it stands, my perspective would say this is currently your strongest snap out of the 3. Jedi Lauren. So we got yesterday's here. Added 2 more princesses. I opted to have them close because it seemed to be a popular move. Ariel isn't looking too crazy. Tried to make a pattern with the color of the dress the girls are wearing, as suggested. Just with different princesses. Thank you for any additional advice. Of course, of course. Oh yeah, very nice, very nice. Now, my one recommendation here with how much you're playing up the pinks, if Aurora is free and you have that like deep pink Aurora style, I wish she was available when I made my snap, but she wasn't. This Aurora style right here. On the far left-hand side, that very hot pink outfit. Or I guess dark pink. Oh, this is a good one. Yeah, this one showcases it really well. But I think the coloration of this outfit is going to pair very nicely with the abundant pinks you have in this scene. Though, with you being in a bold pink, it might be worth putting Rapunzel where Cinderella is, and Aurora... Actually, the pink you're wearing and the pink the Aurora dress has would be great for the center. You could do your avatar with this dress, instead of Ariel here, Aurora, with the dark pink dress, and then Ariel in the purple on the side, and Rapunzel on the left side. Because Rapunzel's dress is kind of like a pink, but it's also got some purple hue to it. So then you would have purple on the outsides, pink on the inside. Could work really well here, if you want to experiment with it. The only headache is like all of them being available at the same time. I am just cautious about having Cinderella because her outfit, the color palette of her outfit, works best with her castle, her walls, and her decor, because there's a lot of very light blue and some dark blue and some pinks that pair very nicely with her build. And I think with the colors of this castle, with them being so vibrant, playing up vibrant villagers is a great way to make the most of this particular castle. That's what I really liked about Bob's. See, they're using Cinderella, but they intentionally have her a bit further back to minimize, you know, the fact that her color is not going to balance as well. Instead, we have the very vibrant gold from Belle, which pairs very nicely with all the vibrant gold of the build. You know, we have the deep pink and the deep purple here. And then the green and the pink of the avatar, which also ties into the build itself. So I think you're playing up the pinks very nicely. But I do think bringing in another villager with a nice vibrant pink and swapping Cinderella out for them could be worth considering here. I think it could be a really good play. Even if you don't do that, though, I think this is still very likely for 4K. Though I do think Aurora may end up making the snap even more competitive. And potentially, you know, you could also try, I know you'd have to remove some of the blossoms, but if you wanted to, you could try that new Star Path pathway leading up to the castle as well. But, you know, the blossoms are fine too. They break apart the white well. Overall, I do think the new variant is even stronger here because it just has an even better villager presence. But I think the deep pink of Aurora would play very nicely with the other two villagers you're using. Looking really good, Jedi. Looking really good. Chewie, this was your original submission. Your review said to fill out the background, so no see-through. Turn my avatar to see her face a bit better. Work on the balance. I also decided to add a small storytelling element by adding Ariel to make the weight more even. And switched out the fireflies for the Mushu fireworks after watching your videos. Okay. Yeah, main things we talked about was, you know, on this left-hand side, we can see right through the scene. We can see into the emptiness of the floating island behind. And then we talked about balance. So we have all this room in between the archway on the left and very little room on the right. And the middle of the castle is not in the middle of the scene here. So we talked about adjusting the balance, because balance is very important when it comes to 4K. Like if we look at the balance of Jedis here, the steeple of the castle is dead center. And you'll see that in a lot of high-end submissions. These, you know, like with Hopes, we have this steeple right in the middle of the scene. In this one, we see the same thing with the fountain in the back. Same with Scylla's here. Same with this scene. You know, rainbows right in the middle, steeple right in the middle. So balance is very important, and also something you're going to see a lot in the 4K range. So when you build a balanced scene like this, because we have the same topiaries on both sides, we have the castle in the middle, we have blossom trees on both sides, but if we do not angle the camera properly, that balance is destroyed. So let's see how you were able to balance the new one. Very nice, very good job here. Look at the change, you know, just getting that angle dialed in. I'm also glad you've given yourself more room with these topiaries so you can include some fun things in the back. Beautiful green trees here on the side, beautiful blossom trees. And yeah, look at the difference that balance makes. You've also gone out of your way to, you know, we talked about angling the avatar a little bit differently. You can still do this fun concept with the dance where, you know, we're able to see your expression. We're able to see your eye color. These side profiles can be good in certain scenarios, but they do rob you of the opportunity to show your expression, the color of your eyes, the color of your eyeshadow, the styling of the front of the avatar. So, you know, you can still do this type of scene, but position it in a way to where we can see the joy on your face. I love that you have Ariel over here, grumpy as heck. That is a really fun addition to the scene. And again, really great job filling out the back. The Mushu fireworks, again, pair very nicely with the scene, so great call to bring those in. Same recommendation I've made for many others. I would also consider that round mosaic here. It could serve as a little dance platform or just a little spot under the gazebo. Of course, the platform I'm referring to is the same one we've talked about quite a bit today. It's going to be this mosaic right here, if you have it. I think this was from Storybook Veil, maybe? But it's called the Mosaic of Friendship. It might not be Storybook Veil. I can't remember. But this could be very good at the base of your photo here. The last thing I'll say is you might not be aware of my eye trick. So your eyes almost look gray, like there's not much color in them. Now, people that are aware of my eye trick, you'll usually be able to tell right away. And I call it my eye trick, but other people know it as well. But have you ever wondered how to get your eyes this pink? Like, here's yesterday's, here's today's. Look at the eyes. You know, very big difference there. The reason I like using this eye trick is because it's a really, really good way to make the color in your eyes super impactful and super noticeable. Now, if you look at my avatar here, you'll notice she has extremely vibrant green eyes. And this is one of my favorite things to play up with a lot of my Dreamsnap submissions. I especially love the green. But if you try to do this normally, it doesn't really work. Let me show you what I mean. So if we go down here to eyes, and, you know, this is going to help everybody watching if you don't know about this, because this applies to not just this week's challenge, but every challenge. Every challenge where you're going to use your avatar. So let's go with these eyes here, and we're going to do the same exact green I was using previously. It's not the same, right? Look at that. It's way darker. What I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a photo of the eyes here. We're going to screen grab that. And now we're going to work some magic. We're going to make the green really pop. We're going to select this eye, the one with the pink pupil and the yellow around it. So now I have these like reddish pupils and this yellow eye. Yo, thank you, my friend. Thank you. Oh my god, dude. Another tip coming in, Guru. Let's go, let's go.
When I'm not playing DDV.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you. You haven't been playing? Just checking in to support my boy. I appreciate that, my friend. There's a big showcase tomorrow. If you didn't know. By the way, Guru, I got Twitch drops this time around for Dreamlight Valley. So I'm gonna be part of the Twitch drop campaign. It'll be in the showcase tomorrow. Very excited, very exciting. But thank you for the dono, my friend. It's great to see you. I hope you're doing well. So what you're going to do once you select this particular eyeball, you're going to get rid of the red pupils by going black pupils. And now we select that same green and look at the difference. Look at how bold the eyes are now compared to how they just were. I'm going to put them side by side so you guys can really see the difference here. Look at how much darker this one is compared to this one. Very vibrant. It really pops in Dreamsnaps. So if you want to make the most of your eyes within Dreamsnaps, and especially if you're getting close to the avatar, which is very much the meta within Dreamsnaps, you can make the most of your eyes by using that particular eye setting. And there's other good eye settings too. But I do love this setting in particular. This one's fun too. There's another eye setting that doesn't have a pupil, and you can do some pretty fun color blending. But just like your eye shadow, your lip color, your accessories, and the reason I wanted to talk about it here is because if you do make any additional changes to this snap, like if you do add the mosaic under you guys, and you keep the rest of this the way it is, just make sure you keep the balance as is. But the eyes here are really dark. You could go with a vibrant green to play up the dress. Or you could go with like a deep hazel or something that ties into the environment. You can even go with a light blue for the sky. But there's some fun things you can do here to bring some color into the eyes as well. Solid work, solid work. Guys, do you know any items to push the camera in the base game except rocks and trees? I didn't unlock the DLCs yet on purpose. Another Aladdin that I know unlocks one of them. So, base game, you did keep your premium shop stuff, right? I know you restarted, but yeah, the only base game stuff is in your landscaping. But if you kept some of your Moonstone stuff, the castle wall set, this broken castle wall set will also push your camera up. It's a little bit taller and bigger than the, than the alchemy table. But, there's some smaller pieces you can use. So, yeah, if you have this castle wall set, Johnny, you can use this. It's not perfect. I feel like nothing is quite as good. Oh, you don't have that one? Dang. Yeah, this is the only wall that really works well for it because it's a bit shorter than the others. There's always the rocks, though. I still think you're crazy for restarting. I could never. I could never go back and get all the stuff again. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Glitter Elk, the reason we're not talking about the Inside Out headquarters is because they're looking for something smaller than the rocks. That was their question. So they want to avoid the shadow. So, Wally's shelf works, some of the houses work, but the reason they're asking for something other than the rocks and the trees is because they don't want a big shadow. So using like a big building, might not be the best option in that case. But yeah, there are some other options. It's just, for what they're asking for, unfortunately, there's not much that's small. That's why in the patch notes, when they said they were changing the free mode to give you the option to get the perfect photo, I thought the new free mode was going to let us, tilt the camera angle so it doesn't always have to look down like this. Because it's always looking down. So we can't see the horizon. And the patch notes said, with the new free movement mode being improved, we would be able to get the perfect shot. But the only thing the new free mode does is zoom out way further than it did before, which doesn't, it does help you get good shots for Instagram and good shots of a floating island if you want to show off an entire build. That's cool, but it's not very practical for Dream Snaps because voters tend to dislike highly zoomed out photos. Skylar is next. You recommended filling some of the pathing with petals, adding some more princesses, and doing more fireflies close to fill out the sky, or using fireworks. I unfortunately don't have any dream styles for any of the princesses. First is old, second is new. Okay, so this was the original. Yeah, definitely brought in more royalty here, which is good. And you got some... Yeah, I like that you brought the fireflies up, really filling out the skyline a lot better here. I really like Maximus's face here. Yeah, I'd say the new one is definitely stronger. You've got some good additional detail added into your pathway here. Again, you know, a rug or a mosaic here at the base of your shot could be very nice to break up some of this white and get even more color in the base of the scene. I would look through your rug options and see what you have available for this bottom section here. That round mosaic would be awesome. Or you can even use the round section of that new Star path. So there's that, you know, rounded gold section. You can have it rounded down here at the base if you wanted. But yeah, bringing in even more royalty, I think, is going to be helpful here. And the additional fireflies do look good. Definitely an improvement from the original Snap. More detail, more beauty elements, more villagers. Of course, how it performs will come down to what your competition looks like, what you pop up against. There's some really good snaps out there. If you don't have some of the other dream styles, you know, there's definitely some dream styles that really shine in a challenge like this, since it is the Kingdom of Beauty. Some of these dream styles are exceptionally beautiful. So if you get matched up against some of these snaps that are using an abundance of villagers and they have them, you know, in some beautiful styles, it could be tougher. But if you don't match up against those, I think you'll win a lot of your 1v1s. Looks good, though. Looks good. Hopefully gets 4K. Poppy is next. I was trying to get a shot with the Mushu fireworks, but kept failing. I scrapped the ball gown look with the princess and added the others. Also added a few candles, seats, and the Greek rugs to the walkway versus the original. Forgot about my Aurora, so added it. Not sure it makes a difference, but submitted this one. Okay. So we have, I believe, the original here. And yeah, we talked about getting some additional detail into the path. And making use of more colorful villagers. Okay, very nice. Good direction here. Good direction. And then this one. Okay. Now, I don't really see the Aurora. I know you mentioned it, but... Oh, I think it's in your... You have a final one here. Okay, here it is. Here it is. Yeah, all of these are definitely some great improvements from the original. You've added to the beauty of the scene. I would say the option with the Aurora is likely one of the best. But with the heaviness of the fireworks, yeah, we don't get to see too much of it, so the Aurora doesn't make a huge difference. But really, it's between this one and this one. Now, with the pose you're doing here, the goose pose, I want to give you a little tip on this one. When you do the goose pose dead on, like facing the camera as you are, it can be, you know, really cute, pretty. I think you're slightly turned. It looks like you're maybe turned at an angle like this. Yeah, that looks about right. Now, if you are just far away enough and you turn a bit further, you can get a really elegant, you know, beautiful shot of the avatar. She'll still face towards the camera, but you'll have this side view, kind of the arm going out, the dress here. You see the neckline really well, the slightly tilted head, and the hand facing towards the avatar's face here. I think angling this pose a little more left, you can get a better beauty factor out of it. You don't absolutely have to do this, but in a lot of the 4K snaps that are using the goose pose competitively, a lot of the higher ranking ones are using this angle. And again, the angle for that, in yours, your angle is kind of like this, where you're slightly tilted left. And the angle we're going with is almost all the way left, but not quite. So from facing front here, we're going to turn left to right about here. And her head should still face towards the camera when you're in portrait mode. That's how you know she's still going to face towards the camera when you hit the pose. So now we initiate the goose pose here. And you get this really beautiful, elegant shot. And the way the arm bends, and you can kind of see, you know, you can like follow the arm along the avatar. It's a really good side profile. It shows the front of the fit. It shows the face really well. Shows the neckline really well. So I would encourage trying this pose at a slightly different angle, turning a bit more left with the pose. The other thing would be saturation and time of day. I think you're using sunset, but the colors look a little pale for some reason. Maybe it's the white we have in play. The sky looks like sunset sky. It looks like a deep blue. It might just be because we have a lot of magnolias, which are naturally a bit lighter. Yeah, I actually think you might be on the hour right before sunset. So with these magnolia trees you're using, so daytime lighting, regular daytime lighting, it whitewashes a lot of the base game colors. And you'll still get some nice reflection on your castle in the last hour of daytime, like we are right here, before sunset. The sunset lighting is going to make these pinks darker and more prominent. And if you are on the sunset time of day, just be sure to also adjust your saturation a bit. You know, as we have seen through countless challenges when the results come in, a lot of what we see in the 4K range are well-lit, vibrant snaps. So vibrancy plays very well within the voting portion of the challenge. So if we had a bit more vibrancy and saturation here, we can get these pinks to feel a little less pale. We can get bolder colors on Ariel's outfit, on Jasmine's outfit. And let me bring in Ariel here, because I want to compare Ariel with the enhanced saturation versus with what you have in yours here. I'm just going to put her right next to me so we can see really well. Yeah, these definitely feel like very different color palettes. You see what I mean? You see how pale the dress is here versus how deep the color is here? I would recommend try to get your color to be a bit more prominent in the shot. If you're not using the sunset time of day, your colors will be more whitewashed. If you can't use the sunset time of day for whatever reason, that's fine, but I would recommend up to a 0.6 saturation. If you are using sunset time of day, I would recommend a 0.2 to 0.3 saturation. But yeah, my biggest recommendation would be to try to get the colors to be a bit more prominent within your scene. Because if we look at a lot of the competition here, most of what we're seeing within these ranges are, most of these snaps are very vibrant, and the colors are very strong within a lot of these options. And during the voting phase, when people are choosing quickly and they're on a small screen and 2 photos pop up, the one that has really good lighting and really good color is typically going to draw attention really well. And that's why we see so many snaps like this in the 4K range. Now, if you don't pop up against snaps like that consistently, it won't matter. But I recommend always planning for that. But yeah, everything else is looking really good here. The villager selection is good. The changes to the makeup is good. If you want to try for the Mushu fireworks, I do think those are better options because, again, the color palette of the Mushu fireworks does work much better with this particular castle set, considering the Mushu fireworks actually have a gold, like an orangish gold hue, and a pink hue, which both perfectly match this castle. So these fireworks, I think, are going to be a bit stronger than the standard fireworks. Now, they do take a bit of extra time and attention to set up properly. They're not going to activate unless they're within range of the camera. So if you're using an item to push your camera forward, you cannot put the fireworks past that item. If I put fireworks beside this alchemy table, they will not trigger with the visual effects. They have to be in front of the item pushing the camera. So that's why we have one here and here. The other ones are baked into our scene. We have one here on the left and one here on the right. And then we have 2 in the background that are angled towards the sides. They're going to land over here and over here. So the Mushu fireworks are superior in a lot of ways, but they are way more technical to use. But I would highly recommend learning how to use these fireworks because there's none other like this. And this won't be the only challenge in which these fireworks are very useful. No other firework has this color palette. So figuring out how to properly use these fireworks is going to give you a leg up, not just on this challenge, but on others. Marie. So this was yesterday's submission. And let's see, you said no more thriller pose for the horses. Okay, good, good. Added petals to the pathing. Added pixie dust, but it's subtle. I haven't used the trick before. I'm not sure if I did it right. Thanks again for the reviews. Of course, of course. Yeah, really nice job changing the horses up. As we mentioned in the initial review, since you're going for balance here, already a very strong snap, but having both horses face the same way hurts the balance a little bit. Having them both face inward really adds to that balance. The additional details of the base are good, and you do have some nice pixie dust here. You could also add that round mosaic rug we've been talking about at the base of this shot if you're not getting enough value out of the pixie dust. But yeah, these little gold orbs are kind of what we were talking about here. If you wanted them to be more prominent, you could add more of them or push them further into the scene just to get the little orbs. But yeah, overall, very strong. Great angle on the avatar for this pose. This is the exact angle I was referring to earlier. Villagers look really nice. The additional pink here. The outfit looks great. Yeah, very strong snap here. And even better saturation on the new one. Looks like your saturation is maybe 1 point higher here. But yeah, it's still good. Very nice, very nice. Meredith. I made the changes you recommended. If I move away from my camera, I feel like I'm too far away, and I don't really understand the free camera. Here's my original snap and 2 options for the new ones. I'm looking forward to hearing your thoughts. Thank you again. I'm not sure what you mean. You said, if I move away from the camera, I feel like I'm too far away. I never recommended you move away from the camera. I was recommending you give yourself more space. So, like, whatever's pushing your camera, you could pull it you pull the item that's pushing your camera away from the castle, if that makes sense. I never recommended that you use free mode. I will not recommend free mode unless, you know, you're somebody that is very consistent with 4K, because it's far easier to secure 4K with portrait mode, the standard Dreamsnap submission. So yeah, I'm not, maybe you might have misunderstood something I said during your review, possibly. If I move away from the camera, I feel like I'm too far away and I don't understand the free camera. Yeah, I'm not sure why that sentence is there, because I never brought up you needing to move away from the camera, and I never brought up recommending free mode. So let's stick with portrait mode, because it's it's a bit safer as you get your bearings with Dreamsnaps. So yeah, you're really far away in this one. And also, the Forest of Valor, I've talked about this quite a lot, Meredith, quite a lot here on the review streams. I want you to notice something here. I want to highlight a couple things. Look at this beautiful vibrant green in your foreground, and then look at your grass, right? The Forest of Valor grass and the Sunlit Plateau grass and the Glade grass, all of those are not very ideal for vibrant green builds. The Meadow Island and the Plaza Island are your best friend. That's why so many of the people here that consistently get 4K, when they want green grass, they're going to use the Meadow Island or the Plaza Island. There's a few reasons why. Number one, color. This is a very dark green. It's not a vivid green. It's not colorful. It's not bright. Number two, the grass is unruly. It's chaotic. It's much taller in this biome. Like, you see how the grass is just shooting up all over the base of this plant here? It doesn't really look like a regal courtyard, right? The plaza or meadow, on the other hand, would look a lot more like a regal garden. Now, luckily for you, it's now easier than ever before to move your entire build, because you can go to furniture mode and you can select a bunch of stuff at once, and you can save a preset. We'll save that as Dreamsnap 1. Now we can take Dreamsnap 1, and since we have it saved, we can go to a different floating island, and we can just place Dreamsnap 1 on that other floating island. But this is why you don't see a lot of snaps this week using this floating island. You know, you really got to ask yourself, does this grass look natural here? Does it look good here? It doesn't balance with the green of the castle roof. It doesn't balance with the green of the trees, and it doesn't balance with the green of your wheelbarrows. It's also very tall and obstructive of the decor you're placing. And sadly, it doesn't respond very well to sunlight. You see how even at the sunset time of day, the grass is just turned even darker? So if you had built this on the meadow or plaza floating island, you would get a very nice lush shade of green that's going to match the ceiling and the roof pieces of this castle. And again, you know, if we look through other high-end snaps, you're going to see that they're exactly where I'm talking about. Right here, we see meadow and plaza grass. We see it right here. We see it right here. This is no coincidence. It's no coincidence that, you know, all of these players are using this particular floating island, or these two particular floating islands. They're very aware. Now, I know you're newer to Dreamsnaps, you know, because we've talked about that. You're still getting your bearings. So, you know, this is a valuable lesson for you. We see it here, right? So all of these Dreamsnaps, it's not a coincidence that they're foregoing the Sunlit Plateau Island or the Forest of Valor Island or the Forgotten Island. They're choosing the Meadow and the Plaza Islands because, number one, the grass is far more tame. It's not... the grass is like 10 times taller in the forest and in the Summit Plateau. And also, the grass in the forest is very dark. It does not pair well with these colors. Even if I'm making a forest dream snap, I usually will not use the forest floating island. It's one of my least favorite floating islands to use just because of how bad the grass here is. So my first and biggest recommendation for you here would be to relocate your build. Group select everything, save it as a preset, and once it's saved, clear it, go to the Meadow or the Plaza Island and drop it there, and you're going to have much better grass, a much more vibrant green. Now, with your original snap, what we were trying to encourage you to do was to give yourself more space in the build. That doesn't mean space from the camera. Your avatar can be this close. If the avatar being close was an issue, this is why I also encourage you guys not just to, don't just worry about what I say on your review. Consider what I'm telling others as well. Because if there was an issue with you being close to the camera, wouldn't that issue be here with these as well? But I haven't been telling anybody they're too close to the camera, unless they're like right up on it to where we can't see them at all. So, you're welcome to be this close. What we want is a little bit more depth of field. Your character wasn't the issue here. It was your distance from the castle. You got the castle pushed right up on you. We are being tasked with creating a Kingdom of Beauty. If you want to do well in the Kingdom of Beauty challenge, you want to show the Kingdom of Beauty. So, your competition, notice how the castle is placed further back, and we have room for fountains, we have room for topiaries, we have room for bushes, beautiful pathways, bushes over here on the left, magnolia trees. We have all these fun details because we have the space for them. Now, I'm not saying you need to use the entire floating island. I have a pretty limited space here with mine. In this build, I'm not, too far away from the castle, but I'm also not, right up on it. The castle comes up into the background. The steeple goes out of the frame here. But it allows us to see into this scene. We can see the fountains. We have two different fountains here. We have these rose vases. We have the knights in armor. We have different flowers strewn about the environment. We have the horse topiaries. We have rainbows. It's going to be very difficult to create a Kingdom of Beauty if you're right up against a building. And that's what I was trying to explain during your review, is that you don't want to be right up against the building. Now, you did fix that in the other ones, but I think you might have misunderstood that your avatar also had to be further away, and that's not necessarily the case here. Now, the other thing is, I do want to touch on your outfit. Since you're showing the avatar, I do find it important to revisit what the challenge said. Because again, one of the best ways to get 4K consistently is always try to be as literal with the challenge as you can be with what it states and what it says. The challenge says dress for a regal moment. So you want to dress like royalty, right? Like that's kind of the idea here. These flower dresses are really fun, but they're more of like a whimsical nature-inspired outfit. If we look at other outfits, they're embroidered with gold. There's several different ball gowns in play. Everybody is dressing like royalty. Now, this could work, but I do think there's safer options for your outfit. And again, if you watch my Dreamsnap guide videos each week about the challenge, I always give some really good examples of different outfits you can wear. But I would encourage you to really try to make sure your avatar feels like royalty. Not whimsical fairy royalty, but like, authentic, regal royalty. Sure, people can interpret that differently, and you could always, put a twist on it and go with a nature royalty kind of vibe. That's the freedom of Dreamsnaps. But as I always state, you know, when it comes to keeping my results consistent, I try to make sure every decision ties directly to the keywords and the definitions found within the theme without, you know, putting much of a twist on it. For me, that's part of a Dreamsnap challenge. It's the challenging part, is finding a way to communicate the theme as strongly as possible. But again, it's your snap, so it's your call. If you want to do something more whimsical, go for it. I just think there might be more safety going with outfits that feel like authentic royalty. So, biggest advice here for you, these are much better than this was. You know, this one feels like nighttime. It's very dark. We don't get a lot of beauty. We have fun beauty elements like the rainbows, but we're right up on top of the castle. These are much better, especially the sunset one. You know, you have Belle, you have Aurora, you have Elsa, you have Anna, and you have some good beauty elements like the big rainbows, the fireworks, the Aurora. So you're doing a lot of things really well here. But you could have an outfit that feels more like traditional royalty. You could be just as close to the camera as you were. You didn't have to get further away. You did very well putting more space between you and the castle. That's what we wanted. But I would definitely avoid the Forest of Valor, the Sunlit Plateau, unless you have a really good reason to be there. Again, look at how well the meadow and plaza environments pair with this castle. The meadow and plaza are also, you know, objectively a lot more beautiful than, you know, the grass is just more beautiful. And since it's the Kingdom of Beauty, you want to go with the elements that are going to give more beauty to the scene. But yeah, I would recommend not just for this challenge, but for most challenges, I would avoid the Forest of Valor. It's not your fault, but with the way the devs coded the grass here, it's never looked good. Every blade of grass is essentially a two-dimensional motif, just like a jagged line. And there's like a grand total of like 2 to 3 different colors in the grass, which makes it very bland. And with how tall it is, it just gets very obstructive. It's never really been great unless you're trying to make a really unruly kind of environment. But for a Kingdom of Beauty in particular, I think it's going to be tough to make this type of grass work. But again, thankfully, the game has been improving, and now we have presets. So if you switch to group select, you can select everything, you can save it as a preset, and you can move the entire build to the meadow or plaza and make the best of that. Autumn Sweater, hi Sabai, first is the original. You suggested I show my character from the front because of how I designed my avatar. I did include a traditional B pose with Cinderella and Ariel. Second is the spicier option because I was having too much fun with character poses. Way too much fun. Anyway, do you prefer the front facing with the princess or the suave Eric option? Ooh, okay, let's see. So yeah, we had this original here. I love the angle on this one, but in your other original, you know, we saw the front of the avatar, which was really well made. So now we have this variant with Cinderella and Ariel. Love the poses on them. Looks really good. Slight tilt on the image here. And then we have the Eric and Ariel. Yeah, this one's really fun. I do like this one. But I would still try to position myself in a way to where... Because you can do a similar interaction with Eric while still showcasing the front of your avatar. It was kind of like what we discussed with this snap, because they were doing a romance moment with Eric, but we couldn't see their expressive nature or their eye color or their makeup. And then in this new one, we get the same, you know, the same storytelling, but now we get to see the joy on the avatar's face, and we have this tender moment. And then, you know, angry Ariel. I think you could do something similar here, where we still get to see Prince Charming over here. We still get to see you, you know, kind of enamored with Eric, and we still get to have Ariel kind of pissy in the corner. Also, I think the round mosaic could be really good underneath you and Eric as like a little platform for you guys. Could be very nice. But yeah, I love this one. I think this would probably be the better option to go with at the end of the day, because I think voters well, we know voters love Dreamsnaps that tell a story or communicate something. This one has a very good beauty factor. I think it's very strong, really good look on the avatar. Beautiful, display of the avatar here. Good beauty elements in the back. This one has a very fun storytelling layer to it. But I would try to design it in a way to where we can still see the expressive nature of the avatar and the beautiful design you have on the avatar, because you did the eyes and makeup so well. It's kind of a shame not to highlight that as well. Alex is next. Thank you for the review. Your only suggestion was to add the new Hercules pathing to break up some of the white marble walkway. I did take some extra inspiration from other community member submissions along with your suggestions for them and found a couple of additional elements I can add. I think it all came together nicely. All right, let's see. So this is the original. And this is the new. Okay, very nice. Great silhouette on the avatar. Very soft. It doesn't really obstruct the beauty of the castle in the back, which is perfect. I love the fact that you broke apart the path here, really limiting how much of that white we see, adding a lot of extra detail right in the middle of the scene. Very nice. The reposition of Beast and Belle is strong. Yeah, and a really good interaction with these two as well. It's like you're welcoming them into the kingdom. Yeah, very good, Alex. Very good. I feel very confident that this has a extremely high shot at 4K, so most likely going to receive 4K on this. Wonderfully done. No further recommendations here. I think you incorporated the one change we discussed perfectly. Delionica says hi there, sending this for secondary review. The original one is the one with more princesses. Changes suggested were change cypress trees in front to something shorter to show off the beauty of the castle. Add eyeshadow and a more red lip color for the character. Additional changes, remove the other princesses and brought Tiana and Rapunzel because they match the colors of the castle better. I don't have the Aurora yet or the pink dress dream style for Ariel. Let me know if I should revise more. Just a note, there are 2 updated ones. I currently have the first one submitted. The other just has a shadow on Rapunzel I dislike, but the characters are closer. Open to anything, really. I can even bring back the original lineup of princesses if you think it'll make it stronger. All right, well, let's see. So we have this one here. And then this one here. And this one here. I take it you may be base game? Do you have the B pose? The Sunbird pose, I think, is very good. If you're base game, it's one of the best poses. But I think the B pose has made it slightly obsolete if you do have the B pose. The B pose just has a little bit more beauty to it. And is a little bit more popular. But again, the Sunbird pose you're using is very strong as well. If you don't have the B's, then go Sunbird for sure, because it's a great pose. Classic pose. Now with the B pose, what I really like about it is if you time it, right after she pushes the bee away, she'll give him a hug, and then as he flies away, she'll do this hand on her heart kind of pose where she puts off this gorgeous smile. And that's what makes this pose so strong and competitive, is that it adds so much beauty to the expression of the avatar. It's a very expressive pose. And with the hand over the heart and one hand extended, it's just, it's got a great animated quality to it. Again, Sunbird pose, I think, is a close second to it. But I do think the B pose is slightly more competitive. Now, as far as the additional villagers, I think these are great. I think having the additional villagers here is a good call. The only downside is, Cinderella's color palette is very pale. Like, you have this vibrant gold. We have this nice kind of pink or purple here on Rapunzel. We have this deep green on Belle. And then, Cinderella here is just, very silver. You know, it pairs very nicely with her castle set, but not as good with these, which is why a lot of players are featuring her more towards the back. She's not as popular near the front because this new castle set works very well to play up vibrant colors. So we do see Cinderella making some appearances, like in this one, you know, we had Cinderella here, but in their renovations, you know, they've opted out of having Cinderella and instead have more vibrant and colorful villagers. And then, you know, here we have 2 vibrant pink styles. I know you say you didn't have the Ariel pink style. That's totally fine. Dang, bro, we got a big old raid coming in. What is up? Hello, hello! Thank you, my friend. Stage coming in with a party of 90. Hello, everybody. Welcome in, welcome in. A swarm of fireflies from Station Cozy Haven is lighting your chat. We're here to keep the good vibes glowing. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. That scared me. Yeah, I don't know why the raid alert was that loud. I think it might be because of how big the raid was. I think it progressively gets louder depending on the size of the raid. Yeah, it would have scared me too. I'm just a little locked in on these snap reviews. I'm a little locked in. Stage says, hi, I'm a fellow drop landing space for the upcoming drop, so wanted to come by and say hello. Oh, thank you, my friend. Much appreciated. Thank you for dropping in. Welcome, welcome. Right now, we're currently hosting our weekly Dreamsnap Reviews, something we've been doing for quite a while. It's pretty fun. Essentially, we take a look at Dream Snaps from within the community, provide thoughts and advice and feedback based on what does well within the 4K range. Dream Snaps are like my main focus as a creator. I do weekly guides and just cover them a lot. I'm kind of obsessed with Dream Snaps. It's kind of my favorite thing. So we're finishing up our reviews for the week. What we're doing right now is what we call secondary reviews. So I'll provide advice for a Dream Snap, and then they'll incorporate some of that advice if they want to, totally optional. And then we'll review the new Snap versus the old Snap and, you know, evaluate, and then they can choose which one they like more and move in that direction. Currently, we are visiting this Snap here. This is the one we're currently working on. But yeah, we're moving on through the queue right now. Moving on through the queue. But yeah, welcome, my friend. Welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Also, thank you for the follow, my friend. Very kind of you. Very kind. I'm going to drop a follow back for you here as well. Great to have you. Great to have you. What an exciting raid. Beautiful, beautiful. And y'all drop a follow for Stage as well if you have not done so. All right, all right. So, yeah, as we were saying, with Cinderella, her color palette works really, really well for her castle, her walls, and more of those like dark blue trees, the light blue trees. Not as much for these style castles and these trees, which is why she's featured in the background more prominently than the foreground in a lot of the shots. And players are kind of going out of their way to highlight some of the more colorful options towards the forefront of their scenes in tandem with this particular castle. You know, with the color palette being green, gold, and pink, there are a lot of villagers that can work very, very well for that. I like your original villagers here, like Tiana and Rapunzel are very fun. It looks like you have a slight angle change, too, on this third version with the new villagers. Yeah, because we can see a bit higher onto the castle, but this also gives you more sky to cover. I think I like this angle a bit more. I know you said you don't have the Aurora, which is fine. You're making good use of the fireworks here. And I see you also have fireflies. So if you don't have the Aurora, one thing you can do for these open sky sections, like right here, if you take these fireflies and you bring them closer to the frame, a little closer than where they are now, because if we take a close look at where these are, they're over top the green section of the roofing here, and on top of a gold section, so you have gold on gold. But if we brought these fireflies closer to the frame, we can get them here, overlaid on the blue of the sky, and it's giving you some more detail in that skyline. You've already got good detail within the fireworks here and here, So we can fill out this corner with the fireflies. And if you wanted, you could still keep these fireflies here. You could just place another set of fireflies closer to the camera and fill in this zone here. I think currently I actually like your shot with less villagers, a bit more than this one, but I do think using more villagers would be the good option. I would recommend swapping Belle and Cinderella. And here's why. The color palette, again, of this castle, this new castle set, is gold, green, and pink. Rapunzel's dress, it's kind of a mix of purple and pink. Your dress is gold, and Belle's dress is green. If you had Belle, you, and Rapunzel all in these outfits at the front of your shot, the color palette of the 3 villagers at the front of your scene is going to perfectly match the color palette of the castle in the back of your scene. And you could still, of course, use both Cinderella and Ariel, in these 2 back spots. So my final recommendation would be to go with this angle, the angle you have here in this snap, where we get a little bit less skyline, but a better view into the courtyard. But go with these villagers, just layered a little bit differently. So overall, very good, very good. Thank you. I was loving the new castle house / skin wall set. Did you snag those up as well? Yes, absolutely. I've really enjoyed having them. They're probably one of the best looking castle sets, I would say, that we've received in the game so far. Absolutely beautiful. They work perfectly for this week's theme for sure. I mean, there's so many different ways you can approach this week's theme, but I think the let me get this bee butt out of my scene. I think the new castle is just going to work very well for a high number of snaps, and it works really well for this week's theme. But yeah, loving this new castle set. Absolutely beautiful. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous set. Been very fun. Been very fun. Yeah, I do get pretty hyper-focused when looking at the snaps for sure. But I also, unfortunately, when I'm doing the snap reviews, we get a lot of snaps sent our way. 3 of my streams each week are fully dedicated to these reviews. So Friday, Monday, and Tuesday, my entire broadcast is reviewing Dream Snaps. And since we get hundreds of snaps sent to us, throughout these streams, I sadly, won't always be able to read chat as much as I would like. So I do miss a lot of comments. Graceful says, thanks and bye. I'm Delionica. Oh, okay, that was you. Perfect. Very nice, very nice. All right, Dreamer is next. So this was your original snap. So my advice is, we're just coming off of the legendary moments where the Athens building kit was very highly utilized, as were, the Muse statues, these marble pillars. I think coming off of the challenge where those things are very prominent, it's a good idea to lean into some other items. So it looks like you got rid of the Athens kit. You used the pink castle instead. You added sun motif, added fountains, corner rainbow flowers for the foreground. Okay, let's see your new snap here. Yeah, I think that's a solid improvement. So from this to this. Now, there are a few things I would recommend here in addition, Dreamer. First off, the phrase that we always say, you want to build a movie scene, not a movie set. And what ties into that? Try not to allow us to see through your snap. An opening like this is an opportunity. It's an opportunity for street lights to create a beautiful silhouette behind your forest, or an opportunity to use more diverse trees within the background. But I would either put some street lights back here behind the build to seal off these openings. That way, the imagination of the viewer, the voter, they'll fill in what is behind this forest. It makes it feel more like a movie scene and less like a movie set, because we can't just see right through the build. And you'll see, for the most part, a lot of very strong dream snaps that you're going to observe. You're not going to be able to see through them. People tend to put a lot of time and effort into making sure their scenes are very full, very detailed. And we can't see through this castle wall. We can't see past these trees. So we have to imagine what's behind that. If we could see right through it and we see there's nothing back there, then it leaves no room for the imagination. So spending that little bit of extra time to create silhouettes behind your forest or add walls to seal off those sections is going to be a good play to make your snap more competitive. The other thing is you have these darker trees mixed in here. If the house you want to highlight for your Kingdom of Beauty is the pink castle, one thing we've talked about a lot this week are color palettes. So when it comes to this new kit, you know, pink, gold, and green are the colors you're really going to be able to play up well with this. So on this house, you know, you've got some great purples. There's a little bit of greens. There's some blues. There's some pinks. I would focus on building your forest with those elements. These dark trees here with the lanterns, they can be really pretty, but the dark colors here I think are actually hurting the snap a little bit. Based on what we see doing very well within Dreamsnaps. One of the most common things you're going to see in the 4K range in most of the challenges, unless it's a nighttime challenge or something relating to that, it's going to be well-lit, vibrant snaps. You know, those vibrant colors. So if you're using a lot of white or a lot of very dark blue or almost black like those trees, it can absorb some of the color out of your scene. And you know, based on a lot of what we're seeing out there, you know, there are tons of Kingdom of Beauty builds that are very vibrant, very well saturated, and are really playing up the natural color palette of the building kits they're using. So if you're going to go in the pink castle direction, which I think is a great direction, I would encourage you to play up that pink castle. So you see these purple flowers hanging off the edge? Something that would be wonderful for you to consider this week, if we go down to our trees here, would be the purple trees. So you could do purple and pink. Now, unfortunately, these trees have like the mushrooms attached, but you know, if they're in the background, we can hide those. There are others. So we have these purple trees, but these are very dark. I would stray away from these darker ones. Hopefully at some point they'll give us standalone purple trees. But for now, I would definitely consider some of these purple trees for your build, even if you have to use the mushrooms attached. And if you pair these with the blossom trees, this is going to pair very nicely with that pink castle you have. It's going to play up its natural colors. And again, you can also still play up... Let me put that pink tree back. You can still play up greens as well because they are part of that color palette. I would just recommend caution with some of these darker colors, like this very dark blue in the back, the very dark lantern trees. If you want these pretty lanterns in your scene, you could always take these lantern trees and put them very close to the front of your scene where the lanterns hang down in the foreground. Now you get the beauty of these lanterns without the darkness of the trees, you know, absorbing some of the color out of your scene. I would also try to limit how much white you have on the base of the ground, like paving everything. You'll notice in a lot of the snaps, they've kept their, you know, they didn't pave the entire courtyard. They paved a section leading to the entrance, and then they have these beautiful courtyard gardens on the side, making use of, you know, those beautiful green, like grassy environments or waterways. So, oh yeah, and don't forget, you know, you could always add different rugs, especially the one from the new Star Path, the new Greek pathway. You can have that lead right up to the castle. That could break up some of this white as well. Overall, it's definitely an improvement from where you were with your previous submission. With the Athens building kit, it's not going to feel as much like a kingdom. When you're playing up a kingdom, it's going to be a really good idea to utilize castles. So, you know, having the King Castle here, I think, is a much better play than the Athens kit, for sure. Now, Zombie is next. Okay. So I think this was the original. Hey, Zim, I asked for advice on my first snap. It was of me and Cinderella's original dress if her sister didn't tear them up. The suggestions you said was to turn my layout to the sun and add foliage in the bottom corners. This is what I came up with. The first snap is my original, and the following snaps are after taking the advice. What do you think? Thank you. All right, let's take a look. Very good. Okay, very good. Positive changes here. So we're going from this to this. Yeah, look at the sky. So, you know, first off, turning the build to get the sun behind the camera has allowed your sky to change from this very pale color to this nice deep blue backdrop. And having the sun at the front of your scene beaming light into your shot has allowed you to get very good lighting and color on your avatar, on your villagers, and within your scene itself. The foreground, also, you did a fantastic job filling out the corners here, as we discussed. Now we have these beautiful flowers down here in the bottom left and bottom right. You have these nice golden fruit trees here on the sides. Yeah, absolutely beautiful changes here. You did a great job with the advice. Fantastic job. Follow-up advice here. From here, what I would recommend would be a saturation boost. You have really good lighting now. My only concern is you might face some challenges in 1v1 scenarios against very vivid, well-lit snaps, because there will be a lot of snaps that are going to have very vibrant colors, rich lighting, and, you know, this makes up a majority of what we see within the 4K range. So in order to be more competitive against these kinds of snaps, the tricky thing with these Cinderella builds is it naturally follows colors that are a little bit more pale, like the light blues, the silver of her dress. But we can make the most of these colors with a slight saturation boost. So I would recommend from here taking your saturation up to maybe 0.3. You can give that a try. But overall, very solid improvements. So from here to here, I would say, you know, you did a really great job with the advice you were given. And ultimately, you know, it's your call what you end up choosing to submit. It's your snap. But I gotta say, I think these new snaps are much more competitive. They feel much more filled out. You did a great job sealing off the background. Great job with the foreground. Great job bringing the sun around. The sky looks incredible. We have great lighting here. My final, you know, word of advice on this snap would be to try to get a little bit more vibrancy out of it by adjusting the saturation. Just be careful, because you can definitely take it too far. Since you're using the sunset time of day and you have the sunset lighting, you probably won't need more than 0.3 or 0.4 at the most. And between the two different options, on your secondary option, your bubbles are, you know, because they kind of sheen. The sheen on them rotates, but I do like the sheen near the top. It adds some fun color to the top, so I would go with the sheen being closer to the top of the scene. But yeah, fantastic job, Zombie. Fantastic job. Well done. Fallen Angel. So we got the original snap here. Thank you for the initial review. I moved my character in closer, added the front or foreground flowers, and filled out my foreground a bit more. I also moved Anna's castle to be more seen and added some fireworks. Okay, let's take a look. Very good changes. Okay. Yeah, look at the big difference there when we bring items all the way down to the base of the frame here. Just look at the difference those flower bushes make at the base of the scene. And you were still able to keep these really fun pockets of detail you have while just making the base of the shot even more vibrant. I do like the fireworks. I do have one other recommendation I think that would be very nice for this. Totally your choice, of course, whether or not you incorporate this change, but I do see you're using the winter trees. These winter trees, when combined with the other winter trees, the dark blue ones, they pair so nicely together, and they look really good in winter builds when you're utilizing both of them blended together. Sorry, I went to the wrong thing here. Got to go to foliage. So you're using these, like, white winter trees here. What I would recommend trying is blending in just a few of these blue trees at the front of them, just to break apart a little bit of that white and a little bit of that gray, and just to get some of these fun winter blues. You know, just rotate, because you only have one tall version of this blue one. Just rotate a little bit so they don't look identical, and kind of blend them together along the backdrop. I think that's going to pair very nicely with, you know, the fact that we have the lighter blues here, but we have darker blues within Anna and Kristoff's castle. And we also have some darker blues down here from some of the Frozen decor options. So getting some of those darker blues in the skyline, I think is going to add more color diversity to the top of this build. And again, you know, those dark blue winter trees were designed to balance out these pale winter trees. So I think they could be very fun to add here. You can add some to the front of these trees, and you can even have some popping up behind them as well, however you wanted to layer it. I do think they would be fantastic to add, and I think it was a great option to bring Anna and Kristoff's house a bit closer. Wonderful job on the foreground elements here. Great job getting the villagers even closer. If you happen to have Elsa's purple dream style, with the level of character lighting you have here and the level of light, the white dress gets a little bright to where we don't get to see the details. So if you do happen to have her purple dream style, I do think it's going to work even better here. But if you don't have it, don't worry about it. She still looks good. Yeah, great job with the fireworks. Great job with the castle. Great job with the foreground. I think you got a good shot at 4K here, Fallen Angel. Well done. The tough thing is, you know, well, pros and cons. So pros here is that you're doing something very different. There's not a lot of Arendelle or Wintry Kingdoms we're seeing, so I think you're going to have a very unique submission. So if you come across voters who are kind of tired of seeing the same building kit, they may be inclined to vote for something, as long as it's beautiful like this, over some of those scenes. Whereas the con, or the potential downside, is that this new building kit has an extremely high ceiling when it comes to beauty factor, because it has these reflective qualities. It has all these pieces that click together that work really well for the kingdom dynamic. And with the reflective properties of the house, it works very well with the sunset time of day. So it has a lot of strengths going for it. Ultimately, how this performs is really going to come down to what kind of voters you get, what your 1v1s look like. But with the changes you've made, you already had a good-looking snap, but now it looks even better. I think it's very strong, and hopefully it gets what it deserves. Ultimately, it'll come down to what your competition's shaping up to be and what kind of voters you receive. But good luck to you. Takai is next. So we have option number 1. I moved back some of the girls. You mentioned the group photos. I like the changes. What do you think? Well, let's see. Okay, now we have this one. I do like this one highlights the avatar so well, and it highlights Ariel so well. But I do think the group photo was very strong as well. You have some really good color balance here with the way the villagers are kind of displayed. And everybody's giggling and laughing. It looks like a great time. And it looks like they're all kind of engaged in conversation together, which I think is great for storytelling. Again, you know, as we discussed, the new villager toggle is new. So group photos are something we've seen in the past, but not this many like we're seeing in this challenge. They're more common than ever because of the villager toggle, seeing these changes. Once we have some data on this, once we start getting results and we see how these group photos perform, I'll have a better idea of their, you know, capabilities when it comes to consistently getting 4K. But I do think you did the group shot very well. I have seen some group shots where everybody was so close that you couldn't really appreciate the scene. But the fact that we can easily see over Ariel, we have you slid to the left, we can see the castle really well, we can see into the courtyard here on the side very well. So I think as far as group shots go, this is tastefully done. And even though we don't have a lot of data to go on as far as, you know, a clustered group shot performance as far as being submitted in mass, it's hard to say, you know, but I think it definitely could get 4K just as is. The new one's fun. I do like the way you surrounded the pawns with the new pathway here. I would probably swap Cinderella. I'd have her a little bit further back. Since you have this white path here, Cinderella being in the silver dress, it brings a lot of white to the center of your photo. And I think bringing in more color here would be good. You can also put the new pathway. I know you wouldn't be able to have the petals here if you did, but if you want to keep the petals, that's fine, because it does match the dress as well. But I think having Aurora talking with Tiana here and maybe Snow White and then Cinderella being pushed a little further back could be a good play. But I don't want you to really give up on this one. I would say between the two, this one doesn't feel as vibrant or colorful, but it does feature Ariel and the Avatar a bit better. But this one, I think the colors of the characters here are very strong, and we still get to see a lot of beauty from the kingdom in the background. So I still think your original may be the better of the two, to be honest. I think this one can be very strong as well. I think it does a good job playing up the pinks. But we do get a bit more color out of this one. You know, bringing in that blue from Jasmine's dress is very nice. These glowing purples from the lily pads. It would be nice to have a fence behind this section here. But when I look at these two snaps independently, I would say this one has a higher likelihood of getting the higher rank between the two. But they're likely both good candidates, or great candidates for 4K, to be honest. But I do think this one might have more potential. The colors are more vibrant. I think we get a great view into the courtyard scene. And this one reduces the amount of white we have kind of absolving some of the colors of the snap. Like when we go to this one, we have a lot of the white path in the center since we don't have the villagers there anymore. Ariel being at the front, she has a very pale pink dress. I think if you were to have Aurora at the front with you instead, the dark pink of Aurora's dress would match very nicely with yours. So if you do decide to go with this one, I would swap Aurora to the front. I would have Cinderella the furthest one back since she has the palest dress, especially if you're using white path with light pink flowers. So this one, you know, we don't see as much of the white, right? We see very vibrant green, lush greens in the base of the shot. We see vibrant colors among the Avatar and the villagers. We get lush greens, lush pinks in the backdrop, the reflective golds, the aurora across the sky, the fireflies. The color vibrancy is really strong here. With how pale Ariel's dress is, and with the golden opal, or with the gold road here, or the white road, I think it may be difficult for this photo to perform as well against some of the more vibrant shots out there for the Kingdom of Beauty. Now, if you don't pop up against those, I don't think it's going to be as big of a deal, but there are a lot of them out there that are really making the most of this color palette and really limiting the amount of pale colors or whites we see within the scene. And of course, when it comes to beauty, it is a very subjective thing, but the advice I give, again, it's not tied in what I like, it's not tied in what I find beautiful, it's tied into what we see performing well on average, week after week after week within the 4K range. And it seems that, on average, voters find vibrant, colorful, well-lit snaps to be extremely beautiful because they are consistently heavily found within the 4K range. So that's why I think this one might be the safer bet, because it is more vibrant, it is more colorful. But with a couple of minor changes, I think this one can be just as good. I would just highlight a more colorful dress here. Again, I think Aurora would be absolutely perfect. Horty, why are you biting my computer? Hey. Hey. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Let's be good, okay? My cat is chewing on my monitor. Now he's just nuzzling it. Okay, yeah, you can just love on it if you want. But yeah, if you did want to break up some of the, you know, if you wanted to bring more color in here, Aurora is going to match your dress very nicely, and your hair, you know? Like, you have a very similar hair color to Aurora. You guys would balance each other so well here at the front. And then with Ariel being in the pale pink and Cinderella being in the, like, pale silver, I would have them at the backmost part of the scene, and I would play up, like, Tiana and Snow White closer towards the mid-ground here. And my cat's going to walk by. Give him a minute. Yeah, go ahead, buddy. Get your... You can't have my water. He will stick his whole head into this cup. Butternut Swag on YouTube said, I want to see more creativity every week. It's the same photos. What? I mean, I don't know. So this is Forested Book Nook. And this is Beachy Bliss. These don't really look like the same photo to me. This is City by Moonlight. This doesn't really look like the same photo to me. Like, these all have very different angles. If you look at the Forested Book Nook challenge, Butternut Swag, it was a very different type of challenge, you know? I'm not sure what you mean. I'm not sure what you mean. Maybe you want to see, like, more... I don't know. But I feel like every week the challenge is so different that the photos are always so different. You have things like split scenes that can be popular concepts. You know, there's desert scenes. This one has a tilt. The Pluto pose. But I mean, you know, if we look through some of these photos, they're all very different from one another. I mean, heck, even if we look at what we're reviewing today, we have photos like this. And photos like this. Like, very, very different concepts. Maybe what you mean is that there are certain metas that you see every week. Maybe that's what you mean. Maybe you mean people usually feature the avatar up close, right? Maybe that's what you mean. Because that happens in a lot of snaps. High contrast. Oh, I actually don't recommend using contrast at all. Contrast actually hurts snaps. There aren't a lot of high contrast in the 4K range. It's boosted saturation that you want. High contrast actually removes detail and hurts the snap. It's one of the biggest traps. So, you know, there's no contrast on this snap. So this is sunset lighting and boosted saturation. High contrast, overly decorated, lots of color. They all are similar to me. Sounds like a you problem, I guess. You know, sounds like a you issue. But that's fine. You know, everybody has their positions. But yeah, I mean, you know, people are going to make what they like. You know? And voters are going to vote for what they like. It's just the way it is. But if you want to see more creativity, the nice thing here is that there's unlimited skips now. So you can just go to voting and just skip until you find things that are different, you know? That's how photography works, Butternut. That's just the way photography is. Good lighting is very important in photography. That's not just dream snaps. Like, if you ever got your school photo, you'll notice when you sit down in that photo chair and they take your picture for the yearbook, what do they always have? What do they always have there? They have camera lights. They always have camera lights because lighting is very important in dream snaps. And a well-lit dream snap is going to have good color. And voters like that. Voters like good lighting. They like bold colors. That's what's popular among voters. And when it comes to performing well in dream snaps, when it comes to getting 4K, it's not just doing whatever you want to do if you want to get 4K. It's doing what you want to do while being able to win votes. It's kind of like running for office, right? Like, if I want to be the mayor of my town, and everybody that lives in my town, they all want free cookies. But I want free apples. Well, if I just do what I want and I run on a campaign of free apples, I'm probably not going to get a lot of votes. But if I run a campaign on apple cookies, I can get what I want while also giving the voters what they want. So what I'm getting at here is the reason you see a lot of snaps with vibrant color and boosted saturation, you actually don't see a lot with high contrast, by the way. They actually underperform. Contrast hurts. But the reason you see a lot of snaps with great saturation and great lighting is because those things are historically popular in photography. Dreamsnaps is just a photography challenge. So those things tend to do well. They stand out very well in the voting phase, and people vote for them. If people vote for them, people will continue to create them. That's the nature of Dreamsnaps. That's the nature of voting. You're more likely to get votes if you give people what they want. Now, the other thing is you mentioned overly decorated. So I would have to hard disagree with you there. If you can look at a photo like this and say, oh, that's overly decorated, just because the person actually had fun adding details to their scene, I think that's just kind of a shallow way to look at it. Now, can things be too busy? Yes, but there is a very important distinction between a well-detailed photo and a busy photo. What makes a photo too busy, and this doesn't just apply to Dreamsnaps, this applies to photography, is when you have several elements within the photo that simply don't feel like they belong and simply feel like they were placed there just to fill the photo. They don't feel like they're naturally part of the environment. The other thing that makes a photo too busy is when you have foreground or midground elements that are too big and bulky and obstruct the view into the scene. These things make a photo too busy. But there's not really an issue with overly decorated snaps, you know? There's just either snaps are going to be detailed or lazy. And that's the difference. You know, maybe you like snaps that are more open. Sometimes I do. It depends on what I'm doing that week. Like for Frosted Fashions, I wanted this scene. This was Dreamsnap Challenge number 76. This was a very long time ago. I wanted a more open scene. I still got 4K for this, but it was a lower rank than I usually get. You know, it ranked around 6,000, and usually I'm around the top 1,000 to top 100. But, you know, people genuinely don't like open as much as they like decorated. And I think the reason why is because when a lot of people vote that are not you, which, you know, people have different opinions, a lot of players tend to look at snaps with high detail and they feel impressed, as long as it's not busy in a negative way. If you have a lot of things obstructing the scene or a lot of things that don't feel like they belong, then it'll be viewed by a majority of voters as negative and it'll hurt the performance of the snap. However, if you have details throughout the entire photo, you have accents and definition and everything feels like it belongs, that's actually a positive thing. The wild thing is people actually enjoy making snaps. They enjoy decorating them. That's why you see detailed photos. The whole point of Dreamlight Valley is to have fun. It's a video game. And the main premise of this game is creativity. That's why we have weekly Dreamsnap challenges. That's what the entire game is based upon, is being creative. That's why every star path gives you new items to decorate with, new items to customize your avatar with, new hairstyles, new outfit options. The game is based in creativity. So yes, people are going to decorate their Dreamsnaps. You may call it over-decorated just because a snap is detailed, and, you know, you're entitled to that opinion. To each their own, I say. But I think many others here, I think they don't really view snaps as overly decorated. If you like simpler, basic snaps, like I mean, maybe you just don't enjoy decorating. I don't know if that's true. I'm not saying that's the case for you. I'm just saying, you know, I'm trying to get into your headspace here. But maybe, you know, you prefer simpler snaps because you don't enjoy the decorative process. And if you don't enjoy decorating, then you're going to see snaps that are heavily detailed and decorated and say, well, that's just too much, you know? Like, I wouldn't want to do all that. I just want to see a nice field with a few trees and a couple characters. And that's fine if that's what you want to see. But that's not really the position of most players. And that's what the advice we give kind of centers around. The advice I give during my review streams is not necessarily about what I like. It's not about my preference. It's about what we see doing well in the 4K range consistently. It's about, you know, what the voters have have week after week after week shown that they prefer. And I have to say, what they like makes sense, you know? Because just like I mentioned before, Dreamsnaps not even being considered within photography itself. Well-lit, vivid photos tend to get more traction on social media. They tend to do better in magazine and newspapers. You know, the photography that has great lighting and great color has always historically been a bit more popular. Which photo? You talking about Bellinate Romance? This one here? Dumpling says, I don't always see the same photos when voting, and I think everyone here has a very different photo and are extremely talented. Yeah, I would agree with you there too, Dumpling. I would agree with you there too. Emily said there's also a huge difference between messy looks versus the organic looks. Yeah, I would 100% agree. Would 100% agree. Okay, what about this one, Butternut? But yeah, I do have to get back to my reviews. We have a lot of snaps to look at today. But go ahead and tell me what you think about this snap. What are your thoughts and feelings on this one? Does it bother you? Is it too decorated? Too decorated for your taste? Maybe too much going on? Well, you took too long to respond. I'm going to get back to work. All right, back to it. Oh, there you go. It's very maximalism to me. The lights take so much away from the mood, in my opinion. Hey, you know, you're entitled to that opinion, friend. When it comes to dream snaps, like I've mentioned, beauty is very subjective. Now, if everybody thought like you, this photo wouldn't have been in the top 1,000, you know. But clearly, that's not the case. This photo performed very well. And yeah, it's a very busy photo. It has a frame, a bordered frame around the edges that we got for Valentine's Day. It features a lot of the Valentine's Day items. It features the puppies. And it features, you know, a little romantic couple here. We have fireworks, we have starlight projectors, we have Vitalis lanterns. We have all kinds of details baked into the photo. But it's still very easy to, you know, for most people, to see exactly what's going on. And the reason it's so over the top with the romance is because it was a romance challenge. That's why we use so many romantic elements. And again, you know, it comes down to, I can hardly see the characters' faces of backlighting. You might need glasses, actually, I think. Yeah, that's not even a subjective thing. That's just blatantly untrue. The character faces here are highly visible. There's nothing obstructing their faces. It's literally right there, right here. So, yeah, you can say it's too busy. You can say you don't like it, but it's, like, just genuinely false to say you can't see the character faces. Like, that's, like, not true whatsoever. Again, you're welcome to not like it, but you're being blatantly dishonest about not being able to see the character faces, unless you have an eyesight issue, which could be a possibility. I don't know. Maybe you do. It just depends. Different person to person. But yeah, you're welcome to not like it. You know, you can hate a photo like this, but I pretty much knew when I submitted it that it was going to do well because voters tend to like stuff like this. Voters like effort. They like when people put a lot of time and thought into their submission. They like layers. They like lighting. They like color. And, you know, I think for some people, they kind of get a little upset because they don't get the results they feel entitled to. So when they see snaps that they don't like, they feel the need to express that. You know, like if I was scrolling through social media and I saw a snap that I was like, well, that could be better. I'm not going to be like, hey, that one right there, here's the issues with it. You know, I don't give unsolicited advice I give advice to those who send me their snaps, who are seeking out advice. But yeah, I don't think that the faces are not easy to see here, but this performed well because, and like I said, you're welcome to not like it. Not everybody's going to agree on what looks good, that's the thing with voting. It's very unpredictable. That's why even if you're a really good player, and even if you do really well in Dreamsnaps, like for example, there's some things voters like that I don't always like doing. Like, I actually really like making snaps like this, where the avatar is a bit further away, and there's loads of detail. This was one of my favorite snaps. It was Nature Takeover, and I loved making this because I love the idea of a post-apocalyptic town where nature has kind of reclaimed the environment. I love this. But I knew it wasn't going to do as good as usual because my avatar is further away, and it's more complex. Complex doesn't always do better. It still got 4K, but it ranked far lower than it normally does. This ranked around 5,000. Whereas a snap that I don't really like, Pattern Party, where everything is very close, we've consolidated a lot of color, there's a lot of flare from the confetti, this gets top 100. But I like this a lot more than I like this. But I understand this is what the voters tend to like more. So I embrace that, and I try to design things that they like, and I try to keep that in mind when giving advice. Again, it's subjective, I will probably be more inclined to vote for photos like this than the average voter would. I like stuff like this a bit more. But everybody's a bit different, Everybody's a bit different. So with certain photos, 9 times out of 10, I'm going to be very close to the avatar or not have them at all. In the situation with Bellinate Romance, this was a different type of challenge. They prioritized highlighting Lady and Tramp over anybody else. So in this one, the avatar and Elsa are going to be further away, and Lady and Tramp are going to be the ones closer to the frame. Because Bellinate was a direct reference to the song that played during the famous spaghetti scene. And, since it's a romance challenge, we're going to really play up the romance vibes. Again, you're welcome to feel like it's too busy, or if it's not your cup of tea. I'm sure this photo didn't win all of its 1v1s. If it did, it would have probably been, in the top 100, or even in the top 5. But, there's going to be diversity in the types of voters you receive, and there's going to be diversity in the types of photos you're up against. So I don't really look at heavily detailed photos as a negative thing. I think when somebody goes out of their way to include lots of layers, lots of lighting, as long as it's not, and this is just my perspective, there's no right and wrong here. So if this is too busy for you, that's not wrong. That's just your opinion. There is no right and wrong when it comes down to that. So, if this is too busy for somebody, that's cool, because it does have a lot going on. It might be overstimulating for somebody. I have some friends that won't even play Dreamlight Valley because they feel like the entire game is overstimulating. So some may see this and feel like it's just too much with the fireworks and with the hearts and with the border and with the puppies and the characters and the starlight projectors. They might say, there's just too much going on here. It makes my head spin. And that's totally understandable and reasonable. From my perspective, when it comes to Dreamsnap creation, I don't always make my dream snaps this way. This one is a lot more simple. But it was the theme. It was seaside chic. So the theme was to make more of a conventional seaside community. So we're not going to have all these extra elements baked into a scene like this. Because, the main goal of snap creation really is to try to deliver the theme as effectively as possible. And try to design the snap in a way to where you can win those votes. And, it's not always about what I like best. It's about doing something that I want to do while simultaneously working to appease voters. Those are the big things. But yeah, I love, it's funny, my favorite types of snaps aren't even the popular types. This is my favorite kind of snap, I love snaps like this, and I'm not as in love with snaps like this, but I can see why voters prefer this. A lot of people vote fast. They vote on small screens. They're voting on Switch. They're voting on Apple Arcade. So having the avatar right at the front, and having those vibrant colors, it really helps the photo stand out in those 1v1s. And it makes the photo very simple, very easy to understand, very easy to choose. Whereas the photos I actually like, which have a bit more depth of field, the avatar further away, more things going on with animals, lots of, details baked into the scene, things tying into the theme. These take a lot more time, but they don't perform as good. The funny thing is, the snaps that actually take a little bit less time often perform much better than the snaps that take more time. But that's why I commonly point out that simple is often good. But simple doesn't mean bland or undecorated, because even though this is a simple snap, there's still a lot going on. With the confetti, with the balloons, with the villagers, with the rainbows, with the foreground, with the wheelbarrows, with the trees, with the silhouette. There's a lot of things happening within the photo. So it's simple from the premise that the background is very close, the avatar is very close, the theme is very clear. There's not as much depth of field, there's not as much detail. It's simple, but still thoroughly decorated and thoroughly detailed. There's not really any opening. And this one, too, is also thoroughly detailed. They're just different types of snaps. Emily said, I'm very much the same when it comes to styles of photos. I definitely prefer your nature ones over the bright party one, but it's subjective some weeks. I cater to voters some weeks. What I try to do is each week, my primary goal is to make the theme as abundantly clear as possible. So whatever's in the theme, I try to deliver on that. Every single item, every single villager, every single point of detail, the setting. I want it all to tie back into the theme somehow. And then, when I finalize my photo, I usually focus on, vivid colors, saturation, and beauty. Because those things, beauty being subjective, but the form of beauty we know to be successful within Dream Snaps would tie into those things like lighting and color and also detail. But yeah, everybody's a little bit different. So that's why when it comes to Dream Snaps, you're going to have weeks where you deserved better. You're going to have weeks where you made a really good snap and maybe it doesn't get the rank it deserved. Maybe you have a snap that you felt for sure was going to get 4K, but then it ends up getting 1500. And that can happen to the best of snaps. If you get voters that don't resonate with your idea or prefer simpler snaps, or maybe you popped up against really good snaps, some weeks you're, due to the nature of voting and the human element behind it, it can be rather unpredictable. That's why my advice is never about how to get in the top 5 or how to get in the top 100, because that's very difficult to control. Both times I've been in the top 3, I had absolutely no thought in my mind that was going to happen. I thought it was just going to be a regular week, regular snap, landing 4K somewhere. But you never know. I would say on those weeks, I likely popped up against, I got voters that resonated with what I had created. One of them was Topsy Turvy Tea Party. Again, a lot of stuff going on here, but voters really liked it for whatever reason, And then the other was Take a Hike, which in this one I wasn't even facing the camera. But on these weeks, I was lucky. I made a good snap, and I popped up against photos that I was able to consistently beat, and I managed this photo managed to find voters that preferred it over the competition. But that's subjective, You could prefer a Forest of Valor build over this. It just depends on your perspective. So anybody that does the theme any week can end up in the top 3. You never know. You never know. All right, let's get back to the reviews. Shannon is next. So this was yesterday's. Hi, somebody, you suggest that I move my build to the Meadow or Forest of Valor from the Forest of Valor because of the grass and the lighting. This wasn't an easy feat as the grouping doesn't make the entire build, so I had to do it in separate parts. Then I had to change the pots in the foreground as they were casting a huge shadow on the dress. Let me know what you think. Thanks for all you do. Of course, of course. Yeah, we talked about, the Forest of Valor grass, very hard to tame. It obstructs a lot of the visibility, especially with these like beautiful rose flowers you have around the fountains. Very hard to see. And then the lighting is going to be tough here in some 1v1 scenarios with a lot of snaps out here having, that sun behind the camera, high quality lighting coming into the build. Let's see the new one here. Oh yeah, outstanding. Well, it was well worth the effort. You did a great job with the changes. You've also added even more beauty elements to the scene. Love the aurora, the fireworks in the back. And it looks like you got even, I think you got the villagers displayed really well here. Great lineup of the villagers, good walkway, the candles, the roses, the luminescent flowers at the front. I can tell you definitely put a lot of time and effort into moving your build, but I think it was well worth that time and effort. So one of the big reasons we were talking about moving your build in the first place is one of the biggest beauty factors of this new castle set is that all of the gold trim is highly reflective. We can see a little bit of the reflective nature in this build, but your sun is far off to the western side of your snap. So we're not getting the light reflective properties off this castle. Now, when we look at your new scene where you've repositioned it, look at how beautiful that castle turned out. You're really playing up the beauty factors here. We got all this great light reflection coming off of the castle, very vibrant. You've added some great fireworks into the sky. You have this beautiful deep blue sky as opposed to this paler sky in the back here. And you've got some great lighting on the villagers. And now we can see these roses you've put around the fountains as you're using much smaller, tamer grass with a lighter shade of green. So overall, very positive changes, Shannon. Gotta say, tip of the hat, you did a great job moving the entire build. I know that's a big ask. And if you wanted to, you could have just rolled with what you had, but you decided to give it a try and go through the trouble of moving the build. And hopefully you like the new snap as much as I do. At the end of the day, it's your choice whether you want to submit this one or this one because it's your snap. But I think you did a really good job repositioning, getting away from the tall Forest of Valor grass and getting that sun behind the camera to really make the most of the lighting here. Excellent work. Jen said I had sent 2 pictures, but we'll post one I had submitted as the first OG pick. Okay, so I think that's this one. You suggested to add the Aurora Borealis, and the pink haze on the side walls was better and not so dominant in that one. Second pick is the currently submitted one after your review. And third one is another one that I have in my gallery with slightly different build. I can't decide between the second and third. Please help. All right. Well, let's take a look. So second and third. Okay. Well, I love the addition of the Aurora. Plays really well into the Kingdom of Beauty here. Also, a little bit less of a cloud presence and the Mickey cloud in the back. Now, this one, the Aurora stretches across the top of the scene more, and you've got these magnolia branches coming into the skyline, which is really nice. I can see how it could be difficult to choose between the two. This one, you have the Corona Castle. This one, you have the New Castle. The silhouette's a bit more tame on this one. And it looks like the skyline's a little higher in this one as well. Honestly, there's things about both that I think are really strong. I love the magnolia branches coming into the top of this scene. And I do think the taller... Well, I like the details of this castle a bit more. But yeah, these are both really good at the end of the day. I think they're both very likely for 4K gen, whether you choose this one or this one. On this one, I do like that it gives a bit of a wider view, and we can see some of the red Japanese maples here on the side of the frame and on this side of the frame. On this one, we don't get to see as much of the gazebos, and we don't have those reds on the edges. I think I like this one a little bit more, but I do think if you were able to rotate the Aurora or position it in a way to where we get the strong bands kind of riding across the top of the scene equally. But then again, I love that it's concentrated on the center. So, you know, you don't really have to take that route where it goes straight across. I know you said you have this one currently submitted. So I guess you were probably leaning towards this one, and I am too. But I can see why you would be interested in submitting this one as well. They're both really good options. I'm actually in a very similar boat this week. We'll have way less people here at the end of the stream, so I'll show you my predicament. I have two very good shots. One where I have blossoms in the top corners and better light bloom and saturation. And another one without the blossoms, but a really cool timing on the pose that I cannot get again, where it looks like a sunbird was perched on my hand. And it was just a really good wow factor for the pose, but I don't know which one to choose. I think I would go with this one, though. I like the color balance of the backdrop. The way we get the reds on the edges. We don't get that as much on this one, but I do love the magnolias at the top. So, realistically, I think you're pretty safe for 4K, regardless of which one you choose. So just go with your heart here. But if it were me, I'd probably go with the one you currently have submitted. Messing Mother Crafter says, "Hi, Samantha, congrats on becoming a partner. So exciting and well-deserved. You suggested that I add some petals to the ground, and I add rainbows, one that sparkled, so I thought they were perfect. Also mentioned to bring Belle up more forward. I decided to add more characters in the background, wondering if I went a bit overboard now and should just stick with Belle, or if this made it more of a fun story. I also added some rainbows and extra tower pieces for fun. Last photo is the before image. Okay, so this will be the original. And then you have this new one. And this new one. Okay. So original here. Yeah, I like the addition of the rainbows and the fact that the sky is less cloudy. I don't know if you have the aurora, but it could be a really nice backdrop here. I do think Belle, a bit closer up, plays with this idea even better. So, you know, the fact that Eric is romancing you and you're giving him the eyes is really fun. And Belle kind of lurking behind the bush is super cute. But she is a lot more noticeable here. And now we have Rapunzel kind of lurking in the back. I do like this one a lot. I think Belle and Snow White have the best animations for what you're doing here. Like this one, with how Cinderella is, I know she's in her grumpy stance, but it's kind of hard to tell. And with Rapunzel, it's kind of hard to tell. I think Belle's the most animated for this, but Snow White with her hand up to her face, I think also communicates the same kind of emotion as Belle. So for the storytelling, I actually like this one the most. The original's still strong, though, with Belle kind of lurking in the back. So I would either go with the first one or the third one. The fact that this one has even more villagers, and they're both performing, you know, that animation to tie into the storytelling here, I think makes this one likely the strongest candidate. But I do still, you know, even with Belle being further away, it is fun to have her lurking in the background. The only tricky thing for future snaps, Mother Crafter, is when you bring your walls out, like you are here. You see how the wall comes all the way to the front, and this wall comes all the way to the front. When the sun is behind the camera, it's not going to hit the inner walls that come towards the front as well, which is why, you know, so many snaps focus on building their walls in the background and not bringing them up. because it does make the scene a lot darker because you're going to get big shadow casts from the walls. I wouldn't worry about it this week, but something you can consider for future snaps for sure. Gohan, we had the original submissions right here. I try my best to address things like lighting. Turns out it was bugged the first time. I took it and never knew until Thursday when you reviewed my snap. But I'm not sure I did the shot effectively as I did the first time, so I redid my OG snap. And then made another concept that might be better and might emphasize the beauty aspect better, but ultimately advice is appreciated. Okay, so this would be the retake. Yeah, the lighting here is really nice. Let's see the new concept. Oh, this one's really fun. I do think your third option here is going to likely resonate the best with the Kingdom of Beauty dynamic based on what we've seen. The sunset lighting, the vibrant colors, you know, they're always popular, but they're exceptionally popular this week with the Kingdom of Beauty title. So I do think this is a really fun concept if you want to do something very unique, but it is a lot darker. Whereas this one, you still get, you know, the romantic moment. And it has a very strong villager presence, but I don't know. My only thought on the amount of villagers here is that most of what I've seen, you know, in Discords, on Facebook, and during these reviews has been royal villagers being prioritized. This photo has like all the villagers, but it does include some royal villagers right at the foreground. You know, you have, hi Horty. I'm still reviewing, buddy. But you do have like the Beast and Belle companions right at the front with you and Beast here. And Prince Eric right at the front. So you do have some good royalty on display. But yeah, I think this one would probably be your best bet for 4K this week. I think it does tie in very well with the Kingdom of Beauty dynamic as well. Like really beautiful colors in the backdrop. Some fun items. A good mix. Now, whether or not it's too many villagers, hard to say. You know, that's really going to depend more on how your voters feel. Beyblade is next. Hey, Zabai, I didn't have too much time to revisit my snap. I was able to place the fireflies a bit better, though, and add some princess like Ariel as suggested. Though I kept Cinderella for some ball gown balance, I also forgot to break up the path a bit. I changed my pose. Can you let me know if one of the new ones should be submitted instead? Original's the first. The next three are the new ones. And then one in the comments I didn't realize I didn't upload with the rest. Okay, gotcha. So we have this one. Oh, very nice. We have this one. And then we have this one. Yeah, I think removing the vignette here is good. Or it could just be that you put some hanging lights. But I do like the additional light on the sides here. The villager lineup, I think, is exceptional here. So I would say this one is definitely the stronger between the first two. This one also has the Mickey Cloud and a butterfly. So I'd say this one's probably the strongest one so far. And then we have the third. The third brings in an additional cloud, and we don't have the butterfly. I would say this would probably be my choice if it were my selection. You know, if these were my snaps, this is probably the one I would choose to submit at the end of the day. But all of these are very likely for 4K regardless of which one you choose, even if you went with the first. But I would say out of all four, I think this one has the highest rank capability. The lineup of the villagers is very strong. Everybody has great poses, good balance. And you kept Cinderella, but you put her on the outskirts, which is ideal. That way you get a lot of the vivid colors on the inside here. And yeah, I do think something to break up the path here would be good. But thankfully, you know, you're right in front of it. We don't see too much of the pathing with the way you've structured the villagers. So I don't think it'll be a big deal. Very good, very good. Yeah, I would definitely go with this one. I think this is the strongest of the options. Your call. Amanda, we got option 1, option 2, and option 3. Your only suggestion was to have fireflies, fireworks stretch across the sky, so I gave that a try. I included one version with fireworks and one with just fireflies. I'm leaning towards the firefly-only version. I also added horses, but I'm not sure if they look out of place without a cart. Let me know what you think. Super excited for Wednesday's stream. Yeah, me too. So this one's the fireflies across the sky. Yeah, you did get a very good balance of the fireflies here. And no, I don't think the horses feel out of place. You don't have to have carts attached to them, you know. Kingdoms have knights that'll just ride the horses as is. And then we have the fireworks combined with fireflies. So I think these are both great options. You can go with whichever one you want to go with. My personal preference would be the one with the fireworks and fireflies. There's a couple things about it that I really like. In this one with just the fireflies, you have golden orbs rising up from your pixie dust on the left, but for whatever reason, we're not getting pixie orbs on the right. Whereas in this one, we get pixie orbs on the left and right. And we still have a good balance of the fireflies. But the little mix of fireworks here around the avatar give her a little extra razzle-dazzle. So, but yeah, both are great options. I think this one is the stronger of the two, but they're very close, so you can go with either one. Ginger Snap first is the original. You suggest that I make the path smaller so I can add more details and colors, so I did that. I like the result. My main question is, should I make the path darker, or did making it smaller give enough room to add the color and details? Thank you, as always, for the review. Of course, of course. All right, let's see the new one. Yeah, very nice, very nice. Yeah, you've eliminated a lot of that pale color at the base of the snap. And this additional green ties in very nicely with the roof of the castle set, as we discussed, and with the trees, too. I think you're fine to keep the white path if you want, though we have seen several snaps that are using some of like the gray brick, and that does look really good. Really, it's just whatever your personal preference is for the path you want to use for your build. I will say, these gold and opal roads and gem and opal roads, they've been very popular this week. So I think you're pretty safe to use it, especially if you're not keeping, you know, the entire area paved with it. I thought we had, yeah, here we go. Like this one's using the dark gray brick, which, you know, it does look really good. Like this path looks great as well, but you can also go with this path. I mean, if you wanted to do a quick swap and see if you liked it even more, you could, but I'd say you got a pretty, you know, strong candidate for 4K here if you didn't want to do anything else and bring all the villagers back in and set all the poses back up. This is looking very strong. Crafty Joe. Your suggestions were to change Cinderella and maybe put in Aurora. All right. Yeah, very nice, very nice. The only downside to Cinderella, she's going to work really well for a Cinderella Castle build because of its color palette. But with how bright and colorful the build is here, her dress feels a little out of place. I think, you know, she's better on the outskirts or as a background villager in a lot of these snaps. And that's how you see her getting used primarily by a lot of strong performers. Like if we go to Beyblades, you know, Beyblade's very consistent with their Dream Snaps. Very commonly top 100, 7-month 4K streak. And you'll see, you know, they have all these colorful Dream styles on display. And we have Cinderella, but she's on the outer edge of the shot, so she's not absorbing too much of the color. Whereas if she's going to be right at the front here, I think Ariel is going to be a better option. So yeah, Ariel's great here. Overall, very solid changes. Snowdrop, you suggested closing off the water with a fence and utilizing the empty space. Yes, I remember. Yeah, we talked about the water here, how we can seal this off with a bit more fencing. And then we talked about all the opportunity found in these open pockets. So let's see what you ended up doing with that space there. Yeah, very nice. I love the addition of the purple bushes here. Sealing off the pond looks really good. Also, I love the addition of the aurora. You got this beautiful silhouette around the avatar. It really feels like a kingdom of beauty. The golden lanterns floating above your head here or on the sides look fantastic. Some blossoms coming in the top left and right. And yeah, I think adding in the purple bushes definitely helped to, you know, utilize some of the opportunity you had there with the empty space. Overall, very solid changes. The snap feels more complete. I also like that you moved... It looks like you moved Ariel and Cinderella back just a little bit. I think that's good because it kind of neutralizes the paler dress of Cinderella a bit. But yeah, very solid job here. I think very likely for 4K Snowdrop. Well done. Heathen Dove. Also, thank you for the bits. Creeping. Much appreciated, my friend. Much appreciated. So this is the old snap. He then said, your advice was to bring the castle closer and thin out the path a bit, as well as add the aurora into the backdrop. I did all of that, and I also added a couple of other characters to the snap to make it feel a bit more filled out and more like a kingdom of beauty. Can't wait to hear what you think. Okay. Oh, yeah. Very nice. Yeah, really good job here. Definitely building on that kingdom of beauty feel. Love the addition of villagers as well. We got some great styles here. I do think, as a final, you know, if you had any time to do anything else with this, I would likely swap Ariel and Cinderella. And here's why. The color palette of this castle is pink, gold, and green. Ariel is in a pink dress. You're in a green dress. Belle's in a gold dress. I would say swap Aurora with Cinderella, but I think it'd be a good idea to go ball gown for ball gown. So if you bring Ariel up to your left and put Cinderella back here, now the color palette of the 3 foremost villagers is going to perfectly match the color palette of the castle in the back. So that would be the only further recommendation I have for this one. Really good job with the changes. Very solid, very solid. Yeah, great job, great job. Really playing up that Kingdom of Beauty. Well done. Nightfall suggested making the path smaller and change some of the princesses for more glamorous looks. Also added the oak trees. I don't have much villager styles, and Aurora was nowhere to be found this time, so I had to be a little bit creative with my princesses. Also, I love the dragonfly. It's so cute. Okay, so we got this one here, and we got this one here. Yeah, getting the dragon and the flying animation is super fun. Also, you have these little hearts around the dragon. Yeah, very solid. Not only did you reduce the amount of white from thinning out that path, but now we can really see these roses lining the pathway. If you could, I would bring them all the way down. Like, I would bring them all the way down since they kind of stop right here. I think if you continue that line of roses, even on this side too, could be really fun. But if you don't want to work on this anymore, it's very strong. It's looking really good. Yeah, overall solid changes. Well done, Nightfall. Well done. Dree. Original photo here. No suggestions, but I made a lot of changes. More villagers and rearranged the environment. Okay, let's see. Oh, yeah. The new one's definitely stronger. Yeah, I would 100% go with the new snap here. The original snap was already very strong. I think already very likely for 4K. But this will likely rank even higher. The beauty factors are incredibly high here. Very good lighting, very good color, great foreground elements, fireflies, the rainbows on the sides, the beautiful archways, the candelabras, and a lot of royalty presence. I like the new dress too. I think the green kind of balances out the front of the scene a bit better, because we already have like a lot of pink in play, especially with Aurora's dress here. Hordy, you're going to get kicked out if you don't behave. Danielle, first to hold blocked background off a little more, added characters, try to get more symmetrical. Okay. So, original and new. Or wait, no. Oh yeah, I think this one was original, but we wanted to see the avatar. Or maybe it's backwards. First to old, lady new? I'm not sure. I think that might be a typo. Hordy. No, buddy. I gotta stream. You know, I gotta finish my job. We gotta review Dreamsnaps, buddy. So, between your photos right now, this one, we want to fix the balance on this one, but the balance actually looks like it's a little rougher on the new ones. You did fix the pose because you're kind of blocking your face here. So, I do like that we can see the pose better. Actually, I think this was the original. Yeah, this was the original, I think, because the background is very empty there, which we discussed. Yeah, due to the typo, I'm not sure which one was the original and which one's the new. But unfortunately, you know, we can still, on this one, we can see all the way through the snap on the right-hand side, and the balance is very off because, you know, half of this fountain is out of the shot, this whole fountain is in the shot, and the castle isn't centered. This one, it looks like you brought some walls down, but still not aligned. It's a little bit better aligned, but the castle is not centered in the scene. I'd say this one here, even with the pose slightly covering the face, is probably your best bet. We can still see through the snap, but the fact that the castle is perfectly balanced in the middle of the scene, like you see the way it aligns with the avatar. The fountains aren't as balanced as they could be, and we can still see through the snap. But for this one, the balance is not as good as it is here. And not as good as it is here. So I would stick with this one here, even if it is the original. With the castle being perfectly centered and the fountains not being centered, that means, you know, if you want to get them balanced, you might need to move the fountain, the one on the left, one space left, so to be perfectly balanced with the one on the right. And then you see how you have this flower bed right up against the path, but this flower bed is one space down and one space away. So the balance, you're using the same items on both sides, but you're using them in different positions. If you want to nail the balance, you'll want to make sure if you're building a symmetrical scene like this, you want to make sure the items are the same distance away on both sides. So I think this one is still your best bet, Danielle. Jesse joins. Thank you for the feedback this week. I took out some of the white paving and added the yellow pinwheel flowers and added some primary vault flowers. I also added some of Mushu's fireworks. I did change my pose since I noticed the avatar's hand was bending on my last one. Okay. All right. Very nice. The silhouette behind you is exceptionally bright. It might be a lot. Though I do like the addition of the fireworks. And you know, when it comes to the 4K range, especially for Regal builds and Kingdoms, fireworks have always been really popular. So I would say this is likely your best bet, but I would consider finding a way to tone down the light here maybe a little. I don't know, it is kind of enchanting in a way. Some voters might like the light here. I'm worried it could be a little too bright there, but because it's more balanced on this side, but here between the side and the hair, it's like a very bright flare. But that might not be a bad thing. Overall, I would say, you know, very solid changes. I do really like the new pose as well. I think it plays very well with the new hairstyle, too. Yeah, very good, very good. Wishing Star, thank you so much for the feedback this week. You suggested removing the golden bricks in favor of the green grass, changing out or moving Cinderella for a princess with a more vibrant dress, and really playing up the color palette of the castle build. I don't have Belle's gold dress or dream style yet, so I started with Rapunzel and then tried with a cosplay dress adding Tiana. Yeah, Tiana's good. Tiana's good. I think the one with Rapunzel is my favorite. Really looking forward to Wednesday. Yeah, me too, me too. So original here. And new option number 1. Yeah, very nice. The green grass is playing very well with the build. And then we have this one here. Yeah, I think you're right to prefer this one. The eyes you have match a bit better with this dress. And the dark green of the dress, I think the balance here is really nice between like the pink and purple of Rapunzel's outfit and Aurora's outfit. And playing up the color palette of the castle with these 3 outfits is working very well for you here. Great fireworks. And, you know, this gold path can be really nice, but when the sun's not hitting it from the right angle, it just turns a very dark color. And here we brought in more of the beautiful green shades that are going to match very well with the trees in the back and with the rooftop. So I do think this is your best bet here. Very solid changes. Well done, Wishing Star. I think you have a very strong case for 4K this week. Miss Spock, we got option from yesterday. Suggestions, moving the Aurora to cover more of the sky and adding trees in the foreground to cover the rest. Adding the pot of gold rainbows for additional sparkles, playing more of the royal garden vibe. So I moved the fountain a little bit more in the back, added foliage, and brought the princess closer. Thank you as always for the review. Of course, of course. Ooh, yeah, very solid change. Very nice. Okay, so yesterday's here. We have a lot of white, a very open courtyard, a lot of opportunity for more. Now we have the additional rainbows here, some blossoms coming down at the top, aurora stretching across the sky, fireflies, and we have all these vibrant greens at the base, and you're really utilizing a lot of that space in the backdrop now. I would say also bringing the villagers in like this, everybody looks really good here. So yes, super strong change. Now between the two, I would go with this one. The fact that you got the orbs from the pixie dust rising up so well, this plays really well into the fireflies in the backdrop. So Option number 3 here, I think, is your best bet. Beautifully done, Miss Spock. Very strong, very strong. Katie said, I appreciate your advice. Oh, let's get the original here. Yeah, there we go. Thank you for including that, Katie. You suggested using the second camera mode to show the castle better and open up the view. I was able to reposition the fireworks so they could be seen. I also chose to use different princesses for color contrast. Okay, let's see the new one. Oh, what a change. Wow. Well done, Katie. Well done. So, yesterday versus today. Look at the difference there. Let me see if I can open a bigger version of yesterday's. There we go. So, in yesterday's image, I can see what she was going for using the Blossom Castle skin on the Dreamlight Castle in the back. But since we're using the third camera mode, aka free mode, we have this downward angle where we don't get to see the castle very well. And on top of that, we don't get good visibility into the kingdom because we have the magnolias here on the sides. So, but I do really like the idea she's going for by playing up the Dreamlight Castle, especially with that skin. Now, we get a really great view into this kingdom. We get the Dreamlight Castle in the back with the fireworks. We have these beautiful petals floating in, and we get really good visibility into the scene. We have additional castles on the sides. So we have the palace here. We have Cinderella's castle. We have the Pink Castle. We have Beast and Belle's castle. All of these beautiful castles throughout the environment. Very good visibility into the scene. And now that we can see that skyline we weren't able to see yesterday, now we're making use of things like the aurora and fireworks and fireflies, really adding even more to this kingdom of beauty. Exceptionally done. Very well done, Katie. Very well done. Yeah, you did a great job. You know, like I said yesterday, it's a very good concept to use the castle here. But, you know, providing more visibility into this kingdom, and that is also going to allow you to play up some really good beauty elements, and you made the most of that. You did a great job with these changes. Very well done. I think you have a very strong case for 4K with this. Beautiful work. Ultimately, you know, as always, it'll come down to what you pop up against, but I think this certainly feels like a kingdom of beauty. Voxed is next. So we have the original submission here. I watched the stream and took as much as I can remember. Sorry if I missed some of the feedback. Went back to watch and it was gone. Next time I'll screen record. I tried to watch all the live streams and tips as well. You said to add villagers in there and move the castle back. Had to change realms as I forgot about the Storybook Veil bug. Oh, were you in Mythopia? Yeah, it's kind of a pain. I think I got most of what you recommended. Change the dress, space things out, added horse, added villagers, added fireworks, added banners. I may not have time to change, but any feedback is welcome for next time. All right, well, let's see the new one. Yeah, very solid, very solid. Great job with the changes here. So, with this week's theme, you know, not only telling us to make a kingdom of beauty, but also telling us to utilize royalty and royal villagers. It's a very important week to have villagers. You know, pretty much every snap we reviewed has a minimum of one villager, but most have several. So the fact that you've gone out of your way to include a couple of villagers definitely makes this more competitive. Very good job with the options here too. Again, color palette of this castle being green, pink, and yellow, or gold, and then having green, pink, and gold in your avatar and 2 villagers. Very good call there. The fireworks, the aurora, the fountains here on the sides. Yeah, very, very good changes here. You've really upped the beauty element here. And also, with the lighting, the way it is now, you're getting much better saturation on the building. The gold reflection coming off of the gold notes here seem to be a lot more prominent as compared to yesterday. And combining that with the fireworks and the aurora really elevates the beauty factor of this mission here. Yeah, very well done, Voxed. Very well done. Usually the streams will not, you know, it's very rare that a stream will end up getting removed, but occasionally it will happen. So, yeah, if you want. But, you know, that's like probably 1 out of every like 100 streams that might happen. Allie Mae Joyce says, hi, Senpai. Hi, guys. I finally caught alive. Nice. Welcome, Allie. Welcome. Great to have you. Catterday is next. So we have this one from yesterday. Hi, Senpai. Thank you for your advice. You suggested bringing the path forward and balancing the candelabras. I also made 2 versions without the walls. I think I prefer the walls, but curious to hear your thoughts. Okay. So this is the original. Yeah, I don't mind the walls. You know, I know you were wondering if it was risky, but at least the walls and the pillars have really good details with the flowers. So if you are going to have something at the front, having something with some good detail is optimal. Okay. Yeah, much better balance on the candelabras here. Also, the saturation and lighting is even better here. Bringing that candelabra in and allowing it to catch more sunlight is very nice. And then we have this one without the walls. I think if you were going to do without the walls, I would still keep the candelabras because the gold reflection on these looks so nice. So yeah, I actually prefer the one with the walls here. Now, if you did go in this direction, I would do what you have here, but I would still have the candelabras on the sides. Just because they catch the sunlight so well. But yeah, I think this one is your best bet for now. You know, if you wanted to play with the one without the walls a little bit more, I would probably not use the lion statues here because they're very icy, they're very pale. I think there's some other fun topiaries, and I know they have a good regal feel, but I think the reason we're not seeing these statues like too much this week is because of the light blue nature of them. And if you were going to go without the walls, I think having the candelabra still in play would be very nice. But I do think this one, even with the walls, I think, you know, these walls do look good with the vines. Now, how to perform, you know, it depends. Depends on what you pop up against, you know. There are a lot of scenes that offer pretty wide visibility. So, you know, sometimes it can be risky to have the walls, but at least you chose walls that have some great details. And by adding the candelabras, you added a lot of beauty to the inside of this little space you guys are occupying. So I would go with the walls out of these options. But if you wanted to tinker with this a little bit more, you know, you could do the candelabras, keep the candelabras on both sides, and you could swap the lions out for something with a bit more color. You can even do the rainbows, you know, the pot of gold rainbow if you have it. You'd have to put a little bush in front of it because you don't want to see the little leprechaun pot. But, you know, a little rainbow arching to the left here, a little rainbow arching to the right here could be really fun. But if you're done with working on this and you want to call it a day, I think this is a great candidate. Gryffindor Panda, we got the original submission here. You mentioned how I should work to fill out some of the empty space a little better and adjust the aurora in the original snap. In your review, you mentioned the, a crystal I can use from... it's Storybook Vale, not Wish Blossom Ranch. As a decoration for the life of me, I can't figure out how to get them. So it's a Storybook Vale item. It's called Pure Ice. And you mine them from the Ever After. If you have any advice on how to get them, I would appreciate it because Google was a little help. First is the original, second is the redo. I'm still not fully satisfied with it yet. I want to have the avatar a little closer, but I reset my game and I come back and Anna and Elsa were at Remy's. That's, oh man, I hope they fix that one day. When we're on a floating island, we should be able to teleport any villager there, regardless of where they are. It would just make Dreamsnap so much better. I plan on trying again to get them both after work. Okay, so this is the new one. Well, very positive outfit change here. You know, like we mentioned, this is a fun outfit for a Frozen build, but this is going to be more regal and royal. So I think that's very good. And overall, you know, you have added more detail into the scene. The blue bushes here, the little snowy castles. In the scene yesterday, you know, we didn't really have anything in the bottom corners except for motifs. Now you actually have these little Eternity Isle bushes. You have these frozen castles here. You've added more elements out to the outside with more of the blue swirling magic. So this is looking really good. I think Gryffindor Panda, you've made some very positive changes here. And yeah, you got some really good shots of the swirling magic. The Aurora looks good. So yeah, very good. This is a very good Kingdom of Beauty for a Frozen Kingdom build. Now, the item I was referring to yesterday for those like little details for snowy builds or icy builds or crystal builds, this is called Pure Ice, and you can mine it in the Ever After biomes of Storybook Vale. That might be why you couldn't find it if you were looking in Wish Blossom Ranch, but it's a great item to add details around these little bushes. And the other item is the crystal from Forgotten Lands. You can also mine these in the base game, these purple crystals. These, you don't have to have these, but they do pair very nicely with the bushes you're using. These blue Eternity Owl bushes, they have a slight hue of purple on the outer leaves, and that hue of purple perfectly matches the hue of purple found on these crystals, so they pair very nicely with the Pure Ice and these bushes, making them great candidates for a frozen scene. Bella said, hi, Zabai, you recommended that I stick with Belle and Elsa and tone down the fireworks. I have 2 different variations. Mostly Elsa's pose is different, but I hope you feel they're an improvement. Okay. So we have 1, 2, and 3. So this was yesterday. So, yeah, I think the issue with the fireworks might be that you had light bloom dialed up a bit, or you just snapped it right when the fireworks burst. But I do see oftentimes snaps that fall short of 4K or land in 2500. Big pockets of light flares like this tend to be a little more scarce in the 4K range and a little more common in the 2500 to 1500 range. These, I think, are looking a lot better. I think this one's probably your best bet because you still have an abundancy of these beautiful fireworks. They're just not... They're not, like, so vibrant that they are taking away from, you know, the beauty of the foreground on the sides of the scene. You've also got more abundant greens in here. Like yesterday, with how bright the flares were, we didn't really get to see the greens of the roof. We didn't really get to see the greens of the trees. Now that you've lightened the fireworks a bit, we get these beautiful lush greens in the back. We can see the aurora better. I would say right now this is probably your best bet, the one right here. This one can be good too, but this one has a good balance of, you know, this one, the fireworks are a bit too much. This one, they're a bit more timid, but it would still work. This one, they're, I think, very well balanced. A beautiful sparkle on the backdrop. But yeah, very well done. Very well done. And the colors come through here a bit more. My only additional recommendation if you wanted to work on this anymore, there's only one spot that feels a bit empty. So if we look through here, you can see it's all filled in with the greenery from the trees. There's no gaps. And then right here, we have a little gap where we get a foggy tree in the back. We don't get that lush green. If you took one more of these trees and you put it right here between these 2 steeples, you can fill in, and you can put it behind this blossom tree so we still get the pink from this, but you can fill in this area. That's the only gap on your skyline right here. So one more little tree right here could be worth adding, but I'd say even if you don't add that, this has a great shot at 4K. M's. So this was M's shot yesterday. I changed my build and added more beauty elements, including rainbows, sparkles, fireworks, and fireflies. I changed my dress to gold, so the characters all tie into the colors of the castle. Oh, yeah, because, you know, you have pink, you have green. So we talked about, you know, with the color palette of the castle being pink, gold, and green, having a gold dress here could be very strong. Well, let's see your new snap. Yeah, very nice. Very good changes here, Ems. Very good. So, already had a pretty good looking snap yesterday, but the waterways, without adding items to them and, like, really decorating them, they're not doing too much for you here. Whereas with the new build, you know, now we don't have the walls coming down the side. You've opened up the scene a bit. And we have these beautiful gardens on the outskirts here. I like that you use the main street path. You know, you really limited how much white you were adding to the photo. That way we get more lush colors. The rainbows look fantastic. Got some good fireworks going. You got this beautiful aurora. And yeah, pink, gold, and green, tying very nicely into the castle in the back. If you wanted to do anything else to this, any further work here, if you got that horse topiary from the floating spring festival or whatever. They could look really good here, like on the side. It's a beautiful topiary for a regal build. So maybe a horse topiary over here, maybe a horse topiary over here. But if you've had enough of this snap and you're ready to call it a day, I think this has a great shot at 4K. Though those topiaries could be excellent additions if you wanted to add anything else in. Femme Fatale. Hola, Senpai. First is the OG. Recommendations were to move villagers closer and to try and catch the fun fountain animation. I also changed my dress since I wanted Ariel in her pink gown. Thank you so much for your time. All right. So we had the original here. Yeah, we talked about these fountains. They have these beautiful blue streaks of water that'll shoot up. You know, sometimes you may not want that if they're going to cover villagers, but with where these are, they should be pretty nice to catch without covering too much of the sides. Already a very beautiful submission. I think already very likely for 4K, but excited to see the changes. So we get the new one here. All right, so we have Ariel in the pink dress, you in the green. Kind of feeling the first one more, to be honest. I know the villagers are a bit further away and we don't have the water. The water looks good, but the deep pink of this dress, it does pair very nicely with the castle in the back. Now, this green dress does as well, but when I toggle between the two, this one pops really well. And honestly, if you wanted Ariel in the pink ball gown, you know what might be worth considering if you have any more time? You could always bring Belle a bit closer, and then you could bring Tiana into your scene. Unless you're only wanting to use couples, that's fine as well. But if you brought Belle up, and you brought Tiana up, you would have gold, pink, and green, which is kind of what we saw with the review on this one, where, you know, since they're using that same castle kit, they opted for pink, gold, and green to tie into the color palette of this castle. I love this pink dress on you here because of the complexion of your avatar. Like the darker skin, the darker hair. It works really well with the bold pink eyeshadow, with the lip. And I just, you know, I feel like this dress is really popping with the scene you made. The green dress looks good too. And there are some snaps where I think the green dress is the better option, but I think for yours, the pink dress actually may be the better option here. With these rainbows facing in, and the red bands and pink bands kind of being on the inside, it just balances so nicely with the dress. And if you don't bring Ariel up, then you could keep the pink dress. I mean, you could even keep it if you brought Ariel up, but I do think maybe Belle... And you wouldn't even need to bring her up too much, you know. But yeah, maybe Belle and Tiana in her default green style, and Belle in her gold style. Now, I know the idea here is to have all the couples together. So it may get tricky on how exactly to lay that out. But you can always have Beast kind of more towards the back, like looking towards Belle. But I do think one of the issues of bringing Ariel up is that her gown, her pink gown, is rather pale. And we're already using a lot of white here at the base of the shot. The colors I really think the colors pop better on this one. But I do think having some villagers closer would be ideal. But maybe, you know, we can keep what's really strong about this being the outfit and how it pairs into the scene, and play up the color palette of the castle by bringing in a villager with a gold fit and a green fit. And you wouldn't even have to have them like right next to you. You know, you could have, if we rearranged right here, you know, we could have Belle right here where like the thumper is. And we could have Tiana right here where this thumper is. And then if you still wanted this pillar to be visible, you can just move it back just a little bit so we can see it behind her. Just a thought, but even if you don't make changes, I think even if you just went with this snap, I think I think this would get a better rank than this, but you never know. It really depends on what you pop up against and what the voters prefer. But I got this feeling this one is going to be stronger. I think the overall saturation is a bit stronger on this one. Yeah, the gold notes in the building kit back here seem to be a bit more bold. So I think the saturation might have been a bit higher on this one too. But yeah, they're both good options. I mean, realistically, you could choose either. But I think this may be your best bet. Again, bringing the villager up I think would be a good idea. But the outfit, I think you were on the right track with the outfit yesterday. I think it works really good with what you created. And you don't absolutely have to bring the villagers up. I think already you got a great presence with like the couples interacting in the back. And I think that's really fun. So if you're done and you're not going to be working on these anymore, I would just go with this one. You know, bringing the villagers closer is something that can be very good and competitive within snaps. But so is storytelling. And having all the couples together, even if they're in the background, I don't think is a bad play. I would say if you are going to bring villagers closer, I would focus on bold colors. And I would avoid the paler colors, unless you have like a very light pink scene, because we have seen a lot of light pink scenes where they include Ariel and the Avatar, and there's like a lot more magnolias. So it really depends on the scene as far as which villagers you bring up. Like if you're doing a Cinderella castle build, Cinderella should probably be at the front because her outfit matches with that color palette. Whereas for this color palette, it's very vibrant. It's a very vibrant palette. So the more vibrant outfit, I think, pairs better. Either way, both are very beautiful. I think both are very likely for 4K. But I do think this is the stronger of the two. Bethany, hello, hello. Hey, Zabai, the advice I got was to work on the balance, so I took that advice. You said about how the plants and spaces should be more balanced and not a lot of character lighting. I've uploaded the original and 2 new options. Thank you again. All right. So I think this was yesterday's. Yeah, you can have some character lighting at sunset, but you don't need too much. Character lighting is going to be very important when, you know, you're taking your photo at night or you're taking your photo with like the moon setting or in the shade. At sunset, I would maybe go up to like 20% or somewhere around there, but I would be careful to crank it up too much because, you know, as showed when we went through my Dreamsnap portfolio yesterday, most of my 4K submissions from Sunset aren't really using character lighting. Like I might have like 10% here or something very low, but it's very minimal. I don't have any character lighting here. I don't think I have any character lighting here. Don't have any here. We got a little bit here because I faced away from the sun when I did the Pluto pose. None here. None here. None here. And, you know, this was a top 100 photo, so the, you know, when it comes to the character lighting, it can be really good if you're trying to give yourself an ethereal glow, and there's some cool stuff you can do with it, you know, like you can use character lighting to make yourself look like a ghost, like in Ghostly Gala. So sometimes making your character glow for either a storytelling reason can be really good. I would just be careful because, you know, even without that high character lighting, the avatar is still going to look very crisp and beautiful when you have that nice sunset lighting coming in. So now the new ones, we got this one here, and we got this one here. This one definitely has the best balance of the three. And I like the color palette you have here too. We have gold, green, and pink, which again matches very nicely with the castle in the back. Looking at the balance here. very solid. One minor balance change I would probably make here. You see how this horse topiary is facing inward and rearing his hooves up to this side of the tree? And this one is rearing them towards Belle. I would rotate this horse to also face the tree, just like this horse is. So I would try to pair, since you have, you have the balance of a tree here and a tree here, then you have the balance of a horse here and a horse here. I would try to position the horses both facing inward at the same angle. And then I would try to make sure the rose blooms behind the horses are aligned, about the same way behind both horses to get that nice high quality balance. Now, you can see your avatar is perfectly centered, whereas the center of the castle here is a little off to the right. Might not be a big deal to change this week, but I would advise for future snaps, when you set up the center of your scene, if you're creating a balanced image with like the same trees on both sides, same horses on both sides, same shrubs on both sides, try to have your centerpiece in the dead center. So as we have it here, you're in the dead center of the photo, and the horses are pretty even on both sides, but the castle is a little off to the right. So if you were able to have the castle a few spaces to the left, the steeple will be right above your head, and you'd have it as a great middle point in the scene. Again, you don't have to worry about that this week, because that's going to require you to move all your walls over, move the castle over, move the whole build over. Don't worry about that this week. Just something you can pay forward for future challenges. Wings of a Daydream. We got... Oh, it opened it in the wrong tab for some reason. Okay, I'm going to bring it over here. We got the snap from yesterday. Suggestions cautioned on theme park items and to stick closer to the Kingdom of Beauty concept. First is the original. Second photo was done over the weekend before the review. Third photo after review. Senpai, I can't tell you how much your feedback is valued. While I am one of those voters who absolutely adores Mickey and Minnie and theme park vibes for nostalgia, I'm here to learn and grow. Your advice on sticking closer to the theme is sound, and I love the final result even more than my original. I'm sure there will be a theme park-inspired snap in the future, but for this week, I truly appreciate your honesty and helping me rein in the theme. Well, thank you, Wings. That's very kind of you. I really appreciate the reception to the advice, because at the end of the day, you don't have to take my advice. You know that. It's your snap. And there's nothing wrong with stepping outside of the box and adding your own concepts. I just advise caution on it. There's no right and wrong, because everything is subjective. It depends on what kind of voters you get. It depends on what kind of photos you're up against. The only, thing I wanted to point out with the, theme park kind of concept is it adds an additional element to the theme that's outside of the theme. So it's a risk. Now, sometimes that works out really well, but oftentimes it doesn't. One thing that's really helped me be consistent with my Dreamsnap results is every single item I use, every villager I use, the setting I choose, the outfit, everything ties back to the theme. So for Kingdom of Beauty, if it's not something I would naturally expect to see within a kingdom, then I likely will not be including it in my snap. But that doesn't mean you can't incorporate a theme park vibe into your build. It's your snap. And, if you want to do that, I say by all means. But, I'll always recommend caution on things like that, just to be, as in line with the theme as possible. If you can design your snap in a way to where the theme can be guessed by somebody that doesn't know what the challenge is, that's a good goal to have. So when you're designing your Dreamsnap concept, if you stick to items that relate directly with the description of the challenge or the title of the challenge, it makes the theme abundantly clear. And I think the theme's pretty clear here with like the castle pieces and the beauty, but we do have an outside concept. And the reason I caution it is because out of all the snaps we reviewed, and an abundance of the snaps I've seen online, I haven't really seen any theme park elements, which is why I would recommend caution. It all ties back into the voters. Mickey and Minnie are very popular, but we haven't seen them very much this week. And I think that's because the challenge, you know, told us to use royalty and really play up the kingdom vibes. So you could definitely do something like this and still get 4K. I think your original snap was absolutely gorgeous, and I think this could, even just as it is, could get 4K. But, you know, I'll always be honest about what I perceive to be a potential risk. And I say potential because whether or not it is a risk will depend on what kind of photos you get, and it'll depend on what kind of photos you're up against. So we never know for sure. But I like to err on the side of caution and at least, you know, provide advice that helps you do the same. So we have our new option here, and then we have one additional option here. Oh, wow. Yeah, the final option here, I think, is the strongest of the three. Absolutely beautiful. These blossom trees coming in on the sides are really nice up here at the top. And I love that we can see, like, beyond the aurora, we can see more castles in the backdrop. Yeah, it looks like maybe you made this in the meadow and you're using the elevation of the plaza in the back. Or maybe it's just, oh, maybe it's just the castles being tall and actually showing up above it. But I love the clock tower here. That looks really good. Yeah, I think opting for, instead of the Ferris wheels, like opting to show off these castles you have in the back. Because I don't think I even noticed the castles yesterday. But now I see it. I didn't catch that. I see the steeple here. And I think I see Beast and Belle's castle here, but I didn't really notice them yesterday. And now they're, like, really prominent. It really feels like a massive kingdom in the back. The saturation here is very good. Colors are very vibrant. I think this will pop and stand out really well in the voting phase. Really good villager selection here as well. Everyone you're using has vibrant, beautiful colors. We have the, you know, deep blue from Jasmine, the light green from Anna. You've got all the good dream styles here. That's awesome. Ariel, Belle, Aurora, Tiana. Really beautiful kingdom. My only small recommendation, and this is a small recommendation, I think if you go with this, I think you're very safe for 4K. But if I were to make any small change to this myself, it would be to take this blossom tree and scoot it to the left to fill out this corner, because your blossom on the right is connected to the corner. So if we could connect this one with the left-hand corner, I think it would serve to balance out the shot a bit better. Like how in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the wheelbarrow, and in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the wheelbarrow. So the bottom corners feel very balanced. The top corners, they still feel balanced because this comes out about as far as this does. But we have a little gap here. So I think even if this didn't come out as far, if it connected with this corner, it would feel... I think it would add to the balance of the top of the scene even more. Excuse me. Sorry. Hopefully it didn't scare you guys. But yeah, very, very beautiful. And like I said, even if you don't move this blossom over, I think you're very safe for 4K with this submission. Absolutely beautiful. It truly feels like a kingdom of beauty. I would not want to pop up against this snap. It's very strong. Great job. Horizontal is next. Let's see. Got this one here. Hi, thank you for your advice. I think I'm happy with my snap now, but I know it's still nowhere near as amazing as everyone else's. Anyway, I added banners and opted and the potted trees to the background to fill out the opportunistic spaces. And I've changed my hair to the pretty new one because it had the pink flowers in it. I also managed to get Rapunzel in, so I've got 7 princesses. What do you think? All right, let's check out the new one. So original, new. Yeah, very nice. Love the addition of the banners in the back. The additional princesses adds even more detail into the scene here, which is great. Looks like you also added some flower beds in the back. I would say there's still a bit of opportunity here for, you know, a little bit more detail in your castle courtyard kind of area. There's a lot of fun things you can use this week. Like pocket items, like flowers, these little rosebuds from the Beast Flower Stall. They can be really good for lining paths. And now, since the update, it doesn't pull just from your pockets anymore. When you duplicate pocket items, it pulls from your storage. So that's really nice. You don't have to bring a bunch of stacks of flowers with you. You can just bring one and duplicate it as many times as you need. And then you can pick all those flowers back up with group select. It's really handy. You also have things like these tulips, you know, the tulips from the premium shop. I don't know if you picked those up, but those tulips could be really good to fill out some of this space here and add some amazing color. And they wouldn't be too invasive. I know you're probably trying to use shorter items so we can still see the beautiful castle walls in the back. But I would say there's still some opportunity here for a little bit more if you wanted to add more. But you have a lot going on here, so I think you're looking very good. Rainbows could be really fun here too. It's something you can see through, and you could have rainbows kind of arching on the outskirts of the scene if you wanted. The tricky thing, though, is if you make any more changes from here, it's probably going to be really hard to get all 7 of these princesses back into your scene. And I think they're probably more valuable than rainbows or tulips. So if you're not able to get all 7 of these princesses back, I would stick with what you have. However, if you are able to get all of them present within the scene again, and you want to add more detail into the build, pocket items like flowers, the tulips from the premium shop, pot of gold rainbows could be very fun to add some additional elements to the opportunity we have within these open spaces. But overall, I think the scene has a very strong chance for 4K. You know, you're using, you know, we were just talking about these roses. Like if you wanted to, you could attach some to these outer paths here, but I feel like that would be a lot of work as well. It's too bad we can't put the magnolia petals on top of like carpets or things that count as rugs, because the new Star Path walkway, I think, would be a really good centerpiece for your main path here. It would add a bit more texture to the middle, but then you would have to redo the flower petals, and I think that would be a headache. But yeah, the beauty factor here is very nice. I think the new submission is definitely the stronger candidate, especially with the additional villagers and the added details in the back. You've added these little trees. We've added some flower beds. We've added banners. There's still a lot of opportunity in these zones here. And even things like fountains could be really good. Like, I think a great example, I don't know if you have these because they were premium, but this fountain in particular, it's so low to the ground, it's so flat, it makes seeing over it very easy. And you can even put beautiful items within the fountain. Like, you know, these little floating lilies. These could be very nice. But this could be very good for some of those grassy patches. Like, you could take 2 of them and, you know, fill in a whole area. But, you know, these could be fun options. But again, if you don't have them, I wouldn't worry about it. Other fountains are going to be taller and more invasive, so maybe not as good to use. Willow. Uh-oh. Let's see. Looks like we got everybody that submitted. Well, nope. We got Ashley as well. Ashy Poo. I think we haven't done Ashy Poos yet. We have Scylla. Yeah, we did do Scylla's. So it looks like all we have left is Ashy Poo, who submitted... Oh, Ashy Poo, I think you might have moved yourself out of the queue. That's why we missed you earlier, because you actually uploaded for re-review at 1:01 a.m., but you uploaded today during the stream. So check the rules on that. I'll still review your snap, but just so you're aware, the cutoff time for all submissions is 3 p.m. on Tuesday. And if you add to your submissions during the review, it moves you out of the queue. So you would have probably gotten reviewed much earlier today, but since you added a snap during the stream, it pushed you back a lot. it put you at the end of the queue. Now, we do have 2 others, which would be Willow and Reptile Mom. I would encourage both of you guys, when you get a chance, to read the rules. The cutoff time for all snaps is 3 p.m. The reason why is because we get so many reviews. I like to take stock of what I'm going to be reviewing for the day well before I go live. It helps me kind of set the pace and, know what I'm going in to do. To submit after 3, and don't worry about it next week, because I'm just going to start locking the channel, because, I think I say this every week, and we still get reviews during the stream and then after 3. So what we'll probably start doing next week is, during the stream, these forums will be locked. You will not be able to upload during the streams. And then on Tuesday at 3 o'clock, the forums will be locked and no more submissions can come in. The reason why is, like I stated, I like to have an idea of how many we're going to be reviewing and also uploading during the stream. I won't even see your snap until I close and reopen the forum, which I just did because I thought we were done, but there's 3 more here. So I also have a really hard time telling people no when it comes to the reviews. So since you guys were able to put them in here, I will review them, but keep in mind, next week, it's going to be locked. So if you want a secondary review, or if you want a Monday review, you will have to submit before 3. So I know, Lisa, yours came in at 3:05. Reptile Mom's, yours came in at 3:40. And Ashy, you updated yours at 4:46. So I'll go ahead and review all of them because, I don't like seeing snaps come in and then just being like, nope, I'm not going to review it. So I will review them. But starting next week, these channels will be locked, because if you want to upload for a review during the stream or after 3, you must have permission for that. So if something comes up in life, like you get called into work and you don't get out till later, so you don't get to make the deadline, or let's say your kid's throwing a temper tantrum and you got to deal with them, and now you're 20 minutes late to submit, that's cool. You can talk to me about it. You can send me a DM. You can talk to me about it at the beginning of the stream, and I'm usually going to be flexible on that. But yeah, that'll start being enforced next week, so just keep that in mind. So if you haven't yet, be sure to read the rules. There is a rules tab right here. It's the one major qualification once you sync your Discord and your Twitch or your YouTube. The one thing you need to do to participate is just read the rules. It's going to break down where to upload, how to upload, what times to upload. And you have a lot of time to upload. It's from the time the challenge begins. If you want a primary review on Monday, you must upload before 3 p.m. EST on Monday. The final deadline for all reviews and all submissions is 3 p.m. Eastern Time on Tuesday. If you do not upload by 3 p.m. Eastern Time on Tuesday, you will not be getting a review that week without express permission from me or the moderators. So just keep that in mind. And please try your best to be respectful of the rules and of the little boundaries we create. All right, so Ashy Poo, you did upload on time, but you added during the stream, and that's why you got pushed so far back today. We probably would have got you a lot earlier. First 3 ones are new. I changed my hair and dress, took off the fangs, tried different angles to work with the position of the villagers. They'll fix the bug soon, but, they have bigger things to worry about, like taking away our ability to add things that cast light. Yeah, Ashy Poo, it's the priorities, right? They got their priorities. I'm hoping that eventually what they might do is, like, maybe add premium items that cast light. I'll happily pay for that feature. I just miss my Vitalis lanterns. Like, I really miss them. Okay, here's the original. So this is the original one from yesterday that we reviewed. And I think you sent me, this is the one you sent me during the stream, which was your alternate one from yesterday. But since we're focusing on this one here, we'll just work on this one. Now, it looks like you embraced the kind of idea we were talking about with the regal looks. So the avatar looks really good here. Now, between your images, I think your first angle, where you kind of lined up perfectly with the stairs here and gave us a great overview into this kingdom, I think this was your strongest angle, and I really liked how you played up the royal villagers here, like right at the front, like Tiana with the little tiara on her head, and Cinderella and Rapunzel on the side. I would be careful with villagers like Joy being featured near the front, but I would say your original shot had a better angle than your new shots here. This angle is fun, like the side view, but the balance of this is what's really special. You know, the castle is kind of right in the center. The stairs descend on equal portions of the shot here. And we get the fountain right in the middle. On this one, the fountain's a little bit more to the left, and the staircase comes out a little bit more on the right. The castle is not quite in the middle of the frame, and we don't have a great villager presence around the bridge as we had yesterday. I know it's not your fault. The toggle is really lame in this biome. That's the trick right now. My personal recommendation, Ashy Poo, would be to avoid using Mythopia for now, unless you absolutely have to. This is the only biome where the villager toggle appears to be broken, which sucks because it's a Hercules update. So, of course, the best biome for Hercules builds is the one where the toggle doesn't want to work. But hey, at least we don't have Vitalis lanterns anymore. I think this one has the best angle from the new ones. And this one, I really like the golden glow of the fireworks. And I think it has the best royal villager. So out of the new ones, I think this is the best out of your new shots. But I really did love the original balance that you had here. Now, if you do choose to go with this one, having royal villagers like Ariel looking out into this beautiful view, having Cinderella, the Blossom Dragon, are really fun. I would just be hesitant to include villagers like Olaf. I would focus on only highlighting your regal villagers, and if these little guys show up, you can't use the toggle to put them where you want them if you're in Mythopia, but you can use the toggle to hide them. So you can always hide villagers like Olaf and focus only on the royalty. But yeah, the Cherry Blossom Dragon looks good here. And even though we don't have the same balance you had in the original Snap, the skyline still looks really nice, and the fireworks look really impactful, and you got a really good shot of the avatar here. I would say the ideal scenario would be if you can get a balanced shot like you had yesterday with only royal villagers around you, even if it's just two. Like, you do have the new Ariel Dream Style, and she looks really good here, so I would make her my top priority. But having a scene like this with this balance, but maybe having you a little bit closer, having Ariel and her new dream style, and then any other royal villagers you can trap in this bridge area, because it looks like that's what you're doing with the tables. You trapped them in here so they would kind of walk around in the spot. But I would focus on only trapping royalty in this pocket. Again, this one's a good option if you don't have any time to work on these anymore. I would say out of the current snaps, this is probably your best bet. This one does have the best balance, but this one does have really cool lighting, some beautiful firework effects, a really good shot of the avatar, and two very good royal villagers right here at the front of the scene. And the Blossom Dragon is nice too. Now, how this will perform, it's hard to say. It's a very unique approach to this week's challenge, like this kind of elevated view where you're up on a staircase looking into the kingdom. It's really unique, which could be a big benefit for this snap. It'll depend on your voters, and it'll depend on what you're up against. So it's very hard to gauge whether or not this will, get an exceptionally high rank or will land in 25 or 15. But I think it's beautiful, and I would not be surprised if it got 4K. It's a unique approach on the theme. I also like that we have this kind of golden orb popping up behind Ariel. She looks exceptionally good in this one. But I do think it would be even better if we were able to hide Olaf and focus only on the royalty here. But if you wanted to play around with this anymore, a balanced shot like this, where you feature the castle right in the middle, you feature the fountain right in the middle, you have the staircase descending evenly on both sides, And the only trap royalty on this bridge area, or this stair area, could allow you to catch some really fun, unique shots. And that would be my recommended, direction for what you have so far. But if you're out of time and you're not going to be working on this tonight, I think this is a good candidate. We got Lisa. You told me not to sweat the pets. Line candles along the pathway. Fill up empty spots. Make sure to use fireworks. I have 3 different shots with different outfits and poses. Hopefully one of these works for 4K versus the original. Sorry, to the left are 3 as everyone was in houses. Already discussed that, so just keep that in mind for next time. Rules are rules. So if it is after 3, you must have permission to upload. So if something comes up, DM me or speak to me about it at the beginning of the stream. But starting next week, you will not be able to do that. I'm going to start locking the channels because this happens no matter how many times I ask. It happens every week, so I don't have much of a say, and I don't have the heart to say no. So I gotta lock the channels for my own good. Oh, very nice. Yeah, the new one's very strong here. This one's very good. Yeah, I think all of these have good 4K potential. All are improvements from the original. So, we have some good villager presence here. But, with royalty being the main feature of this challenge, I think royal and regal villagers are far more important to play up than worrying about dragons or pets. Now, if you can get a good shot of a dragon or a pet, yeah, great to include. They're really fun. But I think this is easier because you have the villager toggle, and it's more impressive because you have all these animated villagers, everybody doing their own thing, Beast and Belle being romantic, Aurora being beautiful, Anna being excited, Eric and Ariel together. The pose here is very pretty. Good outfit, good eyeshadow. She looks very regal. Great Aurora, some beautiful fireworks. So very strong. This one also very good. This is actually the outfit I'm wearing. Different hair, but yeah, I like this crown with this dress. I think it's really pretty. It works really well for the kingdom vibes. And I actually haven't seen very many people wearing this outfit, so that's why I was excited for it. I did something different with the eyeshadow, though. I did a gold fading into red, and it goes into a hue of orange, so it almost looks like a sunset. It's really cool looking. At the end of the stream, since there's always way less people here, what I'm going to do is, at the end of the stream, there's less people around, so I'm in a conundrum myself. I have 2 very good candidates for submission this week. I really like both of them, but I'm going to ask for y'all's opinion once we're at the end. I don't like to share my snaps on socials, and I also don't like a whole lot of people to... I've had issues with people copying my snaps, so I've tried to be a little bit more cautious about using some of my builds. I mean, if you saw what happened with Forested Book Nook, you know what I'm talking about. I had like an exact replica of one of my builds. I was like, oh my god. It was impressive how close it was. And I found it while voting. It wasn't sent to me. I came across it. I was voting, and I was like, wait, how am I seeing my own snap? And I was like, wait, that's not my snap. It's just a carbon copy. It was impressive, but at the same time, kind of sad. So, but we're at the end of the challenge, so I don't think anybody's going to have the time to, directly do what I did. And then also, I also don't want my voting results to have anything to do with people knowing it's me. So that's why I never share my snaps on social media or Instagram or, anywhere until voting is closed. But I do have 2 really good options, and I'm having an exceptionally hard time choosing. I've actually changed my submission 3 times. I keep going back and forth. So the gold one is fun here. But with the dragon pose, we don't get that dual line of the candles, which I really like in this one. I think it gives really good balance to the photo. And also, you have a lot of gold here, like with the gazebo, with Belle's dress, with the candles, and with Snow White's dress here. It might be a bit too much with this outfit. I think I kind of like your celestial fit a bit more for this particular scene. I also like this pose more. Now this one, also very fun, but if you have the goose pose, the goose pose works so well for this dress. Like, it's crazy how beautiful that goosey pose is with this dress. Now, I know this is a premium pose, so not everybody has it. But if you turn your camera to the left in selfie mode and then go back to portrait mode, and then you do goose pose 1, the reason this is so good for this dress, and I should take these bracers off because it looks even better without them. I think they're on from another outfit. It's because of the way the arms, the sleeves hang off of this dress and the way they connect. The fact that you can see the arm and you can see the interior of the dress. This, if you're going to use this dress, I would definitely go with this pose if you have it. It is stunning, and it's seen really good, presence in Dreamsnaps the past couple weeks. Ever since we got this dress from the Star Path, there were people that bought this dress immediately, and when I saw it being used with this pose, I was like, dude, that is absolutely drop dead gorgeous. The way the sleeves hang down from this. It doesn't look as good on this arm as it does on this arm, but still, it looks really nice. So between the 3 options you have here, Willow, if you were going to go with this one, I think doing the goose pose at the front could be really fun, and that would also allow you to see both bands of candles. But I would say your best option out of the 3 right now is this one. I think the dress looks really good. She looks very regal. We get a very good view of the castle backdrop, and you have exceptional villager presence in this photo. You've got the couples together. You've got the regal horses. You got all these great details. If there were one tiny thing I would do differently here, the only thing I would do differently is you have very abundant, thick green trees going across the entire scene, except for right here. They stop right here. So if you had a big green tree behind these pink trees, I think it would balance out with the rest. But I don't think it's worth it to add it because everything is lined up really well in this shot. And if you did add another green tree there, it's going to be such a headache to get all these villagers back in. And I don't think it's worth it just to add the tree. So I would go with this one out of the 3 options. Now, if you were going to work on this anymore, you could do something very fun with this dress and the goose pose, potentially. But with the villagers displayed like they are here, and with the butterflies and the flower petals and the fireworks and the aurora, I think voters are going to be impressed with this, and I think it's a likely candidate for 4K for sure. Mir says, sorry, Sabai. I've been extremely busy, single mom, kids' birthdays, etc. Yeah, you're good. You're good. Like, that's why I say if things come up, if life gets in the way, kids are going crazy, you got birthdays, just reach out to me. Just reach out to me. And, I'll always be willing to work with you guys. So, if for any reason you missed the deadline, I am more than willing to work it out. But, I just want the rules for uploads to be followed. It makes the process a lot easier for me, and then I don't have to go into the whole, rule, breakdown and whatnot. But it won't be a problem next week, because I'll just lock the channels, and that way, people can reach out, and we can discuss fitting them in, should we have the time to do so. So we will not have to worry about it next week, but, no need to apologize. I think a lot of people might not be aware, or it's easy to forget some of the rules, because there's, I think there's a handful of them. We have Reptile Mom here. So, Reptile Mom, you sent in this one, but I have a couple of issues here. So, first off, as we discussed, there's the deadline, which we've already gone over. So, don't worry about that. But the other thing, and this is also found in the rules, for secondary reviews, I need both your new snap and your old snap. And the reason why is because sometimes the original snap is the better option. So for secondary reviews, the goal is different from primary reviews. In primary reviews, what we're doing is we're looking at your snap and we're looking for ways to make it more competitive. And for secondary reviews, we're comparing that new snap with the original to see if it went in the right direction. Sometimes the original snap is the better option. Like we saw that pretty, I think we saw that pretty recently with another submission. Yeah, it was this one here. So from Femme Fatale's submission, I think her original is actually the better option because we discussed bringing the villagers closer. But the color palette of the original, I think, is still superior here. So that's why we want to see both, because the last thing I would ever want is for your original submission to be the better option, but we don't have it and we can't compare, and then you end up getting a lower rank, you know, because we tried to incorporate changes and, you know, they might not have been what we were hoping for, or maybe the time of day is different, or villagers. But when it comes to secondary reviews, we do need both the old and the new snap. Aluan Mir says, if you did have time, I did submit in primary reviews. Would greatly appreciate it. I will not do it next week for sure. Gotcha. No worries, Aluan. I'll look at it. Yeah, I'll do them. Like I said, I'll do them this week. And you know, at least you reached out in chat. So, and you know, it's an easy rule to forget the deadline. I think it'll be more consistent. It's kind of on me. Like, you know, if I don't want people to upload during the stream, I need to just lock the forum. So it's more on me than anything. But yeah, I appreciate you being kind about it. I'll definitely take a look at it. Don't worry. So Reptile Mom, without the original snap to compare this to, it's kind of hard for me to know if we went in the right direction. Since I review hundreds of snaps, I can't really remember what we were looking at originally. That's why I need the old one. Now, what I can tell you based on what I'm seeing here, there's a couple things I would recommend for this snap. Number one, you never want to build close to the edge of the biome of a floating island. There's no benefit to that, only downside. Unless you're in a very particular biome where the background is giving you some kind of advantage. So, for example, if I were doing the Small Wonders challenge, I'm going to use the giant butterflies that are part of the biome. So I'm going to build close to the edge of the biome so I can feature the butterfly. So maybe you want to feature a cliff wall for some reason, or maybe you're in the edge of the meadow so you can use the elevation of the plaza to make bigger castles. So there are exceptions to that. But when you're building on a floating island, you want to be far away from this edge. And let me show you why. When you're further away from the edge of the floating island, you get full control of your background. You don't let the floating island dictate that. So if I wanted more tall castles in the background, I could do that. If I wanted more trees, I could do that. If I wanted to push this whole build back, I could do that. I'm in control because I have the space to be in control. But if I build my scene right here, well, now I'm very limited on control because I have minimal space to work with. These floating islands are huge. So try to focus on working close to the front of the island and always have adequate space behind your build. So you can build silhouettes behind scenes, you can add houses or anything, you know, because if you're getting a review and getting tips, and one of those tips is to maybe consider adding something in the background, if you don't have the space for that, it can hurt you. So like in this snap, you know, we have like, we can see right off the edge of the floating island here and right off the edge of the floating island here. You don't want to be able to see through the snap. So when it comes to dream snaps, you want to think about it like a movie scene, but not a movie set. The reason this feels like a movie scene instead of a movie set is because our imagination has to fill in what's back here. It looks like more castles. So a massive kingdom resides past these walls, a kingdom of beauty. We can't see through this, so we have to imagine it. But when we can see right through the snap, there's nothing to imagine. It's just, we know for a fact that it's a row of trees and a castle. So it feels more like a movie set, like a prop stage, right? That's what you want to avoid in dream snaps. Now, that doesn't mean you have to spend hours and hours and hours making some super deep, elaborate build, because you can make a snap in 25 minutes that seals off. So like in this snap, you know, we used magnolia trees and cherry blossom trees, and then we used a light silhouette behind the avatar with fences, and you cannot see through the snap. So we sealed it off, and the entire snap is detailed. Building close to the edge makes it a lot harder to do that when you're, using buildings here, because what you could do is add more trees. You can add some lights in the back to create a silhouette, but you're working with very limited space. Another great thing you could do is maybe use Beast and Belle's castle and another castle on the side. So you could use Beast and Belle's castle, Cinderella's castle, but we don't have space for that because you've put yourself on the edge of the biome. The other thing I would caution on here is the Winter Gala antlers. They don't really tie into the look. The look that you have here, I don't know why I just moved it up there. The look that you have here is, gold and red. Also, no makeup on the lip, no makeup on the eyes. And if you look at your competition, you'll see everybody is going out of their way to do their eyeshadow to match their outfit. They color their lips. A lot of people color their eyes to match their outfits. There's a lot of things you can do. So, like this Dreamsnap, for example. I believe this is Miss Spock. But notice how she has this light pink and cream colored dress. We have light pink eyeshadow, beautiful light pink eyes, a light pink lip, and light pink flowers in the hair. So that's the difference between getting 4K and, having a hard time advancing through 1500, 2500, and 4000 is that attention to detail. So it's going to be harder to compete against, because that's what you're doing. If you're aiming for 4K, you are competing against these players. We're all friends here. We're all a friendly community, but we all have to fight for our position in 4K. Snaps are getting more competitive. The 4K bracket is shrinking. The number of talented players is growing. And I like to think that I play a small role in that by helping people improve. With so many people looking to improve with each passing week, with so many people getting better and better at snaps, you really have to fight for your spot. Now, again, that doesn't mean you have to spend 3 hours on your snap. You can do it in 25 minutes and still check all the boxes. It all depends on how you approach it. But taking the time to really think about how you style your avatar, the eyeshadow, the lip, the hair, the color of the eyes, all of these things can be very impactful in your performance. And choosing your accessories. We don't have tags in Dreamsnap anymore that play into score, but no necklace, nothing on the wrist, no rings, no eyeshadow, no makeup, and a headpiece that doesn't really match with the dress. So think about how you can present the avatar. Think about all the amazing things you can do to be more competitive with how you prove to the voters you deserve that vote over the photo you're up against, because that's what your goal is. During a Dreamsnap challenge, you will pop up against another photo, and your goal is to have the voter choose your photo over your opponent's. If you're not willing to, style your avatar or think about your accessories, why would you deserve the vote over somebody that is doing these things? And if you look through the snaps we're reviewing, almost everybody is doing these things. So, my first recommendation here, aside from getting away from the edge of the biome, would be to try and be more thorough and attentive to how you present the avatar. Now, going back to the first word of advice, which is being away from the edge and filling out your snap, notice how when we see through your snap, the further back we see, it starts to get really pale and really foggy. That's another reason why we want to prevent that. The further back we see, it just loses color. It looks very gray. So as we look through these beautiful trees and these beautiful gazebos, we just see pale stones and pale trees in the background. Whereas if you were to, add a thicker line of trees or additional castles, we would have more beauty to look through in that background. The other thing is when it comes to foreground, you have this flower bed here and this flower bed here. This one is clipping into Belle's dress. Her dress is going right into the dirt. So why not take this flower bed and put it in this bottom left-hand corner? That way you can fill out your bottom left corner and you can fill out your bottom right corner. You just take both of the flower beds and stick them right into those corners. Then you can put some other items in the foreground here. Again, I don't have the original submission, so I can't really tell you if this is better or not. But what I would recommend here is filling out your tree line a bit more. Try to prevent us from seeing through the snap. And I would recommend being more attentive to how you design your avatar. And I would be more intentional with how you build out the foreground. And, you know, when you snap a photo, look for things like this. You know, like, is the avatar clipping into something within the environment? If the answer is yes, like, the only one that can fix that is you. So, in order for you to get the best value out of these reviews, you also need to be critical of your work. You know, don't just rely on my critique. Start looking at your snaps before you upload and really look for things that feel out of place. Like, you want to be able to catch stuff like this on your own. You really don't want to rely on me for that. And you want to be able to catch stuff like this on your own. That way, we can move on to more advanced concepts when it comes to your snap. You know, we can talk about arranging storytelling elements, or adjusting saturation, or, you know, layering different beauty factors like auroras and fireflies or fireworks or all those kinds of things. But if we get caught up on the basics, we can't move on to those more advanced topics. Okay. And I think we had one more here. Zombie says, which pose would you recommend for people that don't have the geese? Zombie, there's a lot of good poses, honestly. If you don't have those premium geese, you definitely don't have to use that pose. There's a few poses I really like. I think one of the really fun base game poses is actually the Pluto pose, but you have to use it a certain way. This is actually the Pluto pose. You might not be able to tell by looking at it, because you have to set it up a really particular way. This is also the Pluto pose. It's got a super cute smile, the hand with the finger extended towards the mouth, one hand out as if they're thinking about grasping for something, or they're taking a step back from something. It's a beautiful pose. But then, you know, you have things like the Pegasus pose, or if you're trying to actually showcase a companion, poses like that. It really depends on the theme and like what you're trying to do in your photo. So, you know, a little robot pose is great for grabbing books. So, Zombie, I would say it really depends. It depends on your outfit. It depends on what kind of, you know, story you're trying to tell. You know, sometimes it's great to do a pose where you actually showcase the companion. For the dress we were mentioning, I would say the dragon pose is also really good for that dress. So if you have this dress here, you know, I think dragon pose could be good, sunbird pose can be good, but the Pegasus pose isn't that great with this dress because the sleeves clip together. And that's why I said it kind of depends on your outfit too. So if we use a Pegasus here, you'll see that when she crosses her arms together, these two sleeves now clip into each other like scissors. So it doesn't look as good. But if we use a pose where the arms are open and extended, and that's why, you know, when you choose your pose, I would go based off of facial expression, you know, the kind of energy you're looking to communicate with your pose. And I can show you how to set up the Pluto pose too, because this one's a bit technical. So if you do the Pluto pose normally, you're going to look like this. And if we hide Pluto, it's not quite the same as it was in that image. Now, if we get really close to the camera here, like really close, like this close, and then we turn, I believe it's, might be right. Find out in a second. Yeah, it was right. Okay, so if we have Pluto equipped and we turn to the right at about a 45-degree angle, and then we swap to Pluto, now we're further away. Now we hide Pluto. We play out the pose, and then we pause. However, there's a good timing to use this pose and a bad timing. And let me explain that. Turn up the character lighting so you can see it. Look at the gummy smile. It's not as flattering, like, you know, smiling like this with your gums exposed. It doesn't really look as beautiful as it does a bit later in the pose. So if we pause and unpause, eventually she will open her eyes and close her lips in a little bit. There we go. Now we don't have that gummy, toothy smile. We get to see the beautiful eye color, and we still get the hand extended towards the lips. We still get this one hand out. So this is a very fun pose to use, especially if you have a small item or a small villager or a small pet in this space here. Like you could have Max here, and his head could be bobbing right up in the top of the frame, and you're looking down like you want to pet him. You know, that's what I mean by storytelling elements. So I would say when it comes to poses, there are a lot of poses that are just as good as the goose pose. It just depends on what you're trying to communicate. Willow said again, so sorry for being late. I've been dealing with villagers in life. It's like that. Yeah, the villagers are a headache, especially trying to get all of them available. Okay, so we had one more in primary reviews, I believe. Leonite here. So very, very late. Totally understand if there's no time, but if there was, I would greatly appreciate it. I've been extremely busy, but would love any thoughts on which one. Anything else I could change. Been so busy, I haven't submitted a snap for review in a few weeks. Just doing them literally last minute before reset mostly. Added my final option in the comments as well. Working on it during the stream. Okay, so we got option number 1 here. Very good. Good foreground elements, good lighting, really fun character display. And then we got this one here. So one with the avatar, one without. I gotta say, I think they're both really good, but I'm really feeling this one because the presence of royalty, I think, is really strong here. I also like the starlight projectors here on the side. You got some good silhouettes from the red lights in the space. And we got some nice fireflies. I think for, you know, when you're limited on time and you're not going to be able to, you know, pour hours into your snap, this is definitely a good direction to go. Build close. You know, we talk about this a lot. You know, on weeks where I'm crushed for time, like for this one, this took me 25 minutes. And it got a great rank. So on weeks where you're very limited on what you have time to do, building close is a great way to approach the challenge because you can still make it beautiful, you can still make an impactful snap, and it's going to take you far less time than, you know, doing a snap where there is more depth and more details. Like snaps like this will take a lot longer than snaps like this, but they can both perform very well. So yeah, this is good for a quick submission. And I would definitely encourage you to, you know, continue following this path when you're, you know, if life remains busy and you don't have a whole lot of time. If you can find half an hour or so on the weekends and throw together something, that way you can always catch a review if you want to make any last minute changes. And you won't have to spend too much time on it, hopefully. But yeah, sometimes life's too busy even for that. But between these two, I do think this one feels a bit more balanced. So in this one, we have Beast and Belle on the left. Beast is very large. Belle has a large dress. And then we have you and Eric here. So there's a lot of villager presence in the middle and on the right. Whereas in this one, it's spread out very well across the scene. And you also have some really good kind of like candid shots, you know, like Eric and Ariel cracking up together. And like, you know, Belle like blushing at Beast hitting his bow. Aurora just being pretty. You know, I think voters are going to really like the way you've displayed the villagers here. Now, one thing that could be fun is breaking up some of this white pathing here. The round mosaic floor piece could be really good here at the base of your scene. And it may also help with this grass that's clipping through. Also, if you don't want to deal with this annoying tall grass bug, because even though I'm sure that area is paved, the grass will still pop through, depending on where your camera is. So if you want to avoid that entirely, avoid building in the Forest of Valor, because in the meadow and in the plaza, the grass is so short that even when this bug happens, it won't show up in your photo. Now, the round piece I'm talking about for the base of your shot that I think could be really good here is this round mosaic here. I think it's from Storybook Veil, but this could be very good at the base of your shot just to break up some of the white from the path that you have there. So you could position it right here where it kind of comes in at the bottom of your scene. And it's going to add some extra texture and details to this bottom section, which I think could be very valuable. Now, there's not a lot of exposed sky, but, if you could slip the aurora in there, could be fun. But again, not a lot of exposed sky. And there's not too much space to really add or tweak much of the photo. But overall, I think it's a strong snap. You've displayed the villagers very well. I like all the candid shots. You've got great foreground detail with the 2 wheelbarrows. Very good balance. Everything is centered out. And you've got some nice fireflies, even some little sparkles from fireworks. If you position a couple of Mushu fireworks right behind these wheelbarrows, like touching them, essentially, the dragon heads of the firework will show up in the shot, but once you activate them, they won't be there anymore. And they might go behind the castle, though, so you might not be able to see them. So if that ends up being the case, don't worry about it. But it could be really cool to add some sparkles to the top of the scene with those fireworks. Because the color palette of the Mushu fireworks is a goldish orange hue and a pinkish hue. And it pairs very nicely with the castle here. I had to change the one with the characters. Gotcha. So between these two. Yeah, I think this one has the best balance, actually. I'd probably go with this one over this one, but they'd probably rank about the same either way. I do think if you go with Eric and Ariel here in the middle, I think that round mosaic will be even more important here. And it does help kind of tone down the grass, having Eric here. Because his boot kind of covers this one, which is good. Yeah, I think this one's your best bet. Very nice. This one, it also feels like you got the angle even more centered. The tip of the castle here seems like it's slightly off to the right, whereas in this one, it feels dead center. And again, balance is really important in snaps. So this one, I think, has the best balance, not only with the position of the castle, but with the villagers. Because we have 3 on the right, but 1 is very large, and then 4 on the left with 1 further back. But yeah, I think this will be your best bet. I think this, for, a faster submission, I think this is a very good candidate for 4K as well. And yeah, not much I would recommend because you don't have a ton of space, but I do think this mosaic tile could be really fun. It's under the rug section. And if you don't use that, there's all kinds of fun things you can use to break up some of the white flooring at the base of your snap. It's the mosaic of friendship that we're talking about here, but you could also use something like the red carpet or the round straw rug. If you wanted purple, you could use the octopus carpet, but that one's a bit more villainous. Or you can even use the new curved archways. Like, these can be really pretty at the base of your snap. Do we get to see your snap tomorrow after deadline? Yeah. If you want my... Oh, thank you guys. Actually shared the link. Eyes of Stars, thank you guys. You're awesome. Yeah, sorry I didn't respond myself, Eyes. When I'm doing the reviews, I'm usually very locked in. I don't get to read chat as much. But now I think we're done. We do have Demigod, Emmy. They were also submitted after the stream started. Do you want to tag me in those, Ashley? Demigod and Emmy. Are they secondary? Oh, Emmy's came in really late. 7:28. Okay, we'll check that one out. And then Demigod. And we already got Danielle. Okay, Emmy here. This was the original. And you know, it's okay if we stick around a little bit later, because that means less people will see my snap anyway when I try to get you guys to help me choose. My mother and I went off the advice given in the first review. We ended up with this on our second attempt. We brought in Cinderella and brought everything a little closer into cutoff, the edge of the biome, as well as zooming in on my character. We did add a few small details too, but overall liked how it turned out. Thought of adding a horse, but we decided it was going to possibly become overcrowded and too busy looking. Hope this one turned out better. We appreciate the feedback. Okay, so we have this one here. Okay, so I do have a pretty important warning for you here, Emmy. So when I was talking about getting closer to the avatar, this is the third camera mode. It's called free mode. This is not the direction I was recommending, and I'll explain why. Free mode has a major downside, which often makes it underperform in Dreamsnaps. So the thing with free mode is when you use free mode in the camera, it always looks at a downward angle. So if we get close to the avatar, you'll notice now we can't see the sky. We can't see our castles. We can't see our trees very well. We're close to the character, but we can't see all those beautiful background pieces. Now in portrait mode, the camera goes flat with the ground, and we do get to see all those features. We get to see the skyline. We get to see the castle steeples. And that's why when I was reviewing your snap yesterday, I mentioned pushing the camera forward in portrait mode. Now, this is more of an advanced trick, but it's very much the meta in Dreamsnaps. It's what a lot of people use to get into 4K. That's why we have this weird table here. So, again, if we open the camera regularly, this is how your first photo was. Your avatar is smaller. We don't get all the details of the outfit, and the beauty of the avatar is close to the front of the scene. The reason that matters is because a lot of people vote on small screens, and they're not going to see those details unless you bring them closer. So here's where that table comes in. This table will actually push the camera closer to you. Now we get to see the background and the skyline of the castle. So I'm going to show you two examples. This is Exhibit A, using the advice, of pushing the camera forward. So we're going to snap this photo. I'm not going to go out of my way to make it perfect. We're just going to snap a quick photo here. I don't know what the heck Pluto is doing. Okay, so option number 1. All right, there it is. So we're going to save that. And now we're going to do a version with the zoomed in free mode like you're using. Okay. So this is with pushing the camera forward. Notice how we can still see the castles, we can still see the skyline, we can still see the fireworks. Now on the one where you're using free mode, notice how we can't really see any of that. We can see the castle walls, we can see the pawns, but the camera is at this awkward downward angle. That's why using free mode is not very good for snaps unless you are very accustomed to the camera mode. There are times where free mode is really good, but typically that's on elevation. So I can show you what I mean by that. If we go to Dreamsnap Captures, here's an example of a free mode shot. This is on elevation. We're on a bridge. And since it has a downward view, it works very well because we're looking down into a biome. I used the same strategy here on a Dreamsnap challenge called Valley Views a long time ago. If I can find it, there it is. So for Valley Views, I'm looking over the shoulder of my avatar, and we're looking down into a biome. But this is exactly why we do the secondary reviews, because I want to make sure that the advice I'm providing is understood, because I don't want to hurt your snap. So in your original snap, we get one of the most important things this week is your castle. The way you display your castle. In your original snap, we get the beautiful windows of the castle. We get these gold bands going across the top. We get these, fantastic colors. We get the steeples. Really elevates that kingdom vibe. We also get this gorgeous gazebo on the side with the gold trim and the gold top piece. We get these lanterns in the air. We get our tree line. We get this deep blue sky. You lose all of that when you zoom in with the free mode. So this is not what I want you to do. It's not what I'm recommending. It can still look good. The avatar looks good here. And we do still have some beautiful features within the build. However, you can have the best of both worlds. You can have the avatar up close and the beauty of your skyline and the beauty of your castle. In fact, that's what most players are doing. They're using that exact meta that I'm discussing right now. So if I go into our secondary reviews, I'm going to find one of our friends here who is very consistent with Dreamsnaps. So this is Beyblade. They've gotten 4K for the past 7 months in a row. They consistently land in the top 100. They're pushing their camera forward, just like I was encouraging you to do. So they're not going into free mode and zooming in, because if you go into free mode and zoom in, you lose all this beauty at the top of your scene, because your camera will be facing this awkward downward angle, and that angle is not popular with voters. It can work sometimes, but it's very technical, and I would recommend portrait mode 99% of the time. And Beyblade's far from the only person doing it. Everybody's doing it. So pretty much everyone here is pushing the camera closer, using the exact technique I'm trying to encourage you to use. So this isn't really a fringe thing. This is the meta of Dreamsnaps. This is what an extremely high number of people in the 4K range do every week. So knowing this technique is a very, very important thing, because most of the people that are getting 4K consistently are well aware of this technique, and I want you to be well aware of it too. So let me show you how to push the camera forward. There's a few items in the game that do this. If you have Eternity Isle, progressing with Jafar is going to get you the Vizier's Alchemy Table. This is my favorite thing to use to push the camera forward. However, if you do not have Eternity Isle, or you have not progressed with Jafar, there are items in your landscaping menu that will actually push the camera forward that come with the base game. So these large rocks, all of these large rocks, the large mossy rock, the large frosted rock, these all push the camera forward. Now they do cast a pretty big shadow, which is why I prefer the smaller table here. But if the rock is all you have, it's still a good option. If we get right up on the rock and we open our camera, boom. Now we got the camera very close. Now, as you can see, we're a little bit blurry because we're close. You go to your magic wand, set your focus to 2%, blur is gone. And from there, you can adjust saturation and whatever else you need to maximize the beauty of your photo. But this is what we're encouraging you to do. I do not think you should use the free mode because you're losing out on a lot of amazing things you did with the top end of your photo. Because this free mode, Gameloft really, I really hope they fix it at some point because this is just not a very good mode to use. And it's one of the worst modes for snaps unless you're very, very, very accustomed to the camera and how to use it to maximum benefit, which is something that definitely takes a lot of time and practice. So going back to your snap here. My big recommendation is to use an item to push the camera forward and not use the free mode. Now, in your... Yo, thank you, Kelly P. Hello! Holy heck, it's been a million years, but hi. Excited to watch Twit Partner and Drops again this year. Congrats, Senpai. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. I appreciate that. Very excited for the showcase tomorrow. We'll be live at noon if you want to watch it with us. The showcase starts at 1, but we're going to be live at noon to talk about Dreamsnap results and everything else. So, for you here, Emmy, a couple of things. The biggest thing is, you want to push your camera forward to get close to the avatar. That way, you're not going to lose all of that. You're not going to lose all this beauty factor you had from your castle, from your tree line. You're going to be able to keep these elements within your photo. That's why we want to push the camera forward and not zoom the camera in on free mode because the angle is not the best on free mode. If free mode allowed us to tilt the camera back up like it's supposed to be, it would be much more optimal. But unfortunately, it is what it is. Gameloft has designed it that way, so we're kind of stuck with that for now. But every single person, for the most part, that you've seen getting reviewed today, they're all pushing their camera up. They're all doing it because they know it works. They know how much voters love this. Because when you are voting on snaps on like a Nintendo Switch or on a Steam Deck, it's a small screen. So being able to easily see the beauty of the avatar from a voting perspective and from a submitting perspective, you really get to play up the beauty of the avatar by putting them front and center like this. So it's very popular with voters. Again, none of these people are zooming in. They're all pushing the camera up in portrait mode. So very important distinction there. Now, the other things I want to bring up here would be in regards to the submission rules. So when you get time, Emmy, I know you're new to submitting. This is your first week, so don't worry about it. But you will not be able to submit this late next week. The forums will be locked at 3 o'clock. So you have until Monday at 3 to upload for your first review. And then you have until, and that's Eastern time, by the way. I'm not sure what time zone you're in. And then on Tuesday, you have until 3 p.m. Eastern time to upload on Tuesday. But starting next week, you will not be able to upload this late. The channels will be locked. So if, do me a favor when you get time, if you want to participate in future in future reviews, and check out the rules tab. There's important rules you'll need to know about upload times, and there's also very important rules for secondary reviews. So, rule number 12 is the one I want to bring up to you here. It says, if you choose to participate in a secondary review process, please do your best to interpret and apply all of the advice given from the primary review if you have time. If I suggest a change you don't agree with, you should still include an additional photo with that change, even if you don't want to use it. This way we can cross-compare several final drafts before you come to a decision. So, the reason I'm bringing that up is because when you sent me this snap, I mentioned how adding a horse here would be very good because you have the cart here. And your response was, we thought about it, but we decided it was possibly going to be overcrowded and too busy looking. if that were the case, then, you know, we just wouldn't choose that one. But we still want to see it because it's part of the advice. It's part of the growth. It's part of the process. That's why it's also part of the rules. You don't have to do a secondary review, but if you want to, then I would encourage you to apply the advice I'm giving. And to be honest, you do have plenty of space here. So I don't think it would make it overcrowded. Maybe you're worried about blocking the jasmine flower. However, if you re-angle your coach, you could do both. It's all about the way you layer the photo. But we would love to see it, so if I'm like, because, you still have a lot of opportunity here with the space. And having one additional creature in the photo, I don't think is going to make it overcrowded because we do have an abundance of room here. The main thing we wouldn't want to do is block this pretty jasmine flower. But there are ways we can add the horse to prevent that. But by having the horse in your photo, it's going to give us a better idea of how to shuffle things around to still make that possible without making it overcrowded. So there were a couple of rules I think you might have overlooked this week, and I'm excited to have you participate in Dreamsnap Reviews. But just like everybody else here, it's very important to me that everybody acknowledge the rules because it makes this process a lot more faster and more efficient, and it helps me communicate the advice that I'm giving and why it's important. And it also helps you see different perspectives. So, when you submitted for this secondary review, you said that adding the horse could have possibly made it overcrowded. Well, yeah, possibly, but we didn't get to see it. We didn't get to talk about it. We didn't get to know. So you don't just need to upload one. The rules also say you can upload up to 3 photos. So if you want to do one with some of my advice and one with all of my advice, that would be ideal. That way we can see, and, we might end up choosing the one without all of my advice, but we do want to see it because that's the best way to grow, is to experiment and to see what you can do within a Dreamsnaps build. So please keep all of that in mind, and please, when you get a chance, review the rules section to participate in future reviews, because, like I said, it'll make the whole process a lot easier for me. With so many snaps to review, it's just rough when I have to go over the rules. And there's not too many of them. I think there's a total of 14 different rules. And I think for secondary reviews, there's only 4. And thank you. So the additions you guys have here are great. But again, my biggest recommendation is to push the camera up and not zoom in like this. You could do very well with this. It does highlight the avatar. She looks really good here. It does bring out the details in the avatar very nicely. But I think if you were to push the camera up, we can have the best of both worlds. We can see the beauty of the avatar, we can get the beauty of the foreground, and we could get the beauty of your skyline and of your castle. But yeah, the other additions in the build are great. Oh, and also, if you push the camera up, we'll actually be able to see the birds holding the ribbon, which will be very cute. I think the last one is Demigod. So this was yesterday's. Your tips regarding the river kit were really helpful, and after your reviews on other pictures, I thought this dress might be better, but want to know your thoughts. Is the picture with Max better, or the one with the turtle? Not sure which I should go with. Okay, so this was yesterday's, and then we have today's. And the one with the turtle. I would say the one with Max. You have better sunlight here. This one, it's a little more shaded, but I do like where you are in this one because we can see more of your pond. However, to make this pond more beautiful, since it's in a lot of shaded area, instead of adding these corals, what I would recommend doing here, Demigod, is going into your landscaping menu. So come down here to underbrush, and then come all the way down to these water lilies. These are very pretty little lilies. Very popular. These water lilies can go right into your river kit. There's smaller ones, there's medium ones, and there are these larger ones. So between your 2 final options here, where'd it go? There we go. I would say I like the pose with max better, but you being further away from the castle is best because we can get the most out of these river kits. But they're very dark and there's not much detail in the water. So adding some water lilies into the water here would give you a very nice glow. Also, use your villager toggle. You have all this open space behind you. Like, we have tons of space here and we have tons of space here. Yet you have Eric and Ariel 2 countries away. So let's take Eric and Ariel and put them right next to you. Not right next to you, but right behind you. So Eric right here, or Ariel, and the other right here. One to your left and one to your right, both slightly behind you. Add some beautiful lilies to your waterway to get a really enchanting glow. You can get rid of the coral. You don't really need it. I would use reeds and lilies. And when you build your scene, keep in mind, Demigod, for good lighting, the goal is to have the sun behind the camera. Notice how this side of the castle is getting really good light, but this side of the castle is very dark. It's because your sun is off and to the left. So before you make your build, before you start designing everything, use the sunset time of day. Look at where the sun is going to be. So the sun is here. It's on the south side of the island. So we're going to build our scene facing that sun. We're not going to build our scene on this side because the sun would be off to the left. And we're not going to build our scene on this side because the sun would be off to the right. We're either going to build our scene facing the sun to catch a sunlight. That's going to be more technical. You're going to have to adjust character lighting, highlight, saturation, and other things. The easiest approach is to build your scene facing the sun. But look at how there's no shadowy patches on the castle. You know, we have great lighting throughout the entire build. So where you choose to make your build is going to be very important, Demigod. So be very mindful of that. Not just with this challenge, but with all challenges. Lighting is one of the biggest keys to consistently getting 4K. And since you do have some shadow here, again, adding the water lilies is going to be very nice. Don't have Eric and Ariel super far away. Let's bring them in much closer, especially since you have this beautiful dream style for Ariel. And if you wanted to, you can even put some candles on the side of your pathway here. You know, there's more fun things you can do to add details to this. Just because it's paved doesn't mean you can't decorate it further. But yeah, I do think the max pose is really fun, but you're so close to the castle here that we can't really see the river kits. So I think the turtle, like where you are with this pose is the best. But you don't really need to pose with the turtle. You could do a pose with Max, Eric, and Ariel. So you pose with Max all the way out here, and you include Eric on the left and Ariel on the right, or vice versa. Alrighty. I think now we've officially finished all the reviews. And yeah, friendly reminder, guys, next week I will definitely be locking the channel. So I just want to remind everybody because, you know, I don't want... I know for a fact some people will show up and they'll be like, why can't I access the channel? So I just want to remind everybody here, just so nobody forgets. If you want a Monday review, be sure to upload before 3 on Monday. And if you want a Tuesday review at all, whether it's secondary or primary, you must upload before 3 p.m. Otherwise, you can reach out to me and we can, you know, discuss other changes or, you know, potentially fitting you in. With all of that out of the way, we have one last thing to discuss here. Oh, I do see a fun comment here. Writer in a foxhole said, unfortunately, I don't have a lot of time and items to do snaps, but I got my first 4K following your Forced Book Nook tips. Thank you very much. You're welcome, my friend. Yo, thank you for the super chat.
Thank you for the advice given, and we'll be printing off the guidelines to make sure we don't forget anything.
Thank you very much, Nomi. Thank you.
Cam guide.
Of course. Knowing that camera trick is huge. That's going to be super helpful for future snaps. I wish Gameloft would make it a bit better to where, you know, it's kind of unfortunate that the free mode option does this kind of angle, but that's exactly why it hasn't been very popular within snaps, unless you're elevated. Like I said, there are circumstances where this elevated shot can be really good. You know, if you are in a position to do a shot from a bridge or up on a hill, free mode can be fantastic for that. But for, standard builds where you have like a beautiful background, portrait mode reigns supreme in Dreamsnaps. And now that you know the little trick about pushing the camera closer, you'll just need to adjust focus because you do get a little blurry when you get close. Oh, and again, my favorite item to use for this would be the Vizier's Alchemy table. If you guys want to know how to get this, it's part of the Rift in Time expansion, and I believe you just have to hit level 7 with Jafar. If you've already done that, you should have it, and you can buy additionals from Scrooge. I like this table so much. You can also cook on it, so if you need any meals for your Dreamsnap build, you can just instantly make them. But I love this item so much because it's small, it doesn't cast a big shadow, it's easy to work around, it's my favorite item to push the camera up. There's a lot of good options, but this is definitely my favorite. Some people like Oswald's car. That's another item that works. There's a snowy alpine tree. If you ever want to know more things that push the camera up, just let me know. There's a few more options. But for starting out with it, the large rocks are one of the best. We should still be able to come in and watch, just not submit after 3, correct? Oh yeah, absolutely, Junia. I'm not gonna lock you guys out of the stream if you don't clock in or anything. Yeah, don't worry about that. No, we got you. So, Ryder and a Foxhole, what I wanted to mention was, per your comment here, time is one thing, but for most themes, Ryder, I would say you can definitely get 4K as a newer player without a lot of items. I want to tell you a little story about my head moderator. So, Ashley had been watching me for years, like way before I started playing Dreamlight Valley. And when I did start playing Dreamlight Valley and I started covering Dreamsnaps, she still never got into it. And then after about a year of me covering Dreamsnaps, she picked up the game and she started doing Dreamsnaps. Within the first week to 2 weeks of playing, her very first Dreamsnap got 2,500 moonstones. Her second Dreamsnap got 4,000, and then she got 4,000 for many weeks in a row after that, even as a brand new player without a bunch of items. And the main reason that's possible is because there are always some really good alternatives to like a lot of the premium stuff or Star Path stuff. It may be more challenging to like find out what you can use if you don't have a lot of event items or premium items or Scrooge items. And it depends on the challenge too. Some challenges will be hyper specific. Like if it's a Western challenge, there's not a lot of Western stuff in the game, so that can be really tough. Especially if you don't have Wish Blossom Ranch and you can't use horses. But if you are, if it's anything to do with nature, everything you need, there's so many good things in landscaping. In order to make beautiful silhouettes in your build, you can make those at the beginning of the game just by crafting the base street lights. There's so many good things you have access to at the beginning of the game. Being limited on your item selection, it will force you to get a bit creative sometimes, but you can definitely do it. You did it for, Forested Book Nook, and I fully believe you can do it again. So don't ever feel like the lack of items is going to hold you back. If you're creative and if you have a good understanding of composition and photography, you can totally pull it off. Tori Hornhill said, are you part of the streamers to watch during the showcase? I don't know how drops work. Yes, I am. And we have a link here. My mod just put it in chat, Tori, so check out what RoboPie just said. So you're going to want to link your Twitch and your Dreamlight Valley account on that link there. And we will be live tomorrow. We're going to watch the showcase live together at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And drops might go live right after that. I guess we'll have to wait and see. But if you're here, you might be able to start getting your drops immediately. I don't know, though. I'll have to wait and see what it says. Who knows? Anything could be in that showcase. Could be anything. Nomi, thank you again for the super chat. That is very kind of you, my friend. Thank you for supporting the content. Very kind of you, very kind of you. Nomi said goals. I'd love to get over 1.5K one day. Oh, you can definitely get over 1.5, Nomi, for sure. Based on what you guys have done so far, I have absolutely no doubt that you guys will. I mean, I think you could get 2,500 to 4K potentially for this. It really just depends on what you pop up against. But now that you know some of these tricks, especially about pushing the camera up, that's a really big part of 4K. if we go to my Facebook, so every week on Facebook, which we will do this tomorrow as well, I always post my Dreamsnap submission, and then everybody shares their results. And on these posts, you're going to see hundreds of comments of people sharing their snaps that got 4K. The last one we shared was right here. So this was for Forested Book Nook. We have 161 comments, so a lot of people sharing their snaps here. And you'll see everybody is pushing the camera up. You know, it's very, very common. Even snaps like this on the ground, you know, this one has the camera pushed up. And you'll see this a lot in 4K. This one has the camera pushed up. This is Beyblade, who we were talking about earlier. So there are, and you know, most of what you're seeing here are 4K snaps. Because a lot of people in this community that follow me on Facebook or follow me on Twitch and participate in these reviews, these are a lot of very talented people, and they've learned very well, you know, what works with voters. And based on what you guys have shown me so far, I have absolutely no doubt that you will be getting more than 1.5K. If not on this challenge, then one in the near future. The fact that you've been getting 1.5K without knowing about the camera, you know, about pushing up the camera, that's pretty impressive. So I feel like you're going to have a pretty good shot at, you know, great performance. Just keep on, you know, working to create scenes that resonate with voters. And, you know, having fun with your snaps, having fun detailing and decorating. And you can do very well. So, if you made it until the end of the stream. So, I've been playing for a while, and I've got more than 900 moonstones, but I'm feeling really good about my snap for this week from all these useful tips here, says Fantasy Gamer. Well, let's go, my friend. I sincerely hope you get some great results. You'll have to let me know when your snap results come in. If you don't get the results you're hoping for, don't beat yourself up. You know, don't be too hard on yourself. Anytime you fall short of your goals, it's a great opportunity to learn and grow. And the fact that you've been actively seeking out, you know, like tips to improve and like watching content about Dream Snaps shows that, you know, you care about the challenges enough to seek out ways to get better at them. And you know, one of the most interesting things about Dream Snaps is just because you don't get 4K doesn't mean anything was wrong with your photo. At the end of the day, the voters are the ones that decide. So whether or not voters choose your photo, that doesn't mean it was good or bad. It only means it either lost or won its 1v1s. I can't tell you how many times I've had 2 really good photos pop up and I had to choose one of them, but I loved both of them. So when you don't get 4K, don't immediately assume nobody liked my photo, it's not good enough. That's not the case. People could have loved your photo. They could have just loved your opponents a little bit more. So, you know, just always take it with that kind of concept, that kind of thought process, and you won't be as hard on yourself if you do fall short of those goals. And if you always view falling short of whatever goal you may have as an opportunity to improve and grow, then you'll continue to get better and better at snaps, and you'll have more fun, you know, with the whole process as well. Okay, so now that we're at the very end of the stream, and it's almost 10 o'clock, most people are gone. And now I'm going to ask for y'all's help, because I am torn on what I want to submit this week. And now that we've gone through all your snaps, I'm going to ask you guys to help me choose. So I have 2 options, and I'm having a really hard time picking between them because I really love both of them. So one is very vibrant and colorful. I love the tan complexion of the avatar. We've got a very good bow from Eric. We have great fireworks, and I have these blossom trees in the corner, right? We have these blossoms in the corner up top left. We have blossoms on the corner in the top right. And this is what I was talking about with the like sunset color on the eyeshadow. It goes from a gold into like a red, which matches the crown and the dress. And we have a bold red lip. And, you know, great vibrant colors, some fun villager presence, Max running in the background. I really like this one because of its saturation and its color dynamic. But on this one, it's not as bright, it's not as colorful, it doesn't have the blossoms in the corner, but I did get this super cool shot of me doing the goose pose with a frickin' sunbird landing on my hand, which is really cool. And it just looks super magical. And like Eric's position here, like through my arm, is really cool. It almost looks like a photo frame. So I don't know which one to pick. I'm really struggling because I really like both of them. But this is the one I currently have submitted. I mean, I feel like this one might pop more in the voting phase. But I think the wow factor of this one with the bird is going to be really neat. So I just don't know. I'm having a super hard time choosing between the two. It looks like everybody's saying second. Is it really? Sunshine, this is tough. That's how I feel. A lot of you guys are just saying straight for number 2. But, like, I don't know. I feel like it's harder to choose than that. I'm having a really hard time choosing. One thing I do like about the bird one, though, is, like, look at Ariel's hand going to the left and Elsa's hand going to the right. I really like, and the fact that they're wearing similar colors, I really like that balance of it. But I really miss the corner elements of, you know, I miss the colorful, because I had boosted light bloom on this one, and I also love the blossoms in the corner. But yeah, I do really like the wow factor of the bird. I got really lucky. I actually got a few shots with the bird, but by far, this one, his wings are more open. But in the first one, it really looks like he's just landing on my hand, and it's pretty cool. And I can't recreate this. Like, I've tried. I've tried really hard to get the bird to stay there again. It just, for some reason, the bird was just bugging out where he wouldn't move. He just stayed there and fluttered around. So I was able to get all of these shots of the bird trying to perch on my hand. But after I exited photo mode, I wasn't able to do this again. So I can't do this with the blossoms. And that's what bothers me. I can't have both. I got to choose one or the other. I feel like number 2 is more clear. I love everyone's facial expression for number 2. Yeah, I like that a lot more too. Like Eric's laughter, I think, is really good on this one. And Beast and Belle kind of like glancing through the water looks nice. Yeah, it looks like most people seem to... Looks like most people think the bird is the better choice. Ashley says, I like one more, honestly, but the bird does give a good wow factor. Well, yeah, I had this one submitted at first, and the reason I think this one is such a good candidate is because with the enhanced light bloom and with the tan skin of the avatar, it really brings out the eyeshadow, and it really ramps up the beauty factor, and I think it's going to pop really well in the voting phase. Yes, it is loud with the enhanced light bloom, but I do think that plays well with the beauty concept. Usually I wouldn't do a snap this bright, but for a Kingdom of Beauty, I think it's a good play, and I think it'll pop really well in the voting phase. This one, I think, is going to blend in more in the voting phase, but I think if people take the time to look at it, they'll be more impressed by it. But it's hard to gauge because you never know if you're going to get the voters that look or the voters that just pick the one that stands out more. So if I get voters that pick the one that stands out more, this will be the better bet. If I get voters that really look at the details, this will be the better bet, which is why it's a tough choice, because I don't know what kind of voters I'm going to get. You never do. So this is the one I have submitted now, though. I do like the facial expressions. I really like the bird. I just, I wanted a second opinion. Yeah, that's ultimately why I chose to have this one submitted. I do like the colors on one, but the bird, I think, is more different for people. Yeah, I do think the bird is going to be super unique. I don't think people love using this pose, but the fact that I have a bird on my hand, I think is pretty wild. I think if anybody actually looks at that and cares, they're going to be like, wow, that's super cool. How do you do that? And luck. Like, just luck. I just got lucky. So, I wish I could recreate it, because then I could kind of combine both. But I can't, so, But it is very magical. It's very Disney princess, you know what I mean? Like, Disney princess with the birds and whatnot. Like that, this just has the Disney princess vibe. But yeah, I think both have good 4K potential. I just wish the corners weren't so empty in number 1. But, you know, it might not be a bad thing that the corners are empty. You know, it does draw more attention to the center. And I do really like the position of Eric here, too. Like, the way his face fits perfectly, you know, from this distance into the arm is pretty cool. So, I'll probably go with the bird one. Actually, Johnny, I would say it's the opposite. The whole reason we talk about enhanced lighting and saturation is because on small screens, they stand out really well. And it really comes down, like, I think what you're looking at the photo by itself. You got to look at it with a photo next to it. That's where that comes into play. So if you're looking at it by itself, you might say, oh, it might not stand out as well as the first. But this one is not going to stand out as well as this one on a small screen because most snaps will have this kind of lighting and saturation in the 4K range, whereas this one is going to be a bit more bold, which will make it more eye-catching. But this one it won't stand out as much, but for the voters that actually take the time to look at it, I think they'd be more impressed with it as opposed to the first. But yeah, this is the one I have submitted. I'm probably going to stick with this one. I love the magnolias in the first, but I feel like if someone never saw the magnolias, they wouldn't be noticeable. Yeah, I feel like the only reason I want the magnolias back is because, you know, I really like the way the magnolias look here. Also, Eric's face when he bows is really derpy. Like, look how big his mouth is. That's just, like, unnatural. Big old V mouth. Whereas when you have him kind of, like, laughing in the back, he does look a lot more natural. It is a better facial expression for Eric, for sure. Yeah, that is the one I currently have. I'll keep it in then. Decision is made. That's because he's a blobfish. Yeah, he's not even human anymore. It's just 12 blobfish in an Eric suit. Go with your first instinct. See, that's tough because my first instinct was actually the other one. But then I changed it on my second instinct. And then I thought about changing it back on my third instinct. So this was my first instinct because it felt more complete to me because I had the corners occupied. But I went back to this one because I just figured it had a better wow factor. Your second first instinct then? Yeah, I'll just go with my follow your fifth instinct. Okay, good. Yeah. That's what I'm doing now. Yeah. I'm going to go with my 23rd instinct for this one. Probably the best bet. Imagine now the bird will earn you first place. Yeah. No shot. I feel like there's so many really beautiful dream snaps this week. With it being Kingdom of Beauty, I think this has absolutely no opportunity for first place. I would love that, but yeah, I don't think so. I think it definitely has a good chance for 4K, unless it pops up against some really crazy good stuff. You know, if I got 2500 or 1500, I would just say, well, you know, I saw some really good snaps that can beat this, so, you know, it can happen. Fifth instinct is to throw them both away and wait 8 hours to get it perfect. I could just, like, miss the whole showcase tomorrow by staying up until 5 a.m., working on a shot where I get the bird and the blossoms. I'll probably just do that. No, I'm kidding. I'm going to bed shortly after the stream. We got a big day tomorrow. Allie McCoy said they're both lovely. Well, thank you, my friend. Thank you. I do appreciate that. Willow said, you chose my first redo scene, then I second-guessed myself. You know, it's like that sometimes. I mean, I feel like, you know, at the end of the day, I feel like they're both pretty safe for 4K. Johnny said participation will be really high on this one. Well, that's a good thing. That actually makes it easier to get 4K. Scarlett said, do you think it will be possible for Gameloft to ever make it so we cannot submit quest photos as a Dreamsnap? I see so many of them in voting. I hope they don't do that. I would hate that. Why would you want that to change? Here's the thing. I want to say this loud and clear before I end the stream. I want you guys to understand where my head's at on this. I hear a lot of people complain about voting, and they're like, oh, I see so many selfies and so many quest photos. That's good. That's good. It makes 4K so much easier for the rest of us. Imagine a world, if you will. I want you to envision this world. Imagine a world where every Dreamsnap was like this. Imagine a world where to even get 600 moonstones, you had to compete like this. That's not fun. That's the sweatiest thing I've ever envisioned. I don't want that. I love the random quest photos. I love the random selfies. I want more of them. I want like 25 million of them so we all get 4K because everybody's so busy submitting quest photos and selfies. Sure, it might make voting a little bit more annoying, but we have unlimited skips now. We have unlimited skips. So if you don't like what you're seeing, just spam the heck out of that skip button, you know? Just skip until you find cool stuff. But I know they're annoying, but instead of Gameloft making it to where you can't submit them, I think Gameloft has already done what they needed to do. Oh my God, I haven't voted yet. Which is give us unlimited skips, which I'm going to do right now because I'm getting nothing but selfies the day before the challenge ends. All right. So this is why I love unlimited skips, because good snaps can be hard to find. Okay, bro, I literally haven't found a single thing on theme yet. What is happening? Okay, this person tried the theme, but I'm going to keep looking. Okay. All right. We're getting there. They're slowly getting better. We're getting a little better here. Okay. But I know this isn't the most fun, but also keep in mind, this is the first week of the new update. There are a lot of people that don't do Dreamsnaps that love playing this game or don't have time, but the star path says, hey, you need to submit a Dreamsnap. So there's going to be more selfies. Like, look, this selfie of this person welcoming Phil with the little headband, they're probably just working on their star path. They don't care. They're just trying to get 300 moonstones and do their star path. That's why on update weeks, you're always going to see way more photos like that. You know what? Sure. I need moonstones. You know what? Yeah, here you go. At least you did a selfie and tried. Yeah, okay. Okay, we're going to keep skipping here. Oh, that one on the right was actually kind of nice. I shouldn't have skipped there. Yeah, sure. Skinny photo. Skip. Oh, look at that lettuce wrap. Delicious. I'll give you a vote. Oh, you did include a legendary creature. You have a dragon. I wasn't going to give you a vote, but you did the theme. Congrats. Oh, here we go. That's not too bad. Lighting definitely needs work. Probably not 4K, but could get a vote. This one, pretty good lighting here. It's off to the side, but yeah, I'll give you a vote. You use a satyr. Now we're getting into some people doing the theme. I still haven't found any 4K snaps yet. Unless the ones I voted on get really lucky. Oh my gosh. Guys, some of you guys were saying my light bloom was too high, okay? You were like, I don't know, it seems a little bright, senpai. Are you sure about that? Because I think there's levels to this, okay? I think when it comes to light bloom, there are definitely different tiers that you can go through. Exhibit A here. We're going to keep looking. I wonder if they use the new randomizer for that. Okay, that was just Pluto in the Aladdin realm. I don't know what's going on there. I got to find 3 more. But yeah, on the week of a star path, when the star path comes out, and the week after, you're going to see way more quest photos, way more selfies, but we have unlimited skips. But the fact that you're seeing so many of these, that's why when we were doing reviews for this theme, I told you guys, This is the easiest week to get 4K. For the Legendary Moments Challenge, the hardest week to get 4K was BG Bliss because there were way less voters, way less submissions, some snaps that deserved much better ranks. I just don't think there were enough voters to go around. But on, the Star Path has 2 separate tasks for voting and a task for uploading. So for the next few weeks, Dreamsnaps will be busier than normal. Also, a new update tends to bring more players back to the game that haven't played in a little while. Sure, you get a vote. Oh, okay. Well, that's not too bad. Here you go. Skipperoonie. Oh, there we go. We found a pretty good one. That's really fun. I mean, there's no satyr or fairy, but they did a mythological creature with Medusa, so I'll give it to them. They got a couple of Greek gods in there, too. Well, one god and one demigod, or half god. Yeah. Cool Medusa scene. All right, I got my Moonies. I was really hoping to find something crazy. Well, the Medusa one was pretty good. That was pretty good. Probably the best one I've seen so far. But yeah, they've given us unlimited skips, so, if you want to find good dream snaps, best thing to do is just sit down, watch some TV, and pound that skip button. Don't feel like you always got to choose, You can just keep on skipping. That's what I do. I'm not going to be like, oh, I need to vote for one of these because they both tried. No, I'm just going to keep skipping until I find something really cool. Whoa, look at that sun. That's sick. I didn't realize the sun got that big in the Hercules realm. Skipping, though. Okay. Let's see. Find something else really cool. What do we got? What do we got? It's a fun fairy build. We're going to keep it moving. Oh, this one's really pretty. Yeah, I'll give you a vote. And this is why, when you look at the Dreamsnap results, this is one of the reasons why you see those close-up shots of the avatar doing so well. A staggering number of players don't know about that meta or that trick. They don't really watch content about Dreamsnaps or really follow it too closely. A lot of Dreamlight Valley players just play Dreamlight Valley. They don't really participate in the content creation aspect of things or have a favorite YouTuber. There's a lot of people on Facebook groups that have absolutely no idea who the heck I am. And same can be said, they might know me for an iron guide or something, but a lot of people just don't put too much care into Dreamsnaps. It's just not their cup of tea, which is totally fine. Essentially, it's just free moonstones each week, whether you get 300, 600, or 900. But if you put in thought and effort and you understand the meta, you can do, this is a good selfie, actually. I love finding good selfies. They're rare. Most selfies you come across are, just random shots of somebody in their plaza picking beans, but this, not bad. Not bad. I'll give it a vote because I love a good selfie. They're hard to find. This is very pretty. They have the sun behind the camera. Very good lighting. Dang. No mythological creatures. No vote. Sorry. You did really good on the lighting, though. You just didn't really read what the challenge said. Other people will give you votes, though, I'm sure. Ooh. This is very cool. I like the tilt. Beautiful moon. Mount Olympus in the back. Riding Pegasus. They got the satyr. We got mythological creatures. We got the arena. We got Hercules. That's really cool. Good moon shot. Yeah, we're coming across some goodies. See, this is what I mean, Oh, I like the way they did a spiral with the pixie dust here. This might be the first fairy one I vote for. They might not have Tinkerbell yet because they used the motif, but they did include a fairy with the motif, so I do like the spiral pixie dust. I think that's worth a vote. Oh, here we go. Mythological creature. Good dress. Great lighting. Yeah, I'll give him a vote. Yeah, there's some fun ones out there. But, rather than worry about the selfies and the quest photos, just pound that skip button and you'll find some really good snaps. And be thankful for the selfies. Be thankful for the quest photos because the more people that submit those, the bigger the 4K bracket becomes. I'll give you a vote too. All right. Well, with that, I'm going to skedaddle because it is really late. In fact, my cat is just patiently sleeping next to me, wondering why the heck I'm still on the computer. Thankfully, he's not biting me, though. I've seen some from your reviews in the game. Definitely got my vote, says Chewy. Nice. Be thankful for the selfies picking beans, says Ashley. That's right. You got to love the bean pickers. You know, I love the bean photos. All right, all right. Well, tomorrow is a big day, you guys. Tomorrow's a big day. We got the showcase. We're going to watch it live. Should be really fun. I got my Moonies here. I almost forgot to vote. Glad we got that out of the way. Yeah, I was going to do that this weekend and make it a member video, but I got really sick. Thankfully, as of today, I'm back to 100%. Like, my diaphragm doesn't hurt anymore. No more nausea, no more dizziness. I feel 100% me again. Thank goodness. Tomorrow should be a lot of fun, though. I'm very excited to see what's in the showcase. You should definitely watch it. Should be here to watch it. All right. Thank you guys. Have a wonderful evening. I'll be live much earlier tomorrow. I will catch you guys. Oh, yeah, with Nomi's Dono, I actually think we crossed the 10K region today. Dang, been a while since that happened. Let's go. Thank you guys. Thank you. A little celebration. Huzzah! Why you gotta keep saying it like that, though? I don't know. I mean, I don't think there's anything else in there. I think I already was able to reveal everything to you guys. But you should still definitely watch it. You know, like, anything could be in there. Could be anything. You know? There's really nothing else about me. I mean, you know, now that you know about the Twitch drops and the sponsored stream, I don't know of anything else that involves me, but still, anything could be in there. So, like, you should definitely watch the showcase, and we'll be watching it here. Nah, it's not lies, it's the truth. It's not lies. It's the truth. It's the truth. All has been revealed. I mean, there are some things I think some people don't know that are going to be in the showcase regarding the drops. You have to wait and see about that. Because I know there's... Well, I can't say anything. I can't say anything. I'll tell you guys what I mean tomorrow once we watch the showcase. Owl's House Hoot Hoot. I love the name. Very nice. Owl's House Hoot Hoot says hello. Hello, my friend. I am about to end my stream. I know you're a first-time chatter, and you just came in and said hello just in time for me to say goodbye. But welcome, welcome. I appreciate you dropping in. I'll be live much earlier tomorrow because we're going to be watching the showcase, and we're going to have Twitch drops, and it's going to be exciting. So, yeah, I'll catch you guys on around noon tomorrow. We're going to go over Dreamsnap results. Hopefully, I get another 4K, you know? We'll see what happens. Well, what are we getting results for? Legendary? Oh, yeah, I think I'll be good. I think I'll be pretty safe. With, you know, I think most of us will get 4K tomorrow. Because, or at least most of the snaps I reviewed, based on what I've seen so far. With the unlimited skips, I think it's going to make voting a bit more fun, a bit more consistent. And I also think with so many submissions out there, we all have a great shot at good performance. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how we do. I wish good fortune upon you all. I hope to see one of you guys in the top 3 tomorrow. It's pretty, you know, it's not very rare that one of the people here in this community gets top 5. Did you show us your snap for Legendary? I don't know. It's been, you know, as I've gone through, snaps has popped up, but this is my snap for Legendary moments. Got a really good shot of the Cerberus puppy using the ball trick. Got Phil on the side. I really like the way I did the gate here. Instead of just using the marble pillars, I used the new Hercules pillars from the Scrooge shop on the sides of the gate, which gives really good red color that balances with the red of the roof here. So I like the color balance a lot. And what's really fun is, I think it was Scuttle or maybe Silver Tab, one of them found... Yeah, I showed it like 3 times when I didn't mean to. When I think sometime last week when we started reviews, anytime I opened my Dreamsnaps folder and I was cycling through pictures, this would pop up. Actually, no, that was before this challenge even ended, and that's why I was so frustrated, because I don't like my Dreamsnap being visible. But yeah, voting's almost over now. But yeah, this was the submission I had for it. I got some fun features like the Topaz and the Planet and the Cornucopias. Oh, you're awake, Cordy? I'm getting off, buddy. I'm getting off. My cat is giving me the death glare right now. Ashley, I'm going to do something fun with channel points soon. I have to. You guys have nothing cool to spend them on. But yeah, this was my legendary moment snap. I really like the Cerberus, and the pose is fun. I would have loved that purple dress, but I actually really like this one. I thought it was nice. But yeah, somebody found it and shared it on Facebook because they were sharing cool snaps they found. And then one of you guys screenshot it and sent it to me. And I was like, no way, that's me. That's my snap. So that was a good sign that people were sharing it on Facebook. You know, just being like, look at this cool snap I found. All right. Well, unfortunately, Voxed, we can't give out any more VIP badges. They're all out. Now, I will say with the drops, we might actually be able to unlock more. If we can get 300 people to chat within 60 seconds, I can unlock the final tier and we'll get another 20 VIP badges. Right now, we have 80 VIP badges, which is almost the highest tier you can get to on Twitch. And to get that, we had to reach, I think, like 200 chatters within 60 seconds. Basically, everybody has to spam the chat at once. So maybe right after the showcase or maybe sometime during drops, we can pull it off. It depends. But if we can hit 300 chatters at once, we won't know till like the end of the stream when I can check it. But if we can hit it, then I can unlock an additional 20 VIP badges and I can bring VIP badges back for 100,000 channel points. They would go like hotcakes though. No idea how to even see that. On Twitch, it's in your... For streamers anyway, it'll be under... Where is it? Achievements under analytics. So under analytics, there's all these different achievements. This one's called Build a Community. Oh, we only need 200 people to chat at the same time. So we've hit 172. And this will unlock an additional 20 VIP badges. The thing is, even if we hit 200 viewers, it's not enough. We need like 500 viewers to pull this off. Because there will always be a portion of people watching on television or lurking. They're not going to be able to chat. So some people think, oh my God, we have 200 viewers. Let's all start spamming chat. No, it won't work unless... Because when we hit 172, we had like 400 viewers. So we need like 500 people in here. And we need everybody to spam like either... an emoji. And just like, wait a minute before spamming again. But yeah... Right now, we're at 172 out of 200. If we can get 200 people chatting at once, we'll get the final VIP badge unlock, which would be 100 badges total. So right now, for Build a Community, we're at 80 VIP badges out of 100. The first challenge is reach 50 followers. We did that before I even went live on Twitch because I'd been going live on Facebook forever. Get 5 people chatting at the same time. That was literally day 1. And then... For, I think, 80, we had to get, 100 people talking at once or something. And the final one is get 200 people chatting at the same time. So it's like 200 chatters within a minute. So it just takes a lot of people being vocal in the chat at once. We're getting pretty close to kind of a big deal. I mean, we have a ways to go, but we're more than halfway. Oh. People know me, have 1,000 viewers at the same time. So the most viewers we've had on Twitch is 600 at once. That's pretty cool. My most viewers ever was on Facebook. We had 5,500 at once. 1 million total watch hours. Yeah, we're not even halfway there. 5 million? Oh my God, bro. Oh, they'll send you a little statue in the mail. It's kind of like the trophies you get for subscribers on YouTube, I guess. 5 million watch hours Right now I'm at 322,000. Okay. Well, good to know. Crap, I just closed. Oh, no, that's fine. That's fine if I close Twitch. All right, well, I'm going to get off and get some rest. We got a big day ahead tomorrow. Thank you so much, you guys. Amazing stream today. Well, also, what are VIP badges? They're exclusive to Twitch. It's a little diamond that some chatters can earn beside their name that makes their comments highlighted for me and gives them VIP status. VIP just means very important person. But they're limited. I only have 80, and they're already all given out. So if I can get 20 more, then I can give out 20 more. But yeah, VIP badges are they're hard to get. It's a little Twitch badge. So you know how on YouTube you have your supporter badge, like your little cup of ramen, your channel member badge? On Twitch, there's like a bunch of different badges. There's like bit badges, VIP badges, supporter badges, gifted sub badges, hype train badges. There's a bunch of little things you can attach to your name. It's pretty neat. Okay. I'm going to go get some rest. I'm very tired. We have a very big day ahead tomorrow. Thank you so much for the amazing stream today, you guys. I can't believe we hit a level 5 hype train near the beginning of the stream. That was crazy. Thank you. I was telling you guys, you really didn't have to do that. You guys also almost hit a level 6 hype train too. Like, y'all just kept going. I was like, bro, like, you guys can calm down. It's okay. Yeah, tomorrow should be a lot of fun. We got, big showcase, big news, and we'll be watching it live here on Twitch and YouTube. So I hope to see you guys there if you're not at work or busy or doing stuff with the fam. If you can't be here, the VOD will be up, and you can always watch that back. Anyway, as always, you guys, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I love all of you, and I appreciate you guys taking the time to send me your snaps and talk to me and hang out. And as I always say, one of the most valuable things you can give any creator is your time. So thank you so much for that gift. I will see you guys tomorrow for the big day. Stay safe, stay awesome, and stay healthy. We will catch you on the next one. Ta-ta for now. Bye-bye.